5K or perhaps even 10K likes, not to get too ambitious. Hey, cutie, he says. Damn. Starting out. All right, let's go to the first guest. But make sure you're sharing it with your friends, dropping a comment as well. It's good for the health of the stream. Consider dropping a follow. I'd really appreciate it. Hey, how's it going, Rosie? How's it going, Tasai? I don't know how to say that. Hey, what's up, Sherry? I'm probably butchering y'all's names, and for that I apologize. There's nothing I can say other than I'm sorry. But if you wanted to drop the phonetic pronunciation of any of y'all's names, I'd love to get it right. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
What's going on, bro?
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm 22.
Mm-hmm. And do you think God is real?
I do.
Mm-hmm. Which God specifically do you think is real?
The one who sent Jesus.
Yeah, for sure. So do you have like proof for the existence of this God?
Well, I wouldn't say like scientific proof, but I've had things in my life that's happened that kind of pointed me to him being real. So
Oh, I mean, I think personal experience is like extremely unconvincing though, because one, literally every other religion, like people of every other religion has had the exact same personal experience as you. There's like tons of people who are Muslim who have the exact same story as you do. And yet you would never accept their religious experience as like a sign to be Muslim. Additionally, the way that these experiences are interpreted is always going to be based on the way people are raised. Like they're just going to fit the experiences into their worldviews. So if I see like some dark shadowy figures at night, I'm going to think that it's like sleep paralysis. Whereas if you see some dark shadowy figures at night, you're probably going to think it's like demons. So I think personal experience is just like phenomenally unconvincing.
yeah, I mean, I can see where that would make sense, but a whole lot of like, let's say, things that happen that are documented, medical things that's happened that, point to his existence.
Like what?
Well, my grandmother actually, she was hit by a semi truck and she was crushed in South Carolina. And my grandfather prayed for her, and apparently what happened was her legs began to, like, the bones begin to like crack into place.
No, come on, that's cap. That's the cap of the century. Do you have like an
Maybe,
article
like,
or
if
like
she's
a
in the house, I mean,
like a medical
let's go talk
article?
to her. Hold on.
Do you have like a medical article written by like doctors that says that the bones just like magically cracked into place?
I mean, yeah, this is what I heard from my grandfather and my parents. I wasn't there, but
No, that sounds like the cap of the century. That's just not physically possible.
it is if God's real.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I just think that this would something that would be much more better documented. That we would have like testimonial from like doctors or whatever, like the people in the room, the doctors, the scientists, like whoever. There'd just be like tons of analysis of like this specific case for a really long time.
Yeah, I believe so as well. I don't.
Yeah, yeah.
Sure.
But the fact that it seems like there isn't that means that like it probably didn't happen, or at least not the way that you think it did.
Well, let me ask you a question. Like, why
Yeah, go
why
for it.
don't you think he's real?
Oh, because I think that there's like contradictions between the world we live in and the existence of a God who's all good and all powerful. I'm not sure how we have completely unnecessary, gratuitous suffering that ruins livelihoods and like takes lives for literally, genuinely no reason. I don't know why we have earthquakes, for example, if God is all good. Like, if God is all good, then why would he allow earthquakes to take the lives of 60,000 people a year? I just don't think it's compatible.
Well, I can give you a pretty good answer to that. There's something called natural selection. And anybody who, I guess the world, I believe, had to be made by some type of intelligence because of how intricate it is. So, like, natural selection, that's what it is. Like, any creator who made the world would understand there would have to be something to knock down the population. And I, it doesn't, I guess, say that he's good or not because he's the one who deems what's good and what's not. Because
Wait,
he's,
so just to be clear, are you saying that earthquakes are good?
I'm not saying they're good. I'm just saying it's in place for a reason, just like everything is.
So do you agree that God is the person who does earthquakes?
I don't know if he would never purposely kill somebody, but I believe that he created them because he created the world.
So if God would never purposely kill someone, then what happened to the firstborn sons in Egypt during Exodus?
He You'd have to tell me that, man.
Yeah, he fucking killed them. That's what happened.
Well, I don't know. Were they sinning?
I mean, them specifically, probably not all of them. But like, do you really think that sinning means that it's justified to kill you?
No, but there's a difference between the Old Testament and the New Testament. There's a new covenant. There's an old covenant and there's a new covenant. And whenever Jesus sent his son, that was the answer to sin rather than him doing it himself.
Well, so that's really nice, but or like you would have to affirm that God is not all good. Then, you either need to say that at the time, God, like, or actually no, currently you would have to affirm that God killing people is good. Wait, so what do you think the cause of earthquakes is specifically?
Cause of earthquakes. It would be tectonic plates hitting each other and causing.
Yeah, and who's the person who like made those tectonic plates?
God is.
Yeah, and when God made these tectonic plates, did he know that they were going to cause earthquakes?
Well, I'm sure he did.
Yeah, so then why would he make them?
I don't know. To understand God is like emptying a ocean with a tablespoon, my guy. So
Oh, well, I mean, if you don't understand him, then why would you follow him?
that's the thing. My religion is based off of faith.
And why do you think faith is like a good method for arriving at conclusions?
I don't know.
Yeah, wait. So let's say that you and I are on like a jury. We're on like a murder trial, and there's no evidence that the person did it. No evidence whatsoever. Would it be reasonable for us to find him guilty if we just had a lot of faith?
I mean, it depends on if he was guilty or not. I don't know.
But so we're saying that there's no evidence. We don't know if he's guilty or not. But let's say we have a lot of faith that he is, but we have no evidence.
I guess that wouldn't be a good option. But I
Yeah,
have.
exactly. Because faith
I
is like
have
a terrible
evidence, though.
method. Faith is like a Hail Mary. Like why have faith in Jesus and not faith in like Allah?
I don't know. It's the way I was brought up. You know, I was brought up in a situation where I saw miracles in front of me in church. I saw things happen around me. I've heard documented stories that of healing. And, if I didn't have a reason to believe this, I wouldn't.
Well, I mean, it sounds like you were just indoctrinated from what it like. You're just saying that you believe in this thing because that's how you were raised. This sounds much more like indoctrination and brainwashing than it does like you have a well nuanced philosophical position for what you believe.
I
Like
guess
you know, in Islam they also have instances of people being miraculously healed, right?
I don't know. Seems like we all believe in the same God whenever you come to the
I
conclusion.
don't think so. I don't think that's true at all. I mean, you believe in like 3 gods and they only believe in one.
Islam. You know, Muslims also believe in Jesus, right? He's just like a prophet.
Yeah, but he's not
the same
God to them.
Huh?
He's not God to them.
Well, yeah. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
The reason
Yeah,
why
but,
Jesus,
but again, like
it
you
wouldn't
believe
make
in
sense
3
that
gods.
Jesus is
Like
in their
like
Bible. If,
Muslim people only
there
believe in
was the same
one.
God. Yeah.
All right. Well, I mean, do you have anything else for me? Otherwise, I should move on to the next guest.
I mean, I guess you can keep it pushing, my guy. Thank you for having
Yeah.
me.
Well, I appreciate you coming on up here. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen. Let's get to 5K likes. We're almost there. Then let's get to 10K likes. Drop a follow as well if you're enjoying it. I'd encourage each and every one of you to join the Discord, link in bio. We talk about politics, religion, philosophy. I also notify every single person every single time that I go live, so you'll never miss a live if you're in the server. It's a lively server. I'm active in it. I've been told the link doesn't work, so you might need to access it via a web browser, but I'd love to see you. Thanks so much, Princess Slaya. I appreciate it. With that, we'll go to the next guest. But make sure you keep on double tapping on that screen. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
All right.
Wait, how old are you? I'm sorry. It was dumb of me to even ask. It was like quite foolish of me to even ask in the first place. But once again, make sure you double tap into the.
I'm going live.
Oh, I don't even need to ask with this one. You're like, can I just guess your age? I'd say you're probably around like 8. I'd be surprised if it was like any older than like 11. Hey, what's up? How's it going? How old are you?
Me, I'm in my 30s.
Yeah,
Do I sound
perfect.
that young?
Wait, what?
Do I sound that young?
No. But I just need to verify that people are 18.
No,
and
that's
older.
fine. No, I'm definitely in my 30s.
Evan, thanks so much for the subscription. W Evan. Do you think God is real?
Yeah, I do, but I mean, like I said, we can go in the whole debacle. Obviously, I've been listening to you for quite a while. Obviously, following what you talk about and stuff. But yeah, I mean, in my faith, obviously, I'm Muslim, so yeah, we definitely believe in a God.
Okay. So would you have proof that your God is real?
Yeah, I mean, the proof thing is like a paradoxical question because obviously even scientists can't really prove it. I mean, all those scientists, they do enough research to go far back enough that they actually don't know. We see with the Big Bang Theory and everything, it's kind of a theory. I mean, same thing.
Yeah, but that's kind of like mangling of terms because when we say that something's a scientific theory, we're just saying that it's an explanation for how something happened. There's
Yeah.
no way 100% to be certain, like with like beyond a shadow of a doubt. But
Well,
it's
then that
like
contradicts your
the
question,
evidence.
doesn't
The evidence is all there. There's nothing that contradicts the Big Bang.
it? It does now because they found
Yeah. So what's
galaxies and
the thing
stuff
that
that are older
contradicts
than the Big Bang. I mean, if you I don't know if you've been keeping up with science lately, so there's a star that's older than the Big Bang. They found
Oh,
galaxies.
yeah.
that are
Wait. So
older than
what's the
Big
name
Bang.
of the
So
star? I'd love to
again,
look into this. But that
theories
seems
are
like
all
it would
like
just
a
point the.
paradoxical.
So like to be honest, it seems like the implication we would take from that is that the Big Bang happened longer ago than we believed it did.
Exactly, but there's kind of like
Well,
say
but
it's
that's not
ever-changing
disproving the Big
science,
Bang.
isn't
That's
it?
just like a
So
slight adjustment to the theory.
yeah, I mean, like I said, this is it's like an ever-changing series. I mean, we're trying to
Yeah,
find
yeah,
God,
that's like that's
but I mean,
the so
eventually
okay,
it will
wait, to be
lead to
clear,
something.
because it seems like we're just confused about how science works. So the way that science works, it's not
Yeah.
meant to give the exact right conclusion exactly the first time. It's meant to provide the conclusion that is the most evidence to support it. Science is not a product, it's a process. We continue to do the scientific method until we get truer and truer conclusions. So
Yeah.
that's great if we found a star that's older than what we thought the Big Bang was, but that just means that we're going to revise the theory such that we push the time when it happened back a little bit farther, so it's in line with all of the evidence. But all of the evidence, to be clear, still points to the Big Bang. The fact that the universe is still expanding to this day, the fact that we have cosmic microwave background radiation at all points in space, which indicates that the universe was certainly in a hot, dense state, and that the universe was specifically like this hot, dense mass, like 10 to the
But
negative
don't you
33
think God
seconds
can also be
after the Big
explained by
Bang.
science?
What?
Don't you think God can also be explained by science?
I don't think God could be explained by science. I don't think science proves one way or the other.
Okay, so like we didn't know about the molecules, so nobody understood the microorganisms and stuff. So scientists kind of predicted it wasn't going to happen. I mean, we didn't know that kind of thing existed, so people believed kind
Yeah.
of like what the science was, and obviously some of the scientists didn't even believe there was such thing. Obviously, it's the one science.
Yes.
So there are scientists that believe that obviously God is an explanation because obviously they haven't got answers for everything. For me, obviously, like I said, my faith is based on faith, like obviously the same was with the previous agents, previous people that have come on here. But I mean, if you go back, there's no way for me to like the way that obviously the evidence that you're looking for is not going to be, nobody ever is going to be able to answer this question because everybody's going to go back and obviously what you're looking for a logical answer. And obviously people provide about miracles and things that have happened. And obviously we go off like witnesses and obviously people that have seen those things. But obviously you deny those witnesses and those miracles because obviously you want a logical reason why that happened.
I wouldn't necessarily deny it. I just think that we should prefer like the more logical. So I'm just gonna prefer like more logical explanations, and the idea that there was like just a supernatural miracle is almost
Yeah.
never going to be the logical explanation in this circumstance. So
Yeah.
if you have like a miracle that you think is bulletproof, I would absolutely love to hear it. But I can give you an example of something from the Quran that certainly didn't happen. I'd ask you. So if
Yeah.
Muhammad split the moon, why
Yeah.
is there like no account? It sounds like there's only like one other account of this happening. But it seems like if the moon was split in fucking half, there
Yeah.
would be an account of this happening by literally everybody. Well, we
I
should
don't know
have
if
like
you've seen any
hundreds of thousands
videos,
of
like,
accounts.
they
We
show
should
like
have
a-
like this should be like one of the most substantial events in like human history, but
Yeah.
we have no evidence that it happened.
That's true. I mean, like I said, one of the things that Prophet Muhammad said about, like, you know, when the eclipses happen, and a lot of people saying that's one of these scientists that obviously point this point. The reason that they think Muhammad is real, a prophet, and is the fact that he is a lot of the prophets and stuff, when they see eclipses, and they would use that as a reason for them being godly and this and that. And then when Prophet Muhammad was asked about eclipses, and like saying, he says, "This is nothing new. This is nothing to do with God and stuff like that. It's just a logical thing that happens." And that was one of the scientists that pointed out why he thinks that Prophet Muhammad is a prophet, is because the fact that he didn't try to take advantage of that scientific event and try to think. I mean, obviously, everybody talks about the split moon, but the split moon thing, there has been videos and stuff. People where they said there's evidence of a crack.
Wait, there's videos of the moon splitting in half?
No, there's videos of the moon, like people explaining that obviously there's evidence that moon has been split before.
Oh yeah,
Obviously, I don't know
then
where
just
those
run me
people,
through
but
it.
I have seen
what's
videos
the
of that.
evidence? So could you give me an explanation for why there aren't like literally thousands of accounts of seeing the moon split in half?
But that's the thing. I mean, from back there, I mean, if you go back and over the Bible and stuff, there's not enough people that wrote everything down that obviously happened.
Yeah, but
There's
if the
certain
moon,
events that you see on
literally
there.
split in half, you should get people from like every single culture, every part of the.
Yeah.
Like, how long was the moon split in half for exactly?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, there's not enough kind of evidence. There's a lot of things, the same thing mentioned in the hadiths and stuff, where people kind of like, one of the main one is people use obviously Prophet Muhammad and his marriage with obviously a child and stuff, and everybody talks about
Yeah,
the age.
but you're just talking about things that I'm not talking about. We can get into the child marriage if you want. I'm just talking.
No,
about
it's not
how,
that. It's
there's
like
no
I'm
evidence
talking
for
about
splitting the
enough
moon.
evidence. I'm just trying to get your point, but I'm trying to explain it a different way. So I'm saying, there's going to be difficulty finding all the evidence for certain events that obviously happened. But you're expecting
but
that
there
everybody
isn't,
records
because
the event
for these
for a
major
certain thing.
events, like we have documentation of like earthquakes from China, like in like 2000 BC.
Yeah, of course.
We have documents of like all these big events from a wide variety of sources. We have
100%.
Exactly one document that says that the moon split in half.
No, of course. I mean, like I said, every also different civilization kept a record in a different way. But obviously, a lot of the evidence and obviously old records have been destroyed. I mean, the only one probably that we obviously have as Muslims is probably the Quran. The oldest one is in Turkey. But if obviously look, you're asking for like, why isn't there like, I don't know, it's written on the walls, or maybe why isn't there Chinese papers mentioning about the moon splitting in two and stuff like that?
Yeah,
I mean,
of
I'm not
course,
really
yeah.
sure
Like,
how
we should see like
they
a report
record
from
that.
literally every civilization that was on Earth at that time.
Yeah. I mean, that's I wouldn't be able to answer the question without obviously doing more research on it. But I mean, like I said, in terms of that's definitely a question that I can think about.
Okay, then, that's fine. We can move on to the child marriage thing if you want.
Yeah.
Like, do you?
The child marriage thing I was trying to think was obviously the debate about the evidence of the age, because it's not in the Quran, and
is
hadiths
in the
are all
Quran,
evidence
isn't
based
it?
and stuff. No, it's not in the Quran. It's only in the hadiths, and obviously all the scholars for Muslims, if you look everywhere, they've only discussed about the age, and obviously nobody's kind of agreed 100%, but obviously everybody uses that, and enough Muslim scholars have answered that question repeatedly, so I'd rather just avoid it, to be honest.
Well, wait, but I'm just like, if enough have answered it, then you should have no problem giving a slam dunk answer. So, how old do you think Aisha was?
For me personally, I'm not really sure. I think it's like the people have mentioned the range 6 from all the way to 21. So everybody's talked about.
Why would it say 9 if she's not 9?
Well, I mean, they're saying the way that obviously people spoke back then, and obviously they didn't mention their age in that way, because obviously talking about like how she would talk about herself. She would give, I was this age. So like when you say I was 6-year-old and I was playing with dolls, but you could be 17 and be talking about playing with dolls when you were a kid. So that's the way kind of like one of the scholars explained it. So it's, I don't know his name, but obviously I would obviously
But she calls herself 9 in this. She says that, yeah, I was married by 6 and then we consummated it at 9. So that makes no, like, your explanation makes literally no sense that she's like 17 talking about how, like, what was she doing at
I mean,
like,
you talk about your
6 and
experience in your
9?
childhood. If you're telling someone, like, say, I was 6-year-old and I went to a zoo or something, but you could be 17 telling someone that experience.
Yeah, cool.
Well,
So
I
she
mean,
could
that
be like
doesn't mean-
27. She could be like 27 telling people that when she was 6, she got married, and when she was 9, she consummated the marriage. Sure, that's fine. But it still sounds.
But
in
yeah,
that
I mean, like I
case
said,
she
hadiths is
consummated
one
the
of
marriage
those.
at 9.
Yeah, I mean, between the Muslims, I mean, that's one of those things that are obviously haven't shown on the evidence, because it's all kind of witness based. It's Quran is like the main kind of book of thing. If there's anything in the Quran that bothers you, I'm happy to talk about that.
Well, yeah, that's like the thing. I just gave you 2 things, and it seems like you can't really respond to the point.
Which 2 things about you've said about the hadith?
So the moon
age
splitting
thing.
in half, to which you said that you need to go gather more information, and then the like the child marriage thing, to which you said.
No, the child marriage isn't in the Quran. Like I said, it's not in the age; it's in the hadith.
but it's in like
different
the hadiths.
documentation.
Sure, which are like a source about the life. Of the
Yeah,
Prophet
sources
Muhammad.
about talked about like certain a week and stuff. But I mean, I think that one is in Sahih Bukhari. So yeah, definitely. I mean, like I said, that's why I was talking about the scholars, because it's the same thing that everybody likes. I mean, I've been to plenty of lives on TikTok where people literally just repeating that question, even though multiple Muslim scholars have answered that question multiple times.
Then answer it right now. If it's been answered so many times, then answer it right now.
I haven't got like a proper kind of thing memorized to obviously answer the question every time, because I just obviously point them out to just go on YouTube and obviously listen to the scholars, because I've obviously looked at those questions myself. And obviously, like one of the explanation that I gave you was one of the scholars that obviously mentioned that the age is not agreed upon, and obviously everybody has obviously a question about what her actual age was.
And that's totally fine. It also does
Yeah.
say in the Quran itself, it talks about in the section about divorce, it talks about the waiting period. It makes it
Yeah.
pretty clear that you can marry like very young children. So do you think that there's a problem with marrying like a 9-year-old?
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, like I said, a lot of the Muslims nowadays, there's a few countries that still practice it, but majority of them. But I mean, even in the Western countries, that's currently happening. But in Muslim countries, they've all changed the age to like 18. I mean, Pakistan, Bangladesh, everybody's obviously following following things to make sure that everybody's the right age when they get married. Obviously, back in the day, like I said, things are different, and obviously that happened a lot back then.
Different in what way? I mean, you would agree
So,
that back then it was
Like
it
back
was
then,
still
obviously,
bad.
most men didn't live to the age of 60. I mean, most died by 40. So
would you agree that it was like still really bad to marry a child back then?
right now, yeah, it is. Back then, I'm not sure.
I'm asking
because-
like back then. Is it bad?
Oh,
was it
back
bad
then,
to marry a
like I
child?
said, it's a different culture. I mean, different lifestyle back then. I wouldn't be able to
Oh.
answer that question for it, because
Wait,
obviously
so if I took you back in time in like a time machine, would you
Yeah.
be willing to marry like a 6-year-old?
it depends on my situation. Because a lot of the Sahabas and
It
stuff, they didn't-
depends on your situation. It depends. Your answer to would you marry a 6-year-old is it depends.
no, I mean, like I said, I don't know the situation that were back then.
Wait,
reason
so
why
what
people got married.
situation would possibly make it that okay?
Like I said, the people, like most men, didn't live past the age of 40. So the reason they got married earlier is because because obviously you're judging by current morals with back then, and you could never do that even with European or most Western countries, because even
Yeah,
back then
well, yeah, I have, like,
there were
no
different
problem judging
morality.
these
I mean, you're
morals,
trying to get me
yeah.
to justify it the way it is right now, but it's not the same thing. It's like comparing, I don't know what's the word I'm looking for. It's like those things that I can't talk about. Obviously, with the history, everything changes as things go along. And obviously Islam, and if you look at most, like there's 50 Muslim countries, if that thing was still being practiced here, you would see all the Muslims doing it, because obviously we're supposed to follow the example of Prophet Muhammad.
Yeah,
and
wait,
you don't
wait,
see a
you're
lot of
supposed to
Muslim
follow
men
his
like doing
example?
that. Oh, sorry. I didn't get your
Never-
question
wait,
there.
so-
I
so
missed
what
it
I
when you
would
said
ask
it. I'm
you
sorry. Just,
is,
go
is
ahead.
the stuff in the Quran morally justified? Like, do you think that if the God gives you like a guideline in the Quran, that means that it's like a good guideline or like a morally justified guideline?
Yeah, I mean, Quran and the Prophet Muhammad are supposed to be
No,
good
no, but I'm just
examples.
asking about the Quran specifically.
Yeah, I mean, the Quran is supposed to be forever, yeah.
Yeah. So in the Quran, it says that you can marry like a literal child.
Yeah, but I wouldn't do it. I mean, those are not commands. Those are just obviously things that obviously happen. It's a
No,
historical
but
document.
it's like giving permission. It's saying like this is how long you have to wait in order to marry
Yeah.
like a child.
Yeah. The
So-
reason it's there
do you
is
think
because the
do you think
situation
that still
arose.
holds up? Like, do you think that the Quran is forever, or do you think that it changed?
Yeah,
that these
so-
things are in fact not moral.
I think what you don't understand is the Quran was written over 23 years.
Yeah, but you said
obviously
that the
from Prophet.
Quran is forever. Those were your exact words.
Yeah, it definitely was. But like I said, the reason the Quran was written, the way it was written, is the situation the Prophet Muhammad, as he faced and as he wrote the Quran, and it's there as a guidance to obviously help people that those facing those situations, then obviously can use that as a guidance to do something. But I understand your point.
But the Quran does not say like don't have sex with children. It says you can have sex with children. Why is the guideline telling people that they can continue to do these like evil things?
Yeah, because those things probably applied at the time when it was written.
Yeah, but why wouldn't he just outlaw it? Like, why wouldn't they just say like you can't do this? Like, you're going to super hell if you molest a child.
No, 100%. Those things are also. I mean, that's why there's Sharia law about grape and other things. So
Yeah,
there's
but
like
why-
everything.
why would-
written by
okay,
law.
wait. To be clear, when
Yeah.
I say molest a child, I'm saying like any sexual relationship with a child is going to be unconsensual, like necessarily.
100%. Yeah. No, of course I agree with you.
Yeah. So why would they allow that to happen? Like, why would they allow for these like unconsensual interactions to happen?
again, like I said, it's going back to history on that. I mean, internally, nobody is practicing. I mean, if you're asking if Muslims are doing it now, they're certainly not.
No, wait. That's like very clearly not what I'm asking, and I think
Okay,
you know
sorry.
that's not what
No,
I'm
I'm
asking.
misunderstanding your
because every
question,
time you tried
okay.
to take it there, I've like corrected you. I'm not
Okay.
asking about right now. I'm not saying that they do it right now. I'm saying
Yeah.
that if this is a book that is supposed to be commandments forever,
Yeah.
like what happened? Why?
The reason, like I said, I explained before, is because the time was different back then. So you're asking why they did it back then is because,
they're
again,
commandments forever. Like appealing to a different time doesn't work if they're commandments forever.
yeah, because the Quran is also a historical document. It's not just like things. There's certain things that obviously apply to Muslims, and in those are things that obviously people followed back then. I mean,
So
they're not
do you
following
think- do you
every
think that
single
the-
thing
do you
in
think
the
that
Quran that's happening
when
now.
when they allowed people to marry children, was
Yeah.
that a forever thing?
Probably not, because it's not a commandment. It's just a thing that obviously was put in the Quran. Obviously, there's a situation that comes up. You can do that. You are allowed, but then obviously you can choose. The situations change. There's also in the Quran about seeking knowledge, and obviously it changes as you go along. You're not supposed to invent new things in the Quran, but you're also supposed to seek knowledge, and obviously do things according to the situation that you're obviously facing.
Yes,
I mean, like I
it's
said, I live in
it's
the
just
UK.
like
I have
it's
to
like
follow laws of the
excruciatingly
land.
clear. It's
Yeah.
just like excruciatingly clear. It's saying that you can marry children. If marrying children is immoral, if marrying children
Yeah.
has always been immoral, why
Yeah.
would it allow you to marry
The big thing
children?
is, again, you're making an assumption that it's always been immoral, but it's never been the case in history.
Do you think that there was ever a time period? Was there ever
Of course, 100%. I mean, there's kings and queens.
Immoral?
Yeah, they were kings that were marrying 6, 9-year-old girls and
Yeah,
stuff.
and that was fucked up. Then they shouldn't have.
No,
been.
100%. Exactly like I said. It was
Yes,
like
yeah.
that-
So then it was never moral. It was never moral.
So you're saying back then when there was situation low, a king could die at 20, and then because he married at 10,
Wait,
or like
the age is getting younger and younger. What are you doing? At first
No,
it's
I'm,
like 60,
I'm trying to
then it's
answer
down
your
like
question
40,
in a
now it's
way
at like
that
20.
obviously makes sense to you, because
Can you show me
you're
like the
trying to put me in a
kings were-
situation where obviously you're asking me to obviously like incriminate myself, which I'm not.
Wait, to be clear, if you're going to
Yeah.
die at 20, that doesn't give you the moral authority to go and like rape a child.
Back then, that's how the way that they thought, and obviously the culture was back then.
It's like a wild thing to disagree with, by the way. Like I'm not
No, of
asking
course.
about
I mean,
culture, I'm talking about morality.
like I said, no Muslims are practicing this thing right now. So, I mean, obviously, you're asking me to justify something that happened in the past, and there's loads of things that have happened
asking
in
you
the
to
past that
justify
we
something
can't
that's in your
justify
book.
now.
It
But
exists
this is
in your
where
holy
the kind of
book,
thing
and
falls
you just
apart.
can't justify it. Like you've been unable to justify it.
I didn't try to justify. I just try to explain the way the things were back then.
Well, you're sure
Same
as
thing
hell not
obviously
like
said.
condemning
For
it.
example,
Like, you
if
should have
I
no problem saying that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait. So was it wrong when the Quran allowed the marrying of children?
well back then, or are you talking about now?
Wait. Do you think morals are relative?
No, I'm saying morals are that the Quran is a historical document,
But
and
I'm
it's
asking, do you think morals are relative?
morality is different, like according to the times, and it's changing thing. Morality changes according to the times. That's obviously what kind of things that you're going through. Situations change, and obviously people change, and so does the cultures.
Do you
And
think-
like I said,
do you
back
think
then
God
it's
is all
just
good?
different.
Do you think God is all
Yeah,
good?
100%. I think God is all good. Yeah.
Okay, wait.
I mean, like
so
I said,
does God also change with the cultures? If you think morality changes from culture to culture, and you think God is all moral, then does God just change from like culture to culture?
no, of course not. I mean, God's supposed to be equal for everyone.
Yeah, cool. So if God is all good, but he doesn't
Yeah.
change from culture to culture, then we can conclude that
Yeah.
that morality can also not change from culture to culture in your worldview.
Because that's obviously then coming into free will. I mean, like I said, people have gone through
It's
different times.
not.
Why isn't it?
Because free will in this sense, people have the free will to choose things that are immoral, but under your view, morality is objective. It's like it's going to be transcendental and exist like universally for everyone. You have the
Do
people
you
have the
not
free
think we
will
live
to
in, like,
choose
changing
good
times?
and bad, but ultimately you're still going to hold this standard of good and bad. Otherwise, you
Yeah.
have to affirm that God's nature is changing.
Of course it is. I mean, like I said, there's different times. People, don't you think times have changed since last time? Like
I do
since
think
the 1800s?
I do think times have changed, but I think even
Yeah.
back then,
Yeah.
if I were taken into a time machine and
Yeah.
teleported back into the past, I would think
Yeah.
that this.
So
is
you
like
gotta
very
take your
straightforwardly
mind
just
out of
like
the
children being
21st century.
molested. Like
This is
straight
what your
up.
problem is, Ian. You need to take your mind out of the 21st century and think of it that you were actually born in the 18th century.
There is no scenario. I'm glad I was born here because I think it's disgusting that anyone ever thought that.
No,
it was
I mean, we can
okay
look at the
to
past. There's
molest children.
plenty
It's
of
like a terrible
things that
thing.
were done wrong in the past, but you making that out like how people haven't changed over time. You're making out like things haven't changed
It's
over
irrelevant.
time. Like
The
how
book is forever.
Muslims are still doing the things
book
that
is
happened in the past.
forever. The book sets a standard forever.
And then again, I said the examples that we follow in the Quran, according to which times that you live in. You don't just take the thing from the Quran and justify it to do the wrong thing. It's the same way T groups use religion in a way to justify them unaliving people.
Could you?
So you can
could
pick
ever-
and
like,
choose.
could you
I mean, that's
possibly show me
individual.
the- Could you show me
what
the
is the
Quran verse?
religion to you? Then you're picking and choosing things that you like
Can you
and doing
show
them
me
to justify
Can
it.
you show me the Quran verse that says that all of this stuff is relative?
I don't have a verse that obviously particularly mentions that, but like I said, the one I mentioned
So
about
how do you know that all
is,
this stuff
as a
is
Muslim,
relative?
we're always supposed to seek knowledge. And then that's probably the best example of people learning as they go. And obviously our job, I mean, like I said, you said I was a born Muslim, and you talked to the previous person that came on and you said, it sounds like you've been indoctrinated into Christianity because you haven't done research. But like I said, I've come here to debate with you. If I hadn't done enough research, obviously saw the scholars and stuff like that, if I saw enough evidence that obviously Islam wasn't right, of course, I would look at those. But everywhere, if you look at Zakir Naik, Muhammad Hijab, and some of the other scholars that I've seen, if there was something in there that I found like that wasn't like justifying obviously Islam as a good religion, or if there's anything that teach what obviously you get on the media 24/7, you see, okay, Muslim man done this, T group's done this is all related to Islam, and la la la, and you now everything is, as the news is coming out, all of that was all propaganda and stuff against Muslim. I mean,
Wait, this is just like radically unrelated to what I'm saying. This has
That's
like,
100%
genuinely- it's
related. I mean,
it's,
how can you not do
astonishing
that?
How little? Could you tell me what point specifically you're responding to? Like, what was the last point I made?
What in regards to what Muslims and obviously Islam you were asking about, like how?
So what was like the specific thing that I asked you?
I've lost my point.
Yeah, you were answering a question that you don't even know. You're just yapping.
Okay, go ahead. Now I'll wait
I'm
for your
going to
next.
move on to the next guest, but I do appreciate you coming on up here. But make sure you're double tapping on that screen so we get to like 30K likes. Make sure you're dropping a follow as well. Consider joining the Discord. It's a great place. We talk about politics, philosophy, religion, really whatever you want to talk about. And with that, we'll go to the next guest.
Yo, man, I have some questions for you.
Wait, how old are you?
I'm 14.
Oh, fuck. You got to be 18 or older. That's like super young. Yeah, TikTok terms of service. It's their rules, not mine. All right, it's Q-Top. Let's go. Let's see if he comes on up. Hey, thanks so much for the mariachi hat. I appreciate it. We're going to be running it once more. I have questions about Parker and whether or not he's paid Parker. That's fine. I suppose not.
Hey, Ian.
Hey, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 47 years old.
And do you think God is real?
Yes, I do.
So which God do you think specifically is real?
So I really like your show. I just wanted to tell you that. Out of everyone's show, I like you and your show the best.
Hey, that's so nice of you. I appreciate it.
No problem. So there's only one God, but it doesn't have to do with like Judaism or Islam or Buddhism or anything like that, you know? This life is about, you know, a consciousness. My background in religion is I was born a Jew, but my parents actually raised me as a Zen Buddhist. And I've been meditating like since, you know, around the time I was 9 years old. I meditated for about 20 years. By the time till I was like about like 29, before I even realized like why I was meditating. I walked around for a really long time not being self-aware.
Wait, but do you believe in a God? Like what God do you believe in?
Yes, I do. I believe in, you know, a God, you know, but it's not like, when you say, is it he or she? I think that that's a big misnomer or misconception about God and what
Well,
God.
I'd hate to cut you off, but I don't really debate people's like personal gods. I need a god who has like well-defined properties that I can actually go off of. Otherwise, the debates are like boring, and it's just me trying to like
No, this is a great
figure out your
debate.
religion at all.
That's what I'm trying to tell you, that this is a great debate between me and you. You should just, try to listen for a minute. Like, everything has a consciousness, okay?
Well, but okay, wait, but to be clear, like, so the other problem is that my viewership drops like rapidly if I talk to someone about their own personal god.
Yeah, this
like-
isn't about my own personal God. I mean, this is
Okay, wait,
about
so
God,
what god is your religion attached to?
the one and only. There's just one God, but it doesn't
And
have anything
yeah,
to
but
do
what
with
religion is it?
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Like that's how you're getting all these people, because obviously it's not true that their God is the only one, or that, what they're saying, they're nuts. Like they're saying like the Bible is this or the Quran is that. That's all man-made stuff. Like when you want to connect with God, that's like, much bigger than the universe. You have to go, deep within yourself. The knowledge of God is epiphanistic. That's how you get to God. It takes a lot of work. Like you're somebody that has so much doubt that you're eventually going to find a lot of answers. Because like in Zen, right? There's something called a doubt mass that amasses in your hands. It's like ashes amassing in your hands. You have a little doubt, you get a little enlightenment. You have a big doubt, you get a big enlightenment. So you're going to have a huge amount of enlightenment. I mean,
Yeah, so do you have any evidence for the existence of your god? Like, do you have a proof for like an argument that concludes with like your god is real?
yeah, like that's the thing, is like the God is very personal. Like, so it's inside of yourself, God. Like, so God is something that you don't see with your two eyes. You see it with your inside eye, and that's from a lot of practice and looking for it. And,
Yeah, I'm sorry. Again, I'm just not really interested in debating people's like own personal gods. It's just like a really boring debate, and as is indicated by the statistics, my viewership is dropping rapidly. So with that, we'll go to the next guest, but make sure you're double tapping on that screen. Let's get to 40K likes. Yeah, I don't know. Like I'm just like I'm extraordinarily not interested in people's personal gods. It's just not like convincing to me at all.
Hey, Ian.
Hey, what's up? How's it going?
How you doing, man?
Doing good. Do you have an argument for the existence of your god?
Yeah, this is Sydney. How you doing, bud?
Yeah, doing good, doing good. But I think we've talked like so many times before.
Yeah, we
But
have.
yeah, so what's the proof for your
No, I'm not
god?
going to get on it, but I want to talk to you about something that me and you can talk about. Uh, you are a naturalist, so I like to, get a debate about that with you.
Well, I'm just like looking for god debates.
That's what I'm saying. I like to get a debate about you because I can answer the question about the earthquakes and all that.
Yeah,
That's
yeah, sure. So if God is all good, then why does he not stop earthquakes, which take the lives of like 60,000 people a year?
Well, see, that's my point. I would change it to say, are you are a naturalist, right?
Yeah,
You believe in evolution, right?
I sure do.
You believe that evolution is good?
I think evolution is a process. I think it's a natural process. I don't think natural processes can be good or bad.
Okay, so therefore, if evolution is a natural process, then doesn't that mean that earthquakes, volcanoes, and tornadoes?
In my worldview,
Informers?
because nobody causes earthquakes and tornadoes. Earthquakes and tornadoes are neither they're not like moral or immoral. They're just like a thing that happens. But that's in my
Exactly.
view. In your view specifically, there is someone who can stop it,
Exactly.
which means that not stopping an earthquake actually is a moral
Exactly.
decision.
Well, okay.
Like an earthquake, like tectonic plates aren't moral actors. They didn't
No,
choose
exactly.
to
No,
like do the shake or
that's
whatever.
right.
They couldn't have done otherwise. It's not like immoral per se. Like it's the devastation is like terrible, but I don't think moral language is appropriate for the earth. However, if there's a god who both caused it or could stop it, it completely changes the calculation. It now becomes God's fault that earthquakes happen because he could literally stop them, and also he created the scenario that it happens in the first place.
Okay, now can I finish?
Yeah, go for it.
Could evolution have created a better model than unnecessary suffering? Or do you believe that? Or do you
Wait,
believe
what do you
that's-
mean? I don't think
No, but
evolution is like per se the
evolution-
cause of unnecessary suffering.
Yeah, evolution is.
I don't think
Evolution-
evolution is like the cause of earthquakes.
No, but
I think
it's-
earthquakes
wait
probably
a minute,
existed
no.
before evolution happened.
I'm not even talking about I'm not talking about just earthquakes. I'm just unnecessary suffering. Don't kids suffer from cancer and don't brain cancer and all that?
Yeah, they
Could
sure
evolu-
do.
could evolution have done a better way of evolving to get rid of those bad genes and stuff?
No, no, because cancer itself is a mutation.
Okay, so couldn't have gotten rid of that mutation through DNA?
No, it's like
Better
a
and
mutation
better?
that arises in cells. Mutations are like perfectly natural. It's just that sometimes it leads to tragedies like kids with cancer.
So it's perfect.
Like
So it's
there's
perfect.
I don't think that there's like an evolutionary way because mutations are an essential part of evolution. Evolution doesn't work without mutations.
But does those mutations sometimes causes sickness and unnecessary suffering?
Yeah, they do.
Okay, all right. So how come it could have done better with getting rid of it? Where over millions of years, the gene pool could have changed to get rid of that.
Yeah,
Let me
because
get
it's a
that.
naturalistic process. They like it just doesn't care. Evolution isn't like a thinking mind that could stop kids having cancer. That's not how it works. Cancer is a mutation, and mutations are an essential part of evolution.
Well, you said evolution is not a thinking mind, but certainly is because you said that we evolved from a species that had brains. So
Correct.
couldn't the brain have become better over involved more? Couldn't the
Oh,
body
wait,
have
evolved more. Wait, how would that stop cancer? I'm
no, listen,
confused.
listen. I'm saying as far as the genes, couldn't genes have gotten better as we had all these mutations happening?
I don't think genes could have gotten better in a way where they could no longer get cancer. I think every animal is capable of getting cancer.
Every animal, okay. So you're saying then that even in the evolution process, as a naturalist, that no matter how much we have evolved, that there's going to be sickness and unnecessary suffering because of the evolutionary process.
Yeah, because as we evolve, so do like viruses and shit. Yeah.
So then, why would you blame a imaginary God for it all? Then,
Yes, yes. So wait. So in under naturalism, I don't blame God because God's not real. Under
okay, all
theism,
right.
you do blame God because God could have stopped it, but he doesn't. So I just like flipped the question on you. Why wouldn't God stop like kids dying of cancer?
Okay, well, we could go into a long discussion on that
Yeah,
because
just like give me an answer.
because I can give you a simple answer that you wouldn't like. God is the creator of it all, and he has the authority and necessary authority to let things happen the way he wants, if he wants to. So that you know why?
Wait, so this is
Wait,
this is
wait,
just
wait.
like a might makes right
No,
argument.
wait,
So
okay.
are you just saying that if you're the creator of something, you can do whatever you want to that thing?
I'm saying you have the choice if you're the creator of you asked me the question, and I'm giving it to you from what you say.
Yeah,
Going
I just want to clarify. Wait, so are you in fact saying that what
I'm
happens
going
if you create something, you can do whatever you want to it?
I'm going with your internal remember I'm going with your internal critique of it.
Wait. This is not.
So let me
There's
say
no.
this to you.
This is not. Wait, to be very clear, what you're saying is not an internal critique.
No, I'm saying yes, you are. You internal critique it from my world perspective.
Oh, I am. Yeah, wait, that's correct. Yeah, I am giving an internal critique.
Exactly.
But I'm just
Exactly.
asking you if the principle, because you're appealing to a principle that God created everything, so he can do
What?
whatever he wants to do to everything.
Okay.
So I'm just asking
Ian,
you, could my mom come in here right now and like blow my fucking brains out because she created me?
Ian, can you are you ready for the answer?
Yeah, I'll go for it.
Okay. Now, do you believe that it's evil to kill a child all the time?
Yeah, I do.
You do?
I do. Yeah.
Okay. So is it morally wrong to kill a child in the stomach?
To kill a child in the stomach? You mean like an
Yeah.
abortion?
Yes. Is that morally wrong?
So for me, it's going to come down to the point in time because I don't think it's actually a child up until the point of consciousness. So up until like 24 weeks, I think it's totally fine because it's just not a person.
Really? So
Yes.
then why? Okay, then why do you create the argument? See, this is why I say you guys are disingenuous sometimes. Then why you create the argument that you use in Numbers and Samuel and Justice that when God gave the divine command that he killed the women, they were pregnant, and he killed the babies as well. You
Because
see,
in Numbers and Samuel and whatever the third one you
wait,
said, those are actual children. Those are
I'm just saying,
babies.
and
A
some
fetus
were
is not a
pregnant.
baby to
They were
me until it
pregnant,
has
Ian.
consciousness.
Ian, they were pregnant. So you believe because they were pregnant that that the child was not killed?
Oh, I mean, if they were pregnant, it depends at the stage of pregnancy. I think that if someone was pregnant, but the baby didn't have like consciousness yet, then it's not like actually a baby. It's just like a clump of cells that is not a person.
Oh, okay. So for you, then you're determining what the life is at that particular time, then, right?
That's correct. Yeah.
So you made that determination.
Well, this is just like intuitive. I think that of all the arguments for when personhood begins, this is the only one that makes sense.
Oh, okay, all right. I was just showing some inconsistency. Now let's go back to your critique of internal critique, because if you're going to internal critique it, then you must accept it. The internal critique is immorality sin.
Is
Is
immorality sin?
yeah, is doing something
Probably
immoral?
not. No, not necessarily.
According to no, I'm not talking about what you believe. Remember, you're doing
Yeah.
internal
Wait. So
critique.
there's just like things that I could get you to agree are immoral that don't count as sin. Like, do you think it's immoral to not hold the door open behind you?
No, that's not immoral. We're talking about
Wait, you don't think it's immoral? You don't think it's like a
listen,
little bit immoral? Like
Ian.
maybe the moral thing to do would be to like hold the door for the person
Yeah,
behind
okay,
you.
okay. Maybe, okay, describe what you mean by immoral then, because you said that God was immoral. So describe what you mean by immoral then.
Well,
Maybe,
wait, so
maybe,
we can
maybe,
go by.
maybe,
I guess I'm just going off of your intuition that there's some things that we intuitively believe to be wrong. So another one, a great example. Like, do you think slavery is immoral?
yes, I do.
Yeah. So why is slavery not sin?
It is a sin.
Can you point and show me exactly where it says that owning another person is a sin?
It is a sin because you just said it's immoral.
No. But this is me demonstrating in your worldview that there are things that God never says are sins that are immoral. That immorality is not the exact same thing as sin.
Okay. All right. Well, we could probably argue that, and I would concede on that. How about that? I would concede on the fact that sometimes it is and sometimes it isn't. All depends how it's used. So we concede on
Yeah,
that.
yeah. Wait. So, but I just
All
want an
right.
answer. So, why doesn't God stop kids from dying of cancer?
Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish.
Yeah.
Now, remember,
Well, yeah. That
remember
was like the
now.
original question, and you haven't answered it
Yeah,
still.
Ian, you're very bright, so give me a chance. You're very. I like you. You're a very smart young man. I've been following you, and you know what? You're fair, but you know what you do? You go rapid fast. Boom, 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 boom. Give
Well, I
someone a
just want
chance.
answers to my
I
questions.
know, but you don't give a chance to give an answer.
You have the chance right now. Go for it.
Okay, so now repeat the question again.
Yeah. So, why doesn't God stop kids from dying of cancer?
Apparently, you did not do what I told you to do about a week ago. I said, Ian, go and look at what I said about the fallen nature of humanity after the fall. I said to you, I said, Ian, because of the fall of man, sin entered into the world, and it affected not just mankind, but it affected creation as well. And because we are in a fallen state, a fallen condition, that's why we have all these different types of things of illness and sickness and earthquakes and all that because we're in a fallen state. And I
So,
told wait,
so
wait,
there's
wait,
like something really
wait,
interesting. So,
wait, let
even
me
even if I
finish.
grant that, even if I totally grant that,
You know,
the sun gives people cancer. That if you spend too much time in the sun, you'll get skin cancer. Did God set it up that way? That if you spend so much time in the sun, you'll get skin cancer?
no, God did not set it up that way.
Wait, so then who made it such that the sun
Wait
gives
a minute.
people skin
You
cancer?
just said that God, because watch this, you don't have to be out in the sun all that time to get skin cancer. You don't, you don't,
Yes.
you don't have to stay out in the sun all that time to get skin cancer. If, you are very bright. You know,
Wait,
from
but
studies.
who caused the sun to give people skin cancer?
Oh, The sun, God made the sun.
Yeah, so then God set the sun up such that it would give people skin cancer. Why the fuck would God do that?
No, God didn't set the sun up to give us skin cancer. God set the sun up to give us life, and without the sun, we wouldn't have life.
Yeah,
right?
but why does it also give us cancer?
Because we're human beings in an imperfect body. I just told you that.
Yeah, wait, but why would that mean that we get cancer from this?
Ian, I can only give the answer that you won't accept, and you know what? I'm all right with that. I said that we are in an imperfect body in an imperfect world, so therefore, in this creation, we're going to have different effects of an imperfect world with an imperfect body, and I don't, and that's an honest
Wait,
answer.
can I ask you like a really important question? Do you think dinosaurs were real?
What?
Do you think dinosaurs were real?
Well, no, they're not real now.
You don't think
They were.
dinosaurs were real?
Listen. See, you just missed
You don't think
it.
dinosaurs
No, wait a minute.
existed?
You just missed it. You just missed it. You didn't even let me hit you. See, I said, they're
Oh,
not
bro,
real
we're
for
so
now.
as a society, we're unbelievably
listen,
cooked.
Ian,
Like it's
I
so
got
over
you.
for society.
Ian, I got you. You just missed it. I said not for now, but they were. You see how you,
Perfect. So you think that scientists, or so you
see how
think that
you-
that dinosaurs did exist?
But you see how you was quick and ready to judge me before you even let
Yeah,
me
because
answer?
so typically when I ask like, do you think that dinosaurs were real? The answer is
You
yes.
said you think dinosaurs are real. That's what you said.
No, I said
Are
were real.
Yeah, of course they were real.
But okay, yeah, perfect. Why the fuck would God do that to the dinosaurs?
Ian, Ian, when you get a chance, if there is, as you say, if there is another life, and if there is another life, you can ask him those questions. I don't have the answer
What could possibly be a
I
reason
don't-
to create the
Ian, I don't
dinosaurs just to
either.
genocide them?
Ian, I don't have the answer. Can you accept that? See how honest I am?
Why does the Bible make no mention of dinosaurs?
Ian, I don't know.
It seems like it was written by humans. Is like the reasonable conclusion that it was.
Bible
Hey, thanks so much for the
wasn't by
dinos, the tiny dinies. But
Ian.
it seems like it was written by people who had no idea that
Ian.
dinosaurs existed because it wasn't
Ian.
written by God.
Ian, the Bible was written by humans.
Yeah, cool. Wait, then how do you know that it's a reliable source
Ian.
of information about God?
You see, I got you on that one. See, I'm not like one of these fundamentalists that say,
How
"Oh,
do you know
God
it's a
wrote the
good
Bible."
source of information
Ian,
about God
Ian,
then, if it was written by
Ian,
humans?
The Bible's written by men over centuries. The Bible was written by men.
Yeah.
I
Wait,
agree
so
with
how do you
that.
know it's reliable?
How do I know it's reliable? Reliable for what?
Reliable source of information about God. If God didn't write it, then how do you know it's true?
Well, Ian, let me ask you: do men write science books?
They sure do.
How do you know they're reliable?
Yeah, because the science books are written based on like observation and research and data.
No, but they wrote them, Ian.
Yes, but it's based on like research and data and observation. It's based on experiments that you could go and like do yourself if you really wanted to.
Ian, did a non-physical person write science books?
Fuck no, non-physical people don't
Thank you.
exist.
Thank you. So therefore, you asked who wrote the Bible. I said men wrote the Bible. It wasn't God writing the Bible, Ian. It was men.
Yeah, but were they writing it in collaboration with God, or what was going on?
I'm surprised as a former Christian that you don't know these, or you mustn't read your Bible. It said that God moved upon them to write. I'm surprised.
Wait, so why wouldn't he give them like more accurate information then?
They were writing in their culture. They're writing from their understanding, and that's what they did.
So why wouldn't he give them more accurate information?
Ian, you have to ask him that one. When you
All
see
right.
it.
Do you think God allows pegging in heaven?
I don't know even. I don't have no idea what that is because I don't have no
Oh.
idea what that is.
Okay, yeah, wait. So pegging is like typically it's like when the girl like puts the strap on and then like hits it from behind. So do you think God allows like pegging in heaven?
That is such a now you get into the ridiculous, and you know you get into the ridiculous. So,
Well, I just want to know if you think God allows pegging in heaven.
Yeah, you know you get into the ridiculous. So come
Well,
on.
yeah, it's not ridiculous. It's really important, actually. I want to know.
Ian, come on, you get into the ridiculous.
I want to know. It's important. It's my goddamn right to know.
Ian, come on, you get into the ridiculous.
How could I possibly choose God if I don't even know if God's going to allow pegging?
Ian, no, he wouldn't. If
He's
that's
not going to. Why
how do I
not?
know? Because it says there's no marriage given in heaven. Okay, number one. All right. Thank you. So that's your
Wait,
answer.
there's no marriage in
There's
heaven.
no marriage in heaven. No. See.
But you don't need to be married to do
Ian, I'm
pegging.
embarrassed about you. You told me you was a fellow. You used to be.
Wait, you don't need to do you don't need to be
Ian,
married to do pegging. You can like peg
listen,
out of wedlock.
Ian, listen to me. I'm really shocked as a former Christian that you don't hardly know anything about your own Bible that you used to read.
Well, wait, I'm just asking you because I want to verify. I've asked
I'm
so many
saying
like
that
Christian scholars. I've been
there is
looking for
no
like the best
marriage.
and brightest Christians to answer
There is-
this question
there
as to
is-
whether or not God allows
Ian,
pegging, and it sounds like he
Ian,
doesn't. But why wouldn't he?
There is no marriage in heaven, okay?
Yeah, but you don't need marriage to do pegging.
Ian, there is no marriage in heaven.
Yeah, but
And
you don't need marriage to do pegging.
Ian, and watch this. And also, in the Bible, God only sanctioned sex between a husband and a wife, and everything that was permissible that He ordained. So come on, Ian.
Wait,
Come
so
on.
you're saying that you're saying that there's no sex in heaven?
I just told you, nope, there isn't.
Is there any sex in hell? Could I get pegged in hell?
Ian, I don't know about hell because I've never been there.
Yeah, but I just want to know, like, is there going to be sex in hell?
Maybe you have to find out because I've never been there. And
Fuck, I mean, it's like try or die, right? Like, wait. So here's the two options. Either I go to heaven and there's a 100% chance that there's no pegging, or I go to hell and there's like a chance that there might be pegging. This is like the easiest decision of my life, to be clear.
Hey, Ian, I like you, buddy. And if that's gonna make you happy to go to hell to peg it, whatever that be.
Fuck yeah. I'm ready to roll the dice. It's like a reverse Pascal's wager.
All right. Well, you wagered that way.
Yeah. All right. I'll see you. Yeah. W hell in chat. Let's go. We're going to.
Oh man, good conversation, Ian.
Yeah. Great to talk to you as always.
Always.
All right. Hey, thanks so much. It was like Michael, the gynecologist, was the person who subscribed. But thanks so much. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen. Drop a follow if you like pegging. Join the Discord as well. That's like we talk about it a weird amount. And with that, we'll go to the next guest. Nah, this is why I just need, because I get mixed answers. Okay, some Christians say that there will be pegging in heaven as long as you're married. And then some say that there will not be pegging in heaven. Hey,
Hello.
what's up? How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Doing good. Are you 18 or older?
Yeah, 19.
And do you believe in God?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
And which God specifically do you believe in?
There's only one.
Okay, and what's the name of that one?
God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Ghost.
Well, it sounds like three, actually.
No, that if you read your Bible, which I'm pretty sure that you did, since I heard that you're a former Christian, correct?
Well, I used to be a Christian, yeah.
Well, so a former, right? A former Christian.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, former, yeah.
So if you read the Bible, that you know that God the Son, God the Father, and God the Holy Ghost are one.
Oh, but that doesn't make much sense. I'm a human, I'm a person, and you're a person, and there are two people here. So, Jesus is God, the Father is God, and the Holy Spirit is God. That's three gods. That's like three. It's not one God.
All right. Okay. See, okay, I understand where you're coming from, and I would understand why you would think that there are three different people and stuff of that nature, but just ask me any questions. Let me see if I have answers.
Yeah, sure. So, if God is all good, then why does he allow like gratuitous, completely unnecessary suffering from things like natural disasters, for example?
Okay. So if you read in the Bible, it says everything was good until sin. Right?
Wait, are you at a fucking middle school?
Nah.
What's your birth year?
Birthday year is April 7th, 2000.
Bro's doing math. Damn, he had no idea. Nah, he didn't sound like a middle schooler. There's like some like genuine, honest to God squeakers who come on up from time to time. These people sound like they're in middle school, but maybe I just have like a bad understanding. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Hello.
Do you think God is real?
Yes, I do.
And which God specifically do you believe in?
I'm Christian. I believe in Jesus Christ.
Yeah. So do you have an argument, or well, also wait, how old are you?
I'm 19.
And what's your birth year?
Dang. Sorry, I'm not 19. I just really want to speak for 1 second.
Oh, well, you can't now that you've admitted that you're 19. Or that you're not 19. Wait, I'm sorry. Fiona, the Fiona person who was requesting. If you want to come up and join. Yeah, I accidentally dropped them. No, I saw this person waiting. I mean, I appreciate the honesty. Hey, what's up?
Hi, I'm Lena. I'm 27.
Okay.
So I do believe in God, but I
Wait,
don't
are you
believe...
covering your microphone by any chance?
No, is this better?
No, it sounds like super muffled. It sounds like you're like in the other room.
I'm outside, so let me step inside and maybe that will help.
It's like super muffled.
That's weird. Is this any better?
Maybe a little bit. Sure, let's run it. Whatever. Why not? Do you have like do you have like Bluetooth on or something? If you have like headphones connected, you might be like talking through headphones.
I don't, but it's...
No, that's fine. It's not like egregiously bad.
Okay, I'm trying to put my mouth as close to the mic, so... But I was saying that I do believe in God, but I don't believe in the Abrahamic God.
Which God specifically? What God do you believe in?
So I follow an African traditional religion called Ifa, and our God is called Olodumare, which is basically just the creator.
And do you have like proof for the existence of this God?
So the proof for the existence of this God is really within the practice, because we practice communication, or a divination as it would be. So our act of being able to divine and have communication, not necessarily with the creator, but with the intermediaries between, is the proof that I have for this.
So who are the intermediaries?
So the intermediaries are those that were assigned by the creator to be in charge of certain aspects of life and forces of the universe, or specifically on Earth. I can't speak fully for the entire universe with this, but on Earth, yeah.
Wait, so, and are these intermediaries like people, or are they like entities? And what kind of communication do you have with them?
So the closest that I could say as a comparison is maybe angels. But
okay. And what's the substance of the communication? Like, how do you know you're talking to angels?
So because they are also in charge of actual material things of the earth, such as...
Yeah, but how do you know that these are the people, or like the individuals you're talking to, or like the intermediaries, rather than like just your own imagination?
Because there's a system of communication and a tool that has specific methods. It has its own language. Do
you hear voices? Is it...
No, it's a similar type of divination. We're using a vehicle, like one would use tarot cards to divine. It's just a different method it's a different material than tarot cards.
Okay, well, I mean, I don't think very highly of tarot cards, so I'm not sure where that puts yours. Like, why do you think that there's like actual meaning rather than just like random chance?
I think there's actual meaning because the messages that are communicated are relevant and succinct to the present moment.
Yeah, so there's like a couple of problems with this. So, and this is just going to be like a problem with like psychics more generally. It's just that when you allude to something like vague and broad, there's always going to be something that you can fit it into. Like this is true of like fortune cookies as well. That if I tell you that like you should like seize the opportunity in front of you, or you should like really put yourself into your work or something of that nature, like it's always going to be relevant to you because these are just like regular human things. Like if the stuff is like hyper specific, then that would be pretty cool.
It is
Unfortunately,
hyper specific.
yeah. So if there was a card that was like the you're gonna be fired from your job in 3 days card, and then every time that's been dealt, people were fired from their job in 3 days. Yeah, that would be like pretty strong evidence. I'd probably convert to your religion. But
That
the problem
I
is
know
that it's not that the meanings,
that.
the cards that are dealt, the meanings that are given are going to be like overly broad and general,
Okay, it is
such
not
that anyone
actually
could
tarot
like anyone
cards, so I
ever could
apologize
relate
for
to it.
using that comparison because it is not tarot. It's not actually tarot
Yeah.
cards. I
So
just use
what
that
is it?
as a comparison of a divination tool, but it is not really anything like
Yeah.
tarot
So what's
cards.
the
It's something that
divination
is
or the divinate? I can't pronounce that word. What's the tool?
the tool is it's called Erendilogu in the language.
Yeah. And what is it?
It is a link of chains that when flipped, there are 4 different faces on it that create a binary code, and so the binary codes are created.
Wait, can you spell the name of the tool? I want to like look at like a picture of it or something.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't hear you if you like switch off the app, by the way. But
Oh, another name is Opele, which is Opele.
Opele. Divination train, notably. Okay. And is there a picture of it? Okay, so there is, and it just comes up. Okay, so I would just ask you, like, why do you think that this has meaning rather than just being like random?
Because as they come up, the different signatures correspond with different verses, which have been passed down through oral tradition, and those verses are what provide the substance of the divination, which can be ultra specific as far as events that have happened or one's physical appearance. And this is my own experience with the practice, and that is why that I believe that I am communicating with these deities and being able to actually get real life evidence for that.
Would you say that it's ever been like wrong or confusing?
I can't say it's been confusing.
Yeah, I mean, so like for me, what intuitively would happen is that sometimes it would be accurate because that's just how chance works. Like if you roll the dice enough, and if you like give random descriptions enough, that like of course there's going to be some times where it's like a perfect fit, whereas other times there's no reason to think that it fits even a little bit. Like I think that this is just going to be the nature of chance.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep. Do you have anything else?
No, that was all.
Yep. Well, I appreciate you coming on up here.
No problem. I appreciate, being able to in the conversation that you're holding.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. I love learning about like various religions. I haven't heard of this one before.
Yeah, well, it's definitely open to research if you are interested in it. And I do want to say this isn't like a pitch for the religion, but
Yeah. No, I know. It doesn't sound like you came off as like very not preaching.
okay. Yeah, I just wanted to, because I was listening for a while and I know that you were mostly speaking with people from Abrahamic religion, so I wanted to come from a different perspective. And I think
No, it's an interesting perspective. I appreciate it. All right. Thanks so much for
thank
coming
you.
on up. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen. Let's get to 60K likes. Drop a follow as well if you're enjoying the lives or the live. If you like the debates. And with that, we'll go to the next guest. Consider joining the Discord as well. Link in bio. We talk about politics, religion, philosophy. You need to access it via a web browser though. I love the people in there. We have great conversations, and I also direct at people every single time. What do you mean the way I kicked her? The conversation was like literally dying down. What are you talking about? Bro, people will get mad over like literally nothing. Like, I don't know. The conversation will be like genuinely over, and then people are like, oh, you kicked her. Come on, be real.
Hello,
Hey, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19,
And what's your birth year?
July 10th, 2005.
2005. Okay, you are 19. Can you speak up like just a little bit?
Oh, my bad, I was far. So I have a question for you real quick.
Yeah, go for it.
So why don't you believe in God?
So I'm atheistic specifically towards like the Christian and the Jewish and the Muslim God. I think that there's like a number of contradictions. I think by far the strongest is the problem of gratuitous natural evil. Things like earthquakes, tsunamis, plagues, like kids dying of cancer. I don't think that there's any shot that a good God is compatible with this because he has the power to stop all of it. There's no reason it causes suffering for genuinely no reason. And he allows it anyway. He doesn't stop it. I don't think that it's possible that this is an all good God.
Things happen, like everything happens for a reason. God lets things happen for a reason, but at the same time, the devil is also around. So just because you say, oh, God wouldn't let this happen, God wouldn't let that happen, it's not God letting this happen, it's the devil letting that happen. It's not him.
Well, it sounds like both of them are letting it happen. I mean, does God have the power to stop earthquakes?
I mean, the devil is evil. So,
Yeah, but does God have the power to stop earthquakes?
yes, but he doesn't have to because that's the thing. If he stop, the world will be perfect, and that's not what's supposed to be happening right now. The world is the world. He cannot stop everything. He cannot do everything. Well, he can, but he's not going to.
Yeah, so that's not true. That wouldn't make the world perfect at all. So just like stopping earthquakes, there'd still be, if he just like stopped earthquakes, there'd still be a million other problems. But
No,
if he
I'm
stopped like
saying,
all
like,
natural disaster, there would still be like evil caused by other humans, which is compatible with your religion. You can have like an imperfect world, and also not have earthquakes. There's like a wide spectrum of things that fall between like the worst possible world that could ever exist and also like a perfect world that couldn't possibly be better. I think that if God were all good, then he wouldn't want us to suffer gratuitously in earthquakes. Like 60,000 people are unalived by earthquakes, and we just got out of like a huge pandemic.
everything happens for a reason, and like, who do you and what you were saying about the Bible? Oh, man made that. There were Adam and Eve were humans. They weren't. They were humans. He was around when humans were around. That doesn't mean and dinosaurs. He's not. When he came onto this earth, he probably didn't know what was gonna happen. He came and then knew what was gonna happen, right?
Oh
So
wait, I mean, do you think? Well, so that's not your God though. Wait, if you're a Christian, you like the Christian God is all knowing. He knows all things like way
he
before
does.
they ever
He
happen.
does. But like,
Yeah, so then he, to be clear, he did know exactly what was going to happen with the earth when he was making it. But I just want to know, like, if you believe in dinosaurs, like, why would God possibly do that to the dinosaurs?
I feel like God didn't do that to the dinosaurs because I don't feel like he made the earth and he made all the stuff, but like, what's the name? Nature does nature. Like, he's also Mother Nature. But
And who made nature?
huh?
Who made nature?
But nature, it's not like he's like everything's a joystick. Like he does every single thing.
Yeah, but I just want to know, like, who made nature?
Huh?
Who made nature?
God.
Yeah. So when God made the asteroid that ended up like destroying the dinosaurs, did God know that that's what it was going to do?
Yeah.
Yeah, so then why would he create the asteroid if he knew that it was going to cause all this like completely unnecessary suffering?
Maybe he did it because okay, so listen to this. So he knew the world was gonna get more populated, and the dinosaurs was probably gonna, eat us. So he had to kill the dinosaurs.
But why would he make them in the first place?
What'd you say?
Why would he make them in the first place?
That's what I don't know. God is God. You have to ask God that question.
Yeah, it seems
do
like
not know that.
the dinosaurs served like literally no purpose. It's just like
Maybe they did. Maybe we don't know. Maybe they
yeah.
did.
So could you give me like even plausibly what a purpose of the dinosaurs might be?
Maybe I have no clue.
Yeah, it's like literally incomprehensible why God would do why he would create like these millions of creatures just to exterminate them.
Mm. I have no clue on that one. I have
Yeah,
no
okay.
clue.
No, that's fine. But so who do you think is the cause of earthquakes?
God.
Yeah. So if God does something, is it good?
It doesn't have to be.
Oh, so then God is not all good.
He is good. Like, okay.
So you're saying
So-
you're saying that he's all good, but
Yes, but-
also that he can do things that aren't good?
Sometimes things that are good does not come off as good is what I'm saying. Like, say if you're in love with somebody and they leave and that hurts you, that's good to you, but you don't realize it at the moment.
Sure. No, then that's totally fine, but you're saying like ultimately earthquakes are good.
They could be. Okay. So
No,
you know
no,
what?
but
You know
you
how
have to
earthquakes
affirm that
happen,
they
right?
not
Wait,
that they
wait.
could be, that they are. If you
When
think that
earthquakes
God's the one
happen, right?
doing it, then you have to say that earthquakes are good.
Okay, earthquakes are good, right?
That's crazy.
They
That's
take
crazy.
people's lives. Of course they take people's lives. I'm not gonna put that down. They do take people's lives. Sometimes maybe God wanna get all of them rid away. Fuck. Maybe God wanna get all of them gone at one time, right? But when the earthquake happened, the place need to be like redone. Like God do things on his own. I'm not him. I cannot say, oh, he did this for this reason, but he does things for a reason. Maybe you don't know the reason at the moment, but the reason will come in time. Everything
So
happens
you're
for a
saying
reason.
that so in 2004 there was an earthquake and a tsunami in Indonesia. It took the lives of I think 227,000 people. So you're saying that earthquake was good?
Hey, it's not okay. The earthquake had a reason to be there, but it wasn't good for all those people to lose their lives. R.I.P. to them. Rest in peace. Da da da. But
So I mean, like, why would God genocide the population of Indonesia? Why would he do that?
because he could predict the future. If he didn't do that, they would have probably took over and we would have been burning right now.
You
We
think
would've been gone.
Indonesia would have took over?
Probably. They really could have. They really could have.
I don't think they. I don't think that's true. I don't think Indonesia could have taken over the world. That just seems like deeply improbable to me. Indonesia is like a deeply struggling country.
But like, okay, I feel like so you know how like America, we don't really have that much
Thanks so much for
really
the break.
deep earthquakes and stuff, all of that.
Yeah.
And like
Well, in some places we do, but yeah.
yeah, some places, but like the more poor countries or the countries with more knowledge than us, they have like more of the environmental crisis and stuff. And I feel like that's because they're smarter than us. I'm not gonna sit here and lie. Those people are way smarter than Americans. Way smarter. Americans are
like
dumb.
the people in Indonesia.
Yeah, like
Yeah, maybe I don't know. I have no idea.
Americans are dumb. We're dumb. Simple as that.
Yeah, very often. But like the fact of the matter is that there's no reason to do that to the population of Indonesia. Like they're not a military threat. They're not taking over anyone.
What if they were going to?
If we like looked at their military, I'd be surprised if it was anything lower than in like the triple digits.
No, they could have had like a World War something, like World War III or something. Like you never know, bro.
All right, I mean we can look it up. So like Indonesia military strength.
Wait, what?
Indonesia ranked.
I have a question for y'all in chat.
Yeah. Wait,
How
what's
is
up?
no the chat? Because how does people can sound
Oh wait, it's like a terrible echo. God. Oh, it's Lydia. I love Lydia. Hey, what's good? How's it going?
They leave?
Wait, there was just like an echo, so I kicked him.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, I was just gonna ask, even if you could say there's like a potential that Indonesia was gonna take over the world, why did God have to choose like earthquake? Like, why couldn't he just like stop them in another way? Why did he have to do that?
No, that's a really good point, actually. Like, yeah, why couldn't he just like sabotage their military so it like never gets off the ground?
Right. Like, I'm sure that, like, not all of those 200,000 people were going to be the ones taking over the world, even if that did happen. So,
Wait, I wonder if she might be back in the guest requests. Although I don't know, people typically don't request back up. They have like a bad experience or something. I don't know.
yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
Hey, but whatever that person's name was, if you want to re-request to join, you're more than welcome to. We'd love to finish the conversation. I had to kick you because of the echo, but you're more than welcome back up. All right, I suppose not. But no, that's like a really good point. I forget about this, that there's all these outs that like God can do
Yeah,
literally
like,
whatever
he
the
can do
fuck
literally
he wants.
anything he wants to. So,
Oops, sorry, Andre. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Hello.
How old are you?
I'm 19, July 24th, 2004.
Perfect. And do you think God is real?
I do. I am a Christian. I did, before I became Christian, I practiced paganism and Hinduism as well. But I was curious. I heard someone say, I don't know if it's true, that you used to be Christian.
Yeah, and up until like 8th grade, basically.
Can I ask kind of what made you leave that
Yeah,
religion?
just like a couple of like basic questions. Like I made one atheist friend in 8th grade, and then that was like kind of the end of my faith. He just asked like basic questions, and the entire worldview collapsed. So, I don't know. Like, just none of it makes sense. The reason why I'm not a Christian is because none of it makes sense. There's no evidence for any of it.
Okay, well, like the whole purpose of Christianity is that we walk by faith and not by sight. There's many things that you can't prove are real and exist, but you still believe them to be true.
Yeah, because we have evidence for them. Can you give me something that you have no evidence for that you believe in?
The Big Bang.
No, we have so much evidence for the Big Bang. We have cosmic microwave background radiation, which basically indicates that the universe was in a hot, dense state 10 to the negative 33 seconds after the Big Bang, or like very early on into the time period or the existence of this universe. We can see that the universe is still expanding to this day. There's like a mountain of evidence for the
Okay.
Big Bang.
That's awesome. I do believe that science holds truth. I do think that science and religion go hand in hand. I think God gifted us with tools to understand our reality and our universe because it's in our human nature to be curious and to want to understand who we are, where we came from, who our creator is, what's going on. So I do believe science is very true, and I think that a lot of people kind of pin science and religion against each other when really they can go hand in hand.
Could I
Would you have
ask
any
you-
evidence that religion is true?
Religion is faith-based, and
Could I just
it's
ask-
all about, I guess, I shouldn't necessarily say as a Christian that it's all about what you believe, but for me, it's what's in the Word is truthful. And you say that the Bible was written by man, but I mean, physically, yes. Spiritually, no, the Bible was written by the Holy Spirit.
Wait, Lydia, what were you to say?
Oh, I'm just really curious why you said that the Big Bang has no evidence. Like, I don't.
That was just a whim. I'm sorry, genuinely, I shouldn't have said that.
No, you're good. I was
You're
just
good.
wondering. Sorry. Anyway, you guys keep going. Sorry.
Okay, wait, but why would you
didn't
believe in
say
like
that because-
Christianity rather than like Islam?
Sorry?
Why would you believe in Christianity rather than Islam?
Because I believe Jesus is the Son of God and he died on the cross for our sins.
Yeah, but why do you believe that he's the Son of God?
Because he said, I am he. It's in
Okay,
the Bible.
so
In
if I claimed to be
the
the Son
Word
of
was
God, would that be evidence
and
that I
the Word
am?
was with God. Jesus is the Word. Jesus
Yeah,
was
but
with
so
God
it never
since
says the
very
word
beginning.
Jesus in the Old Testament.
Pretty much everything in the Bible is symbolic. Every single book, every single person that is
But how do you
in
know the word
Bible,
corresponds to Jesus? Like how do
every
you actually
single
know that
person
Jesus
that is
is
in
the
the
Son of
Bible,
God?
every story that they tell, every word that is in the Bible points to Jesus. It is foreshadowing Jesus and his coming and his second coming.
Yeah,
I only came on
that's
here to
that's
say-
not true at all.
I
Could you
really
give me
only
like a
came on here for
prophecy
one thing.
that Jesus fulfilled?
I really only came on here to say one thing.
Yeah, what was the one
You
thing?
keep and I'm not here to like to argue anything, but you keep saying that like if God is real, then why would he cause cancer? Why would he cause this? Why would he do that?
True, yeah, I am
What
saying
would
that,
happen
yeah.
if as a parent you never disciplined your child?
Oh wait, I think there's a world
Whoa.
of difference between disciplining your child and fucking killing
What is
them.
what is a love to you?
Love to me, I mean, it's like the feeling of like deep affection for someone or something.
Right. And if you love someone, would you let them make poor decisions, and would you let them fall down into a path that would ultimately lead to destruction?
I would do things to try to prevent them from falling down that path and not being destroyed. None of those things, by the way, would include like killing them in an earthquake.
Right.
So an earthquake is like your main.
Well, I think
Earthquake
that
and
so
cancer is like the main thing. That's like, why would God do that for you?
I think that it's the one that theists have the worst answer to. It's not necessary. I think all evil is a problem for, or almost all evil is a problem for God. I think my main one are probably like why would God allow why would he just not interfere and stop people from like raping a child, for example? But I think that people have answers for those. I just don't think the answers are very convincing.
No,
so the question I ask
totally-
instead is like, why would God allow earthquakes?
I see that. I cannot give you a definite answer. I mean, all of this is a theological debate, and none of us really know everything in the world. And I believe that's kind of why we need to have a God, because for starters, the Bible says, and this is not even biblical, this is truth. And if you don't think this is truth, I would just think it's silly. The brain lies and the heart deceives. We as humans, we live our lives based off, we as humans live our lives based off of how we feel. And very often our feelings are wrong. We make decisions based on how we're feeling in the moment. Like your example that some people in this chat could probably relate to. You meet a dude or a girl or whatever, and you think they're the most amazing person in the world. And then 2 weeks later, it's freaking terrible. You were feeling that in the moment, that they were awesome, that they were amazing, because your feelings are lying to you. This is why we need to have a God who is all-knowing, who knows everything, because we cannot rely on ourselves. It's literally impossible. And I think living life without a God, without believing in anything, is sad. There's no hope in that. There's no love in that.
There's tons of hope and there's tons of love. I have no idea what you're talking about.
I also want to say that
hope come from?
I also want to say that let's just grant for a second that it was sad. It is something being sad make it not true. Like if you think that's something like it's really sad that
I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're getting at. Can you like reiterate?
yeah. Like children getting sick is really sad, right?
Of course.
People who get really, really ill, it's a very sad thing. But just because I think it's sad doesn't mean that it's not true. So I feel like you saying that, even like I don't agree with you that it's sad to be an atheist, but even if that was true, that doesn't make your God real.
Okay. I feel like most people have heard this argument before, but I just think it's very funny that everything in the world is exactly the way it needs to be. Like we're not too far from the sun, not too close from the sun. Gravity is exactly the way it needs to be, and yet there's no God. Like how did everything...
Well, that's like the cap of the century. So why would God make the primary water, like salt water, something that for the vast majority of human history
Did you know
would
that water
literally
is
die
the
if we
only
drank?
the only thing that we know the recipe to that we can't make? Only
Wait,
God
what's the
can
only
make
thing that
water.
we can't make?
Water. We know the recipe to water, but we cannot create
Wait, are you
water.
kidding?
I'm not kidding. We cannot
Wait, have you
create water.
taken like a high school chemistry class? You literally
Okay.
make water in the combustion reactions.
Make water.
Yes.
How are you gonna make
one
water?
of the byproducts of a combustion reaction is literally H2O. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
We
well,
make
then I
water
guess
all of the time. Not even like
I will
necessarily
definitely
just
Google that, and if you're right about that, then good for you. I'm sorry. The dinosaur thing as well. Dinosaurs originally, I do believe dinosaurs were real, and I do believe they were originally herbivores, like they weren't carnivores at all. But when sin entered the world, that the dinosaurs also went ravenous and they went crazy and started doing a bunch of things. But the reason why God flooded the whole world during Noah's time is because sin was taking over the world. People were eating their children. Women were being slave traded, raped, all types of crazy things. People were turning inbred into literal monsters. Of course, he had to wipe that out. All he wanted for us was to live a happy life, and we continuously, time and time again, disobeyed him and went astray. And of course, he's gonna have to do corrective measure to fix.
Yeah. Wait, so you mentioned that one of the bad things was like inbreeding. So do you think that like incest is always wrong?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so I would just ask you, so Noah's Ark contained Noah and his three sons and his three sons' wives, and then his three sons and their wives had children. So I just ask you, who did Noah's grandchildren repopulate the earth with?
That's just an anomaly in itself, and of course, like that did
You said it's
happen.
always wrong.
Yeah. There was no other way that they could repopulate the earth other than incest. That was like literally the only way under your worldview.
Okay, well then in that case, I suppose it would not be wrong.
Oh, so then incest is not
Also,
always
do you
wrong.
know that that photo that is on your live is Nimrod, which is the grandson of Noah? That is not God.
Oh, I have no idea, but this is like so for me, this picture is just a symbol. Everyone associates this with God.
Nimrod was the guy that like built the Tower of Babel.
That's like totally cool, but unfortunately everyone thinks that it's God, so I do too.
Well, you think that it's God, but you don't believe in God?
Yeah, because I believe in Batman, but I could like or I don't believe in Batman, but I could recognize Batman like a picture of him.
What's your what is your faith in? What do you put your
I'm a
faith in?
naturalist. I believe in naturalism. I think I think that the only causes
I'm
that
not too
exist are natural
educated on that.
causes.
Could
Only
you?
entities that exist are natural entities. You might be asking me what my religion is. I'm an atheist.
Can you? What is naturalism? I'm sorry, I've
Yeah. So I don't believe in supernatural anything. I don't believe in like supernatural causes, entities, whatever.
Oh, can I? This isn't really a debate, but can I tell you about an experience with practicing Hinduism?
No, absolutely not. I'm not really interested in like testimonials, unfortunately.
We are kind of looking for debates.
Yeah, no, I get that.
Exactly. But
That's kind of all I wanted.
oh, but she was for community. I love artificial intelligence moderation. What a great
Yeah,
system.
it's really accurate and successful in what it stands for.
Yeah, as everyone with like a large platform on TikTok Live will tell you, there's nothing better than automated moderation.
Yeah.
Insane. But make sure you're double tapping on that screen. Let's get to 70K likes. Drop a follow as well. Follow Lydia too. Lydia's great. And with that, we'll go to the
Thanks.
next
Oh, thanks
guest.
for all the gifts, guys. I didn't even see them. I'm like also simultaneously cleaning my room, so.
Fuck yeah. Hell yeah. Enjoy your, what is that? Like 325?
Yeah. Thanks, guys.
Q-Top wanted to join earlier. I'm kind of disappointed he didn't.
Oh yeah, I would have dropped. I can't do it.
No, it was a while ago. Hey, what's up, Trey? How's it
Nigger,
going?
nigger, nigger, hell, Satan,
Oh.
nigger, I burn them, I burn
Oh,
them.
that's very
Nigger,
nice.
nigger, pick
They're so like loving and creative. Bro, you sound like 8 years old. Stay in like language arts class or something.
he
You might be
was.
able to come up with like more clever insults.
Yeah, like ELA.
Yeah.
What it
I
was.
don't know. I feel like at that age I could have come up with something more creative than just like screaming the N-word like 8
Yeah,
times.
you would think. You would think.
I don't know. I feel like I'm so unfazed by it too. Like at this point, it's like, it is what it is.
Yeah, it's like
I've just heard it like I've had so many like 8-year-olds come up and just try to like yell the N-word. I'm like desensitized. It's a problem.
Yeah, I don't know who's raising these kids, but
Oh, perfect. Hey, how's it going?
Hi.
Do you think God is real?
Yeah, I do.
And which God specifically do you believe in?
I believe in the Trinity, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
And how old are you?
I'm 18. I was born in 2006.
Okay. Well, so it sounds like that's not like a God. It sounds like that's 3 gods.
Well, here it is. Here's actually to clarify. So I believe in the Trinity. So it's the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, where they're all the same God. They're just different forms of the same God.
Yeah.
You know how
Wait,
there's ice,
so
water, and vapor.
So I'm a person, and you're a person, and Lydia's a person, and there are 3 people here. Now, Jesus is God, and the Father is God, and the Holy Spirit is God. So it seems like there would be 3 gods then.
No, it's like water. There's three different forms of water. There's ice, water, and water vapor, right?
Oh, wait,
They're
this
all
is
different
heretical.
forms,
This
but
is
they're
like
all
this is like a
water.
straight to hell view.
Huh?
This is like modalism, I believe. This is like a view that gets you sent straight to hell.
What do you mean?
This has been considered like heretical for I think like 15,000 or 1500 years.
I don't understand what this has to do with the God I believe in.
Oh, no, that's fine. I just want to know, like I just want you to know that if like the church fathers are correct, like literally every denomination would say that you're going straight to hell
How am I going straight to hell?
because this view of the Trinity has been declared heretical.
Well, that's what I believe in.
Okay, that's
Anyways,
fine.
so you said that you don't believe in God because God lets bad things happen, right?
Not just bad things. Oh my God, Clay! Thanks so much for the $6.66. Thanks so much, W Clay in the comments. That's KLAE. I specifically think the strongest argument, the strongest objection is the objection from natural disasters. I don't think an all good God
Yeah.
is compatible with the existence of like natural disasters that are harmful for literally no reason.
Which makes sense, you know, like I could see your point of view where you think that God doesn't exist because he allows natural disasters to happen, right? That's your claim.
Or that just that he can't be all good. And then from that, I infer that he doesn't exist because he can't both be all good and also not all good.
See, the thing is that we are on Earth. Earth is a place where it's like a refuge. It's in the middle of hell and heaven. Earth is, God allows bad things to happen on Earth and not in heaven because heaven is where we can spend all eternity with him. We are on Earth because we are sinners, and that's why bad things happen. That's why I believe bad things happen.
So is God the cause of earthquakes?
God is not the cause of earthquakes. The cause of earthquakes is Satan. Satan has the power to do that.
So why
Because
wouldn't God
allows
stop
him to
Satan
do
from
that.
doing these
But God
things?
allows him to do that because we are on earth. We are sinners. We sin every day.
So is it
We
like
sin daily.
is it like a punishment that God lets Satan
No.
do this?
No,
Oh. But
it
you
is
said
not a
he lets him
punishment.
because we're sinners. That sounds like a punishment.
It's not necessarily a punishment. It's just we're not being protected by him because of our sins. It's because of our fault. You know?
So it does sound like it's like some kind of consequence for our
Well, yes, you can put it that way. It is a consequence for all of us because we sinned against him, and that is why we experience sadness and hunger everywhere.
So there's what is it, Ian? Like 3 million children who unalive of starvation every year.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
So,
and
like,
then I
what did
saw
those-
this other comment that said, "How
really
are
quick,
children sinners?"
Wait, don't debate the comments. Don't debate the comments.
Okay,
yeah.
wait.
So like,
okay.
what did those kids do? Like, what was their big sin?
The problem is that it's not our sins. It's not like we don't, like, you know, if I lose $20, it's not because I did something bad. It's because the whole world is bad in itself.
Wait,
So
so
then
if it's not our sin, if it's not the sin of like the newborn
The thing
child
is, we
who
all sin
is
indirectly.
unalived by like starvation, then why do they have to suffer the consequences of
Because
that?
we're on Earth.
Wait, so let's say that one of my sons comes home, or like let's say I have like two sons, and one of them comes home with like a really bad grade. So then
Yeah.
I go into the room of the other son and just start like tearing his shit up, and I'm like, oh, you're
Yeah.
losing your door for the bad grade your brother got. Would
Yeah,
would I
that's
be like a
unfortunate,
just,
right?
loving father?
That's unfortunate because your other son is suffering the consequence of that son. It's the exact
Yeah,
same
but
thing.
would
Yeah.
in this case
And
would I be a
it
just,
is
loving
unfair.
father?
It is weird. It's all. I don't know why it happens. I'm not sure why, but that's why.
No, but
Okay,
in this
like,
scenario, would I be a just and loving father?
the problem is it's not.
It's a yes or no
Yeah,
question.
because you're also punishing your brother by realizing that, oh, my actions have consequences on other people.
Wait, it's a well, no, you're not. That's like the weakest excuse like in the history of excuses, saying that like, well, this is actually also a punishment for the son who got the bad grade because now he has to watch his brother get completely unjustly punished. Like it's a yes or no question. Would I be a just, loving father if I tore up the other son's room?
Would you be a just, loving father?
Is that the right thing to do?
See, I don't understand why that's like
Well, just
I
answer
Because
the question. We
if
can
so,
help
if someone
tie
does
it.
something wrong, you can punish that person. You can't punish people other than
But
that
that's the
person.
problem. You're putting yourself in God's shoes.
Well,
We
let's
are immortal. We can't do that.
Anna,
It's
let's take
not-
it one step at a time, right? So you agree that it would be unjust if a father
problem
were
is
to
that the
Anna, you keep
situation you're
interrupting
giving
though.
me.
But Anna, you got to wait your turn.
Okay, I'll listen to what you have to say.
Okay, thank you. So if that father did go into the son's room who didn't get the bad grade and he punished him for his brother's bad grades, you agree that that would be unjustified?
The problem is
No. Anna, you got to
I'm
answer the
saying
question.
that
It's a yes or no
it's
question.
unjustified.
Anna, I promise that we'll get to whatever you want to talk about, but can you just answer that question?
It's unjustified.
Okay.
Perfect.
Okay.
So
But let
So
me
is it
explain why I
unjusti-
think that. Let me explain why I think that. It's unjustified because you're putting a situation, you're putting yourself in God's shoes. You can't do that.
Yeah, we're just appealing to principle. Wait, so is like what is good to us different from what is good to God?
What is different is that we are not God. We are on
No,
earth.
but does
Earth
goodness
can't be
mean like
heaven.
are you using like a different sense of goodness when you're talking about God? Like is the definition just completely different?
The reason why your situation is different is
Wait,
because
it's
we're
okay.
on.
You're just refusing to answer questions. It's another yes or no question.
Okay, go
Is
ahead.
good to us like radically different from good to God, or is this just like two completely different things?
It is different because God is God.
Okay, but you're saying that it is just like two completely different things. That when I say like I'm a good person, that's not saying that's not like the same sense in which you would say that God is a good God.
Yeah,
That
because
this
yeah,
goodness is
yeah,
just completely
that's
different.
exactly what I'm saying. That's
Yeah,
exactly
so
what I'm saying.
what is goodness to God then?
Goodness is to God because God is good.
No, but what is like give me a definition. When you say God is good, what do you mean by that?
God is good because I can talk to you.
No, when you
God
say
is good
God is
because I
good,
have
what do you
life
mean?
because
I'm
you
not
have
asking
life
for like
because
more
you're debating
like
with me.
rambling and preaching. I'm just asking when you say God is good, what's your definition of good?
Good is that he is fortunate. He does what he does in our lives. He always has a reason to do something, and like God is good because he is my sole supporter. That's why I believe God is good.
Wait, so good is just like when you support you and have
Good is
reasons to
God.
do things?
God is good because I
No,
believe in
I'm
God.
not asking. I'm not asking for because you're not understanding the question. I'm asking for a definition. So you're saying that goodness to us is different from goodness to God. I'm just asking you to define like what does it mean
Yeah,
for God to be good? Like what's the good in that sense?
I don't understand what you mean.
Yeah, so define when you say that God is good, can you define the specific good you're using?
Yeah, I'm saying that God is good because He
I'm not asking
provides
for
for us.
because. I'm asking for like a definition.
A definition.
Yeah.
Good. Good is the definition. God being good. The definition of God being good is that He's allowing us to breathe. He's allowing us to be here.
So this still
He's
doesn't, it's still not a definition. Like if Ian were to say, Lydia, define the word mean, and I were to say, well, it's like if, someone punched me in the face. That would be an example of something mean, but that's not me giving Ian a definition of mean. Something being mean might be like ill-intended or something like that, right?
Yeah.
That would be a definition. So Ian's not asking you to explain examples of things that God does that you think are good. He's asking you for a definition.
Yeah, and like God is just. God is
But I'm asking you to define those terms.
okay.
Yeah.
So I think I understand what you're trying to tell me now. God being good is what we have around us. Everything that I have is because of God. That's my definition of God being good.
But that's not a definition, Anna. That's another
Wait,
That's
so
example.
my
like goodness,
definition.
so goodness is just like the stuff around you? Like
Goodness.
the things that cause the stuff around you?
Yes.
But like, what if there's bad
So
things?
wait. So if my shirt came from
But
like a
that's my
sweatshop in
definition.
China, you
You're
would say that a
asking me for a
sweatshop in China is
definition, and
good?
that's my definition of God being good.
No, wait. So that's like totally fine. So if my shirt came from a sweatshop in China, would that mean that a sweatshop in China is good?
What does that have to do with
Because you're
anything?
saying you're defining good as like the thing that provided the things around
But
you.
that's my definition. It's we all have
Yeah. So I'm
different
just asking you
definitions
under
of
your definition,
something.
under the definition that things are good, if and only if they provided for the things around you, then you would say that like a sweatshop in China is good if that's where your shirt came from. And you would say that like I don't know, um, like Palestinian children are bad because they didn't provide the stuff around you.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Then
My
just give like a
definition,
clearer definition then.
God is good. God is just.
That's a statement.
But that's
That's
what
not a
I'm trying to
definition.
tell you is that
Do
I
you know
gave
what
you
wait,
guys
can
a
you
definition,
do you know what a
and then you
definition
guys
I
can't
don't
tell
want to
me
like
that it's
condescend,
wrong.
but do you know what a definition is?
Yes. My gosh, it's like God is.
Do you see like what we're trying to get at? Like, if you just don't have a definition, you can just say that. But like, it's clear that you're not really answering the question, right?
It's because like I don't understand what's wrong with my definition of God.
Well,
It's
it's Ian kind of gave you an example, right? If you're just saying that the definition of good from God's point of view is anything that's around you, that doesn't really make any sense, right? Because there's things that you'd probably call bad that are around you, right?
I feel like God is good. The good things come from God in a way. Like every
Right.
good thing
but
that
that's
I
this is
see.
just another claim. We don't know what that term means because you're saying
See,
that
but
goodness
that's
to
the
God
thing.
is
Like
completely different from goodness to us. Like we genuinely just have no idea what the term that you're using means.
it's because you guys need to understand that my definition of God being good is every good thing that I have and every good thing that you have comes from God.
So you're saying that every good thing comes from God and every bad thing comes from Satan or
Every bad thing is cause of our sin.
okay, I feel like this is like going in circles a little bit. So I'll just ask you, um I think that the Adam and Eve story is like fundamentally untrue and I can prove it.
Okay.
Do you think that incest is ever justified?
I feel like in a sense incest isn't not it's not bad, but I don't think it's a great thing either. You know, sometimes some animals, some species, they need to have incest for them to survive, but I feel like it's not good nor bad.
You don't think it's good nor bad?
In
Wait,
in
do
certain
you think like giving
situations,
your children like birth defects is good? Like do you think it's
but the
immoral
problem
to
is
so
that in
let's say that we have like
certain
a mother.
situations it's okay. In some
Wait,
situations
so
it's not.
let's say that we have like a mother who's like drinking heavily and gives her children like fetal alcohol syndrome. Do you think that's immoral?
That's not good. That's what
Yeah, I
I'm saying.
agree. I
That in
totally
certain
agree.
situations
Yeah.
it's not good, but in some certain situations it's fine.
Yeah, so
Um,
what are the situations where it's fine to give your children diseases?
That's not. I'm saying incest. Like certain species need to incest to keep their species alive.
That's
well,
not true.
incest does not promote like the continuation of a species, but because of the defects Ian was talking about. But like, do you think that there are times in the Bible where there's incest, like after Noah's flood, when Adam and Eve were
Yeah, I just want to understand your guys' point of view. You know, I'm not really here to.
right? Yeah. So like, when those things happen, right? Like, let's take Noah's Ark for example. Would you agree that like Noah's offspring would have been forced to engage with
Yeah,
each other in order to continue? So like, why did God make it so that that was the only way? Because he's all powerful and he could have just like popped in one
God.
more person or something.
Yeah, that's a really good question. God made it that way because Noah's family was perfect. Not necessarily perfect, but they were people of God. And he wanted the new world to not have that much bad in it like it did before. That's why
But
he
like,
wiped out all of the people
couldn't
because
he like
bad things were
create?
happening.
Couldn't he like create another person that was like, you know, who also worshipped God? Or like, do you think there was anyone else who, you know, was redeemable that he could have left so that they
I'm
could
sure there
procreate?
was, but he chose
So then
Noah.
why did he choose the incest if he had an alternative?
Is it really? I don't understand what you
Wait,
guys
wait,
are
wait. So
talking
I think so I would not to like pivot back to the Adam and Eve story, but would you agree that the only way that Adam and Eve's children could have reproduced is with their siblings? That if it's like just this one family that exists, the only way that they could have possibly reproduced is just by like hooking up with their siblings?
Um, Wait, so you're telling me that incest is not good because
No, no,
what
I'm
is
just
it
like
good?
first of all, I can demonstrate that this type of incest is wrong according to the Bible. But I just want you to
Yeah.
verify that that is like, do you agree that that's what happened? That they hooked up with their like siblings?
In all reality, I think you guys are kind of looking a bit too into it.
Wait, 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 wait. Why? It's like just answer the question. It's a yes or no question. Do you? Who
Um,
did? I guess I'll ask like a more open-ended question. Who did Adam and Eve's children have children with?
it was Adam and Eve.
Who's Adam and Eve?
What?
So wait, so you're telling me,
Who did their children reproduce with?
of course, their own children, and there was no one else.
Yeah, yeah. So their children reproduced with each other. So in Leviticus, this is verse 18:6 through 20, or yeah, 18:6 through 26. It says, "You are not to uncover the nakedness of your sister." There's an explicit prohibition on reproducing with your siblings.
Oh, you're right. Okay.
So you would agree that this thing is immoral, that God forced them to do a thing which is immoral.
Here, let me find out.
While we're waiting for that, make sure you're double tapping on that screen. Let's get to 80K.
I don't know why people are saying that she's 14. How do you guys know that?
Yeah, I'm also curious. Are you 14? Would you tell us if you were 14?
You guys,
It's
I
a
can't
single
find
lie, right?
this. I can't,
You
And
can't
are
find
you
the
14?
verse?
no, I'm not, but I can't find the verse, so
Oh, the
thank
verse
you
is
guys for the
it's
debate,
again
but
Leviticus 18
no,
9.
I'm looking for a different verse, but thank you guys for your time. I really
Okay.
enjoyed,
Oh, yeah. Um Wait, did someone tag it to me in the Discord? Oh, shit. Yeah, they
Uh-oh.
sure did.
Wow, Anna, lying's a sin.
No, straight to hell. I think debating your religion is also a sin. So little do these people know. God, we're
What?
getting them sent to hell. Make sure
Wait,
you're
debating your
double
religion
tapping
is
on
a
that
sin?
screen. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
I'm doing good, bro. How are you?
Doing good. Are you 18 or older?
I am, yeah.
Mhm.
I'm 20.
And do you think God is real?
I do, but I don't have like a specific religion that I would say I'm a part of.
Do you think that like Jesus is the Son of God?
I think Jesus was a vessel that God basically sent here so that way us humans could understand his word. Because I feel like if God
But
were
you're
to
not sure what
basically show
religion you
himself,
believe in.
I'm sorry, what?
But you're not sure what religion you believe in, but you think that Jesus is like the vessel. You think Jesus was the word.
Right. So basically, what I'm getting at is, to me, I picture God as being this entity that where us humans wouldn't be able to describe what he is. So basically, what he did is use Jesus as basically a vessel of human flesh, so that way he could go ahead and spread the word of what he is in order basically to get what like his point across, if that makes sense.
So it sounds like you're a Christian then, if you believe in like the word of Jesus.
You could say that, I guess. I mean, I believe religion was just a human creation to divide everybody, in my opinion.
That's a huge W. I think religion is a human creation to divide people,
Right.
including the religion that you like espoused just now, to be clear. But do you have an argument for the existence of your God?
I do. So I guess what I would ask you is, because I've been watching a couple of your debates, and I know that you're basically confused. Well, not confused, but your argument is that, these natural disasters that occur, why would a God allow that to happen?
Yep.
And so basically what I would say is for balance. If you have an overpopulated Earth, it's just going to create chaos. And
Well, but the Earth takes care of itself. We're not anywhere close to the population cap. And even if we were, the fact that there's like a population cap at all, like if the Earth doesn't have the resources to support us, then people will like be unalived just via nature. There's no reason that God needs to be the one who like comes down and does it, or that like earthquakes need to be the ones that do it. nature largely takes care of itself. The level of the population largely takes care of itself. There's no reason for God to do this. It's just like gratuitous, unnecessary suffering.
I agree. I would
And why
agree
would
with
God
that.
centralize it on like certain places? I mean, like, is God racist?
Well, I did, yeah. Just give me 1 second, bro. Sorry.
Okay. How long of a 1 second is it gonna be?
Yeah, I'm good. No, there was
Okay.
some door. I just had to go and tell them something. But
Yeah, yeah. Wait, so like why would God have these earthquakes target like specific places, like specific population centers and the same ones like over and over again with natural disasters? Like why would he create a yearly monsoon season in the Philippines or like constant earthquakes targeting
right.
places in like or like Indonesia, for example? There was like an earthquake there and a tsunami that unalived 227,000 people. Like, why would God target it against these groups specifically?
Yeah, I really wouldn't even be able to have an answer or an opinion on that. Because
Mm.
I guess, see, I agree with a lot of the things that you say, man. Like, to be honest, I really do. And even when I first got onto hearing the debates, it really did make me question a lot of the things, right? But I just feel like our soul has to be something that is bigger than just a human. It
Why?
has to be. You know what I mean? And that has to be connected to something greater. That's just
Why?
because the human is a, don't get me wrong, a human being is very intelligent. Like, for instance, our eyes or even our hands and like just the way that our lungs can breathe and the way our heart functions, it's very intelligent. Don't get me wrong. But I just feel like our soul, it has to be connected to something greater out in the universe, whether
N-
that be an alien,
No,
a
so
part
I
of
understand. I understand that
alien
that's
or
what you
anything
believe.
like
I'm
that.
asking you why. Why do you believe that? Why is that true?
I can give you examples, like maybe for instance, like manifestation. I don't know if you believe in that.
I sure don't.
No,
Mm-mm.
I
I don't
guess
believe in anything supernatural, no.
supernatural. So basically, you don't believe in, for lack of a better word, ghosts.
No.
Like ghosts among other things. I don't believe in like ghosts. I don't believe in like spirits. I don't believe in a spirit realm. Um, no,
So,
I don't believe in any of that.
well, I mean, this is kind of a pivot, but so I would ask you, for instance, when you're in a graveyard or something, do you get like this eerie feeling at all? Like, be
Oh, I
honest
don't
with
go in
yourself.
graveyards, so I really
Well, I
wouldn't
mean,
know.
if you did, even when you pass by them or when you see families mourning their family members, it's just there's this feeling that's over there. Can you deny that, or do you agree?
Yeah, but there's specific parts of our brain that causes like these sort of sensations, like the feeling of presences. Um,
Okay.
it's
Yeah,
like
and
the
I
right.
would. Oh,
Yeah, go
sorry.
for it, Lydia.
Yeah, yeah. I was just gonna say cultural beliefs. Like even if someone is a hardcore atheist, right?
Right.
Their culture and the society around them will still have an impact on them and like their subconscious beliefs about things. So like there are lots of things that most people do all the time. Like, if I'm gonna take I'm agnostic, right? I'm atheist about some gods, but if I'm gonna take a test, I'll be like, you know, please let me do good. Like, I'm not saying that to anyone in particular, but it's just a habit that I've formed because it's something that's very common in my society. So even if someone gets like a weird feeling when they go to a graveyard, that doesn't mean that there's actually something supernatural occurring. It could just mean that they've been taught by their society or by, the media they see that graveyards are something creepy. And it's really hard to escape that kind of information and its effects on you.
Okay. And I guess I would agree with that 100%. But the one time that I was actually convinced that there was like a spirit or something is one time I was at a friend's house and I was literally sitting there, and I can put anything on this. One of the cabinet doors in his kitchen just literally opened, and I can I can just perfectly, I'll never forget it, visually see that, and that's what kind of led me to believing in these supernatural entities. That was the only time though, just a single time. And I tried to bring logic into it of like, okay, maybe, you know, the door hinge was loose or something like that. And I was like analyzing the cabinet door, and I'm just like, there's no way. And I even like brought it up to him, and he's like, a lot of like certain, he like started having his own examples of the things that happened in his house. But because
Yeah, I don't know.
I've
I think that
always
this is
leaned
just like
towards,
all extremely unlikely. I think that there's like a million other explanations that I'd go to before ghosts.
really?
Yeah.
Like what, for instance? Well, I mean, I'm honestly looking for an
I
answer.
think it's like it's more plausible that there was like a fucking earthquake. Like to be honest,
Really?
that there was like just like a light earthquake that nudged it in just away.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Um,
like
Yeah, that could have been. I mean, I didn't feel not even nothing else shake slightly. Because I'm genuinely looking for an answer for that to this day. To be honest, I'm 28
yeah.
years
Wait,
old.
were there like windows open?
There wasn't. I looked. I genuinely went and looked and tried to see if there was a breeze. And I literally visually saw this cabinet door open. And that was the only time, because I've never been experienced with any other type of, supernatural occurrences. That was the only time. But that's kind of what's always had me in this confusion of believing in supernatural entities and not. Because it's just like I don't have any other explanation. And I was 17 years old. Maybe I was just a kid who was.
Yeah, I mean, I just like I haven't had these experiences, so I don't think that they're very convincing. I think if I had an experience like this, I'd probably come up with a different explanation for it than like ghosts are real. I think that there's like a million other explanations.
Okay, and so I guess I'm curious about like what are exorcisms? Would you say like or possessed
I think it's
people?
like I think that's just like complete bullshit. I don't think ghosts are real.
You
I
think
think people
so?
are just like we had an exorcism on the stream. Like Lydia was there.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. No, I mean I'm genuinely curious. Like I'm not even trying to like argue that they're real. I'm just honestly curious because
Well,
and then
like what
also
part
like
of
for
them? I think
instance
it's
like
people
with
who think that they're expelling ghosts.
and like even like how they have like a random or I don't know if this is true. I don't have no evidence or proof, but this is like I guess what I've heard of where they can just like spontaneously start speaking Latin or like a different language
No,
out of
that's the cap of
nowhere.
the century.
Is
No,
it? Okay.
there's no good evidence that this has actually happened.
yeah, and
Even like
I
with their
I
body
mean,
morphing in a different way, or like their head like fucking turning or something like that.
No, no,
I
we have
I
Everybody's
anatomy. I mean, if your head turned all the way around, then your neck would fucking snap. Like
Yeah,
this is
yeah, I
no.
agree.
This didn't happen.
I think that, and I haven't done research on this, but it's just an idea. Um, there are some people who behave differently than like your average person. It could be something like some kind of mental disorder or physical illness, right? That like might lead people to think that these people are possessed by something. But honestly, like I don't know. I mean, again, I haven't researched this, but to me, it sounds like part of it could just literally be ableism, like people just not realizing that people can act differently, and then like assuming that they're, I don't know, possessed by a demon instead of like, I don't know, having a seizure or like a psychosis episode.
Right, I was gonna say psychosis. That's what
Yeah.
I always have leaned towards. But yeah. So I mean, in all of this, I mean, I'll just always stick to my belief that our soul is connected to something greater. That's just I don't like I said, I don't believe in majority of the Bible. I feel like the Bible has been corrupted by human error and by so much, and I've always leaned more towards, evolution and all that because I've studied that and I just feel like despite all of the arguments and all the debates that you'll have in the future and everything, I just feel like even you, Ian, that your soul is connected to something greater. And you don't have to believe that that is
No, I
God.
don't think so.
But why do you think that? What's
Really?
that based in? Is it faith?
You could say faith, I guess. I
Do you
mean,
use faith as a tool to find truth in any other aspect of your life?
uh, I guess it would have to be like specific, like,
Because, like, I mean, do you define faith as belief without evidence?
no.
Oh, how do you define faith then?
I would say I don't really even have like a really definition for faith because
Oh, typically people are just talking about belief in the absence of evidence, but if that's not what you mean, then I would just ask for the evidence that any of this is true.
Yeah.
about your soul being connected to something
Yeah.
greater. Okay. Um, I mean, I don't know. I just feel like have you ever studied like the Buddha and like the teachings that he has, taught
Yeah.
about
Yep.
higher
little bit.
consciousness and all that? Like I
Yeah, I
just
sure have. I think
like what
Buddhism, I think the metaphysics of Buddhism are completely incomprehensible.
really.
Yeah, fully.
But then
And
like
there's literally no
meditation.
evidence for reincarnation. And also, if reincarnation is true, then you probably couldn't give me a reason why killing people is bad.
No, I agree.
Like, do
You're
you,
right.
like, when you say that you believe that everyone's soul is tied to something else,
Mhm.
like, why do you think that? Like, in your head when you're going through it, do you have any reason or do you just feel like it?
I think a mixture of both. I feel
Okay, so
like
what's the
we
reasons
like
part?
so I guess it would be, you know, when I'm like trying, or for instance, when I was a little kid, and I'm just bringing up examples, but growing up and like going through like some hardships and like, trying to, going through some pretty hard times and then reaching a higher level of being able to, go to school and get an education and all that. And something that led me to that, I feel like it was basically a way to get me in that higher state, like to reach a higher consciousness. Like I wasn't just
Wait,
supposed to
what?
be in poverty my whole life, like
What do
so.
you mean? Sorry. Like, so you just mean that you feel like there was something supernatural helping you to, like, escape poverty?
I mean, that's kind of a vague way to put it. It's
Why?
more
Well,
of
that's
like
like
I
fucked
would
up. Why would the ghost choose you and like not the other people in
yeah,
poverty?
you could bring that argument up, like, yeah, like why are you special and that person isn't? But I don't know, that's why I'm so conflicted with things. And even like now, as I'm like trying to describe to you guys, I'm getting even more confused on like why would I believe that we're tied to something. And
Hmm.
it's just so confusing. It really is.
I
Genuinely,
mean,
it is really
look,
confusing.
like, I think that that humans have a desire for things like
Mhm.
that. It's comforting for us to think that there's something greater, and there could be, right? I'm agnostic. I think it's possible, but I'm not going to have an active belief in something that I have no reason to believe, right? Because I wouldn't do that with anything else. So I think that a lot of it is just psychological comfort or,
Yeah.
a result of culture and society and the things that people around us say, right? Like if a lot of people in your society believe that, there's something greater out there, you're probably more
Mhm.
likely to believe that yourself, but that
So I
doesn't mean
guess
it's real.
so why are us humans, like why are we on this earth, like in general? What do we serve
Like
these?
evolution, it's just like it
We
resulted from
just like
natural
came,
processes.
so we're just like here basically.
Yeah,
We're
basically.
just on here.
Yep.
And I mean, you could even hold the
I
I
could
don't know
agree with
view,
that,
right?
but
And
it's
that would still
Oh
be
yeah,
more
that's true as well.
justifiable.
I don't know. Like personally, I believe that we're just here, and then we make our own meaning. I'm like I follow like existential philosophy, so I think that we like meaning is something that we make for ourselves. But yeah,
Yeah.
like I think the probably the more defensible view is I don't know.
yeah.
Right? Because
Yeah, I
like
can agree.
if we don't have evidence either way of something, we shouldn't make assumptions and guesses without any backing, right?
Yeah. And I
Like,
think like you hold a strong point, Lydia, is where like even like the people that believe in Christianity and the Bible and all of that, it is just a comfort thing. Like us humans
mhm.
need to grasp onto something. Like I agree with that 100%. Like they just need to have that comfort of like I can always go and pray to this God and have that like, conversation with basically yourself, in my opinion. But it's I agree with that. It is
Mhm.
just all for comfort.
Yeah.
Yeah, wait. So I
We
should
can
probably move
do
on to the next guest because I feel like we've been talking for a while. But I do appreciate you coming on up
No,
here.
go ahead, man. Thanks.
Yep.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Yeah. No, it's great to talk to him. I love it when they're like open minded and shit.
Yeah,
Like,
it's really nice to see. And yeah, like I mean, leaving my faith wasn't an easy thing at all. It like really sucked, and the reason it sucked is because I found it comforting. But there are ways that you can find comfort without a deity. Even if that might be harder, that's still not a reason to believe in the religion.
yeah, yeah. That doesn't mean it's true, right? It's like an argument like pragmatics. Like believing in a best friend might give you comfort because your best friend knows and understands what you're going through. But like that doesn't mean your best friend is real, right? Like there's probably better coping strategies. Um, But make sure you're double tapping on that screen. Let's get to 90K likes. And with that, we will go to the next guest. Follow Lydia. Follow me as well. If you never want to miss a live in the future, join the Discord, link in bio. I would absolutely love to see you there. As we start the search for our next guest.
Hello.
Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Hey, how you doing, Ian? How you doing, Lydia? Just
Doing
want to
good,
start this
doing
off
good.
and say that no matter what, man, if if you're not my brothers and sisters in faith, you guys are my brothers and sisters in humanity. Nothing
Aw,
could
that's
take
sweet
that
of
away
you.
from us,
Mhm.
right? I definitely want to have an open-minded, mature discussion. I'm
Okay.
20,
I'll
28.
I'll save the questions about pegging for the next debate then. Do you think that God is real?
Yeah. So the God that you have, you say God isn't real. Request to join in that picture. We don't believe in that.
Yeah.
We
Wait,
don't
so
believe
what's your religion?
I'm a Muslim.
Okay.
Yeah, so I
Um,
believe that God is unlimited. There's no shape to God, right? God is unlimited. There's no gender to God. He's not a man. He's not a son. He's one in terms of entity. And the reason
so
why I
God's
do
like
believe in-
non-binary?
God doesn't have a gender, right? We're not going to talk about
God's
labels.
agender.
We're not going to talk
Yeah,
about
I think
labels,
I think
right?
that falls under the non-binary umbrella.
Well, non-binary is is a label that we have today for humans, right? So it wouldn't apply to God in that way.
Okay,
But
yeah.
the reason why I believe in God, though, is because the other alternatives are illogical, right?
What are
And
the other alternatives, and why do you think they're
so
illogical?
in terms of the creation of the universe, right, Ian, it would have to be the Earth came from nothing, right? Number one, the Earth created itself. Number two, or there was an independent being of time and space, all-powerful creator.
I don't
right?
think those are the only options. I gotta be
I mean,
real with
what
you.
other options are there for the?
Yeah, so there's like two other options that I think are like equally defensible. One is that we have a cyclic time where we just go through cycles of like big bounces and big crunches.
Well, who started that?
Where we condense down to the singularity and then expand rapidly outwards.
Who started that?
Like cyclical forever, and it's always been like this, and it'll always be like this, and we just go
But
through
how-
cycles like this.
How did that come about?
It's just always been in the same way that you would say. Well, so I would ask you, how did God come about?
God was always there before time.
Yes, then I would just say that the cycles have always been there.
But there had to have been like an independent push, right? It goes back.
No,
to
no, I don't
Roman
think so.
God.
So if it's cyclical, then it can stretch back for infinity.
But who started the cycle?
There doesn't need to be a start. They're just cyclical.
There can't be a creator of God because then it wouldn't exist. It's the
Yeah, no, that's fine. But there doesn't need to be a
it's a
creator
fallacy,
of the
right?
cycles. Like the cycles can just stretch back like into infinity. Why can the
like
cycles
you're
not
telling
stretch
me
back
you're
into
telling me
infinity?
to draw a squared circle. It's the question doesn't make sense. God can't have a God, right? Or else he wouldn't be God.
Wait, so if you draw a circle, or if like there is just a circle, where's the starting point?
If
Right,
you draw
like-
a circle, where's the starting point? Where's
Yeah,
the
yeah.
end
What's the like starting point if there's just a
There-
circle there?
If it's just a circle, it could be any start. It would have to.
Yes,
it's all about how
exactly.
it finishes.
Yeah, there's not really like a starting point.
No, but there is a starting point when you draw a circle.
No,
But
no,
I-
but,
so,
but if
like,
there
if-
just like is a circle.
If you can say that your God didn't have a beginning, why can't
God.
we? Huh?
Our God.
I mean, you can police my language if you want, but I'm not going to call him my God because I don't believe in him. But so if you're saying that your God doesn't have a beginning, why can't we say that like the universe
'Cause
doesn't?
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. Because if something comes from nothing, right? Like let's say the Earth. Let's say there's no God, right?
No,
Something
no one
comes
said.
from
Wait,
nothing.
wait, wait. It doesn't come from anything though. That's what you're not getting.
Like, did God come from nothing?
No, because that makes no sense, right?
Okay, so just apply what you are saying about your God to our argument as well. It's this. We're making the same kind of argument.
Yeah, yeah, and so I just want to like lay out the argument that I defend like much more often, and it's specifically that the singularity always existed, and then at one point in time it was disposed to creating the universe.
Yeah, but at the same time, like you're talking about the other options. It applies to the other options, right? You're saying that the Earth created itself. That's something.
No, I'm saying that the singularity existed. Singularity created the Big Bang. Through the process of the Big Bang,
How
the
did
Earth
it
came
exist?
about,
Okay, so how did
and
it
then
exist?
the Earth created like evolution created humans.
Okay, so the first step of your whole process, right?
Yeah, yeah, the singularity, yes.
Okay, was there before?
No, the singularity has always been. Like you would say your God has
Okay,
always been.
so define diversity and why we're all different colors and stuff.
What?
No,
Define
seriously.
diversity?
Like you're saying that there's no artists here. There's no like
Define
design.
diversity. Wait, what?
Define the diversity of different colors. How does different colors exist from a singularity? Why are you laughing, dude?
I don't understand what your question is.
You're saying that we came from a singularity.
Yes.
Okay, what is the singularity? What are the characteristics of the singularity?
So the singularity was disposed to create the Big Bang at the exact time when it created the Big Bang.
What are the
And it existed
characteristics?
eternally, and it was
What are
the
the
collection of
characteristics?
all matter and energy in the universe. Those are the characteristics.
In the universe? So the universe existed before singularity?
Well, I mean, it depends how you define it. Yeah, I would say that the like time, space, and matter always existed just within the singularity. Sure.
Within singularity?
Yeah, within the singularity. Sure.
No, you said that the singularity existed within the universe.
Well, okay, it can be like whichever. Like we can say that like the universe is the singularity, or like singularity exists in the universe. It really doesn't matter. Like it's just like it's like a game
It does
of
matter, though,
drawing up
because-
grids and then like seeing where things fall. It's like kind of irrelevant.
So you think there's nothing bigger than the universe, right? You just
Yeah, I'm a naturalist. I believe
so
in
why can't
no
I say
supernatural things.
okay, so why can't I actually agree with you on actually a certain thing. I don't believe that the universe was there. I believe that singularity was there, but I just believe that singularity is God.
Oh, so then I would just say that. So, I would say that the singularity has the properties of God, except it doesn't have a mind and it doesn't have all this like other metaphysical nonsense.
So you believe that there has to be a being, right? Like a
No,
singularity.
well, I mean, if by being you mean like an entity or like a mind,
natural
then no,
existence.
certainly not.
Like a natural existence.
What do you mean natural existence?
I feel like you believe in God. You just don't believe
I
in the
sure
Christian
don't.
version of
That's a
God.
good observation, though.
No, because think about it. You believe in a singularity because that singularity is that's what God is. That's our definition of God.
No, wait. So what is your definition of God? Let's hear that.
Yeah.
It's a all powerful, right?
I don't think the singularity is all powerful, so we're already dead on
So
arrival.
you don't believe that a singularity is all powerful, yet it created everything,
Yes, yeah, it just had the power to create everything. It doesn't need to be all
and that's
powerful.
not powerful to you.
What?
It can
That's
be
not powerful
powerful,
to you?
but not all powerful.
Yeah, it's powerful. It's just not all powerful. Yeah, it's powerful enough to do the thing that it did. It's not all powerful. Like it couldn't have. The singularity can't like stop children from getting raped right now in the year of our Lord 2024.
So what's more powerful than singularity?
I don't really measure power this way.
Okay.
I don't know.
We'll
I don't think.
move on because this is good. This is good though. It's good, right? Like I don't debate for a winner or a loser. I debate because I want to have a discussion. So there's
Yeah,
other
but
things
it seems like I actually think it's important to stop and do the analysis here. So all else equal, if you can't raise any objections against a singularity that always existed, why would we ever like inflate our ontology to such a like a weird degree where we're now positing the existence of like imaginary friends?
No. That's not how it works. So the singularity is great because that's what we believe. We believe that something came, like everything came from a single entity, right? We just believe
Yes,
that.
but the
we just
but the
acquire
singularity
that's
doesn't have a
God, right?
mind. It's not like a conscious thinking thing that makes decisions and has like the power to do anything at once.
Okay, well, I want to talk about your other stuff because you talk about natural disasters and all that.
Yeah, sure, go for well, so for like the Muslim religion, I think the reductios are much stronger. There is literally genuinely no evidence that the moon was split in half. None whatsoever.
Let me ask you a question, brother. Do you think that the Islamic religion is the closest like do you think that that's more of the most logical religion out there?
I think that they're all equally illogical.
You think that we believe in one entity. You think that the Trinity three because
I do think that the Trinity is pretty damning for Christianity. I think the Trinity is like complete nonsense. I would agree with you on that,
Christians
but I
are
don't think
brothers.
I don't think the Islamic religion is going to be much better.
How so though? Because we believe in a
Because
singularity.
like the Earth, the moon didn't split in half. This is just a thing that didn't happen.
You can't prove that though.
Yeah, so if the moon split in half, why do we not have thousands of accounts saying that the moon split in half?
There's literally a crack in the moon. If you do the research.
Yeah, so what's the crack in the moon? Let's see it.
Google it.
Yeah, so this and Muhammad lived around like 400 BC or 400 AD.
No, 600 AD.
600 AD. So you're saying that there was a crack that existed 600 AD.
It's
that
a
didn't
miracle,
exist
right?
Before.
I know you. Well, you don't believe in miracles, so
I sure don't. But
Right,
but you acknowledge you acknowledge that this crack would have had to start existing at 600 BC
No, AD.
or
AD.
600 AD.
In the lifetime of the prophet, correct? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So what's the crack in the moon? And by the way, the crack has to span the entire moon if the moon was split in half.
I mean. By the way, we're kind of we're worried on things that are so minor rather than
No,
the
it's a
big
huge
part.
thing.
You
Like
don't
it's
even believe in
indicative of
God.
whether or not you're. It sounds like you just can't substantiate the point.
No, brother, you don't believe in God to even believe in miracles. So we got to establish God before we even get to Muhammad. right?
Yeah, okay. Well, yeah, but
You know?
you were about to talk about the I mean, first of all, it's an internal critique, but second of all, you were about to talk about the natural disaster stuff. Like that
Right,
also
right.
requires the establishment of God under
Well,
your
let me ask you a
logic.
question. Let me ask you a question, right?
Yeah, go for it.
You don't believe in objective morality.
Wait, this is like the pivot of the lifetime. It's an internal critique.
But you can't critique because you don't have objective morality.
It's
It's
no,
only
no, no,
subjective.
but but because we're using your standard of morality and we're critiquing based off of this. This is
But
like
you can't- you can't.
you've put your cart before the horse here. You're just
No.
saying like, well, wouldn't it be fucked up if we didn't have objective morality? I guess that means God
No.
is real. When in fact, the thing that you need to accept is that if God doesn't exist, then we don't have objective morality.
No.
So I don't know. Like you better
No,
hope that
I
God
don't agree with
exists.
that. I don't agree with that, and here's why. I could debate with another person who believes in God, right, about the objective morality part. But with you, it's only subjective. You can't get to the objective space because you don't
Yeah,
believe.
yeah,
in an
but
objective
you're
being.
so you're like
who
desperate
are-
for like again, you're just not getting the argument. So the argument is specifically that you're saying that it would suck if God didn't exist because that means that morality wouldn't be
I never said
objective.
that. You're
That's
putting words
just
in my
saying
mouth.
that like it would be really bad if this thing about reality were true. That
No, I
doesn't
never said that.
dictate
I never
whether or
said
not
that.
that thing itself is true. It just says that it would be really bad
Brother,
if it
I
were
never
true.
said that though. I mean, you're right in terms of there has to be a moral anchor. There has to be a right
Wait,
and a
wait,
wrong.
okay, but again,
There's a need for
because
objective morality.
this is a huge pivot, and I understand why you wanted to pivot away from like the moon conversation, because it seems like you don't have any arguments in regards to the moon conversation. That I think you probably know that there's no evidence the moon split in half, which is why you don't want to talk about it anymore.
I mean, we're talking about God, right? Before we talk
Yeah,
about
yeah, but I would just say that your religion isn't true because the moon didn't split in half, which means that your Quran is incorrect.
You can't prove that though, right?
Oh, I can. So I can just Google.
You can't even prove God isn't real.
Did the moon split in half?
So Google's your God.
NASA denied the split of the moon event.
Okay, so your God is science.
Hold on.
Your God
hold
is
on.
science.
You
Well,
said
if you don't like
Google's-
science, then you should turn your phone off.
No,
I don't
hold on,
like
hold
it's
on.
not
I never
my
said I don't like
god.
science. Your God is
I
science.
don't believe in a god. Like science is not my god.
It is though, because you just said you're literally choosing a NASA study to disprove my religion. But at the same time, how many times did science change and adapt over the years? You're
Yes,
putting your
because
soul into
science
that?
it's because science is a process.
And what happens in 100
science
years
doesn't
when they
claim
find
that
out that
any
the
of
moon
the
was
points
split?
that it like any of the theories that it develops are true per se, but rather that they're evidentially supported. The leading theories in science are going to be the ones that have the most evidence behind them. They know that there's no way to actually tell where the universe came from, but by repeating the scientific method, by doing enough studies, by gathering enough evidence, they can come to the strongest conclusion possible. Even if that means abandoning the current scientific consensus for a theory that has more evidence for it. The fact that science revises itself isn't bad. It's actually really good.
It's good for humanity, but it's not good for those who died on science when it was wrong. For example, if you're saying that the moon was like, let's say NASA says it was not proven, the moon never split, but in 500 years they find it out. You're over here debating, saying my religion is wrong, yet it wasn't yet proven. That's dangerous, bro. You have to admit that's dangerous.
Yeah, sure, but I'm not gonna believe something based on like the implausible chance. So I would just ask you, why are there no like eyewitnesses? Like, why aren't there thousands of eyewitness accounts?
There is, bro. Yeah, no, there is. We have the hadiths.
Yeah, yeah.
right?
So give me the thousands of eyewitness accounts from a wide variety of sources saying that the moon split in half.
Well, yeah. So I mean, but this is getting into the nitty gritty. We don't even believe in God.
No, it's not. Wait. You're saying it's getting into the nitty gritty because you don't have any evidence.
No,
just give me the
no,
evidence.
Wait, Mo, do you think that like if there was evidence, like strong evidence that the moon did not split in half and your religious book says that it did, do you think that would be a problem for your belief in your God?
So that's a great question. So let's say the Quran, right? Let's say 50% is already proven that like this is all like science already confirms it. Oh, it's all 100%. Why would I not believe the 100%, the other 50% that hasn't been proven yet, right? Like for example,
I'm not
like
saying it hasn't been proven. I'm saying if there is evidence that the moon did not split in half and that your book was wrong.
by whose authority?
Do you not use evidence?
By whose authority though, right?
Well, wait. Let's just say that it's like an authority that you trust, just for like the sake of argument.
If it's so, it has to be God.
Is God the only authority you trust?
What other authority do you trust? That like with your soul?
Do you believe anything scientific?
100%, of course.
Why?
Why?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't. I believe. I like. Obviously, I do my own research and stuff, and I believe in things that in terms of science, in terms of the the advancement of science and the advancement of technology and the advancement of modernity. But I wouldn't put like 100% faith in it, because imagine
Well,
what
like,
science in 1,000 years, right? It's going to even be more advanced, and they're going to disprove more things and add more things. So I take it with a grain of salt. And you know what I'm saying? I take it to the grain of salt. But you guys are worried about the moon splitting. We're talking about God first.
Right, but that's why I was asking you if you think that that would be something damning for your belief, is because you keep acting like it's completely separate from the existence of your God, but it's not, right? Like if it was proven
If it wasn't proven, that means that we didn't get there yet as
no, I'm saying if
humanity.
it was proven that the moon did not split in half, would that make you reconsider your belief, or do you think it would be a problem for your
But
God?
that's such a bad question though, because you're saying that if something that God did is not proven, like that's
No,
so,
no. If it's not
that's
just
a
like
bad
not proven, if
question,
it's disproven.
Yeah, I'm saying if it was
disproven by
proven
who? A
that the
human
moon,
with limited knowledge?
Mo, if it was proven that the
By
moon did not split in half,
by a
do you
human?
think that would be a problem for your God?
No, because a human made a mistake. A human is
So
limited.
wait, so just to be clear, you're so like indoctrinated and brainwashed that no matter what evidence we give you, no matter what science we appeal to, you're just going to say, no, a human made a mistake.
Science
Yeah,
is
this is just going to
science
be
is
like
malleable.
an epistemological problem then. Like
No,
your
science is.
epistemology
I
is
can say the
just
same
very
thing about
poor.
you guys, though. I can say that
No,
you
because
guys
our
will never take
epistemology
God.
has created the phones which we're talking on. It's created the lights which we use. It's created like the end of many diseases which people died from. Our
How did it create the
epistemology is
phones?
really good. Your epistemology has created like years of war and conflict and
How did
nonsense
it? How
in
did it create the
addition.
phone? How did epistemology create a phone?
So, because science is an epistemological method, and that it's a really good one too. It gets to the heart of a lot of physical properties that actually exist.
Who created science?
The scientific method was like founded by empiricism, and empiricism was founded by David Hume.
So a man created science.
Like kind of indirectly. I mean, science is more of a process than a product.
I think if you go back in time, though, like who created that person, and then it goes back. It goes back to the singularity. Does it
I have
not?
a question for you.
Ian, exactly right. That's what I'm saying. It goes back to
Yeah,
God.
but evolution allows us to observe our environment and recognize patterns between it.
Yeah, like do you think that science is good at explaining things and making predictions about things?
Yeah, like in terms of like earthquakes happening and like tsunamis and
Just in
stuff.
general, like do you think the scientific method is
Science is
pretty
amazing.
reliable?
Science is we need science as humanity because that's how we advance. Of course, science is
Okay,
amazing. But I'm not saying
you're
science is my
saying,
God.
right, but you're saying that if we scientifically proved that the moon did not split in half, that you would just consider that human error and you wouldn't.
100%. Yeah, because
So that's there's kind of a contradiction here, right? Because you're
Yeah.
saying you think that
Your
the
question was a
scientific.
contradiction.
Hold on. Your questions can't be a contradiction. That doesn't make sense. But you're saying that the scientific method is something we need, right? Which sounds like you think that it's pretty reliable. But
Yeah.
if it proved that the moon never split in half, you wouldn't even consider it.
Now, what happens if we do the scientific method and it proves that the moon exists, right? Or the moon, the crack exists. It's the same thing. You guys.
that would be a
Oh
point.
yeah, so I looked into the crack. This is great. So the crack appears to have like been connected with the Tycho crater. They do not believe that the moon split in half because the crack does not stretch around the entirety of the moon. Just as I said, the Tycho crater was formed approximately 80 million years ago. So it's going to be a bit of a far cry. It seems like the crack existed long before the Prophet Muhammad.
Right. Okay. Cool. Let's move on to morality because I really
Well, wait,
want.
but this is just you're just pivoting away because you have no
I'm not
evidence
pivoting away
to support your
because
point.
there's no you have to establish God before you even get to the miracles.
No, you don't. Wait, it's an internal critique. So we're just saying like, let's assume that everything in your Bible, in your like holy book is true. And then let's find contradictions between your holy book and reality.
You don't have objective morality to prove anything.
Wait, you don't prove things with objective morality. You prove things with logic, but that's okay. Because again, it's an internal critique. Do you know what an internal critique is?
Yeah. No, that's fine. That makes sense. But I definitely want to go to morality because I see you debating with a lot of religious people, and it always goes back to that. It always goes back. So I feel like if we could give an answer to that, it would open up a lot of doors and answers. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, this just like sounds like a pivot to me, and I think everyone watching. But sure, we can talk about morality.
Brother, if there's no evidence, if science has not proven something yet, that doesn't mean that
Well,
what I
but
believe is
there's
wrong.
things that we would expect to see if it did happen, and we don't see those things. We would expect to see accounts from every civilization on Earth.
That doesn't
We would
disprove that
expect
it
to see
happened,
like massive cracks like that stretch across the moon. We don't see those.
Okay, I have a question. Do you believe in Pangea?
Pangea, I do believe in Pangea.
Okay, but there's no evidence that that ever happened.
There is evidence. So the evidence for Pangea is specifically because the rock samples at the different parts are the same. That if you take like a rock sample from Africa on the coast and you go to the corresponding coast in like South America, it's the same rock. Like there's like fossil similarities as well. The evidence for Pangea is overwhelming. It's not no evidence for Pangea.
You're right, completely. And I'm going to answer everything. So there's evidence to Pangea, but when did that evidence exist for us being humans in terms of human civilization? It was not before science and all that. It was when we got the scientific tools and the resources, right, to prove that Pangea exists with the rock samples and everything. So the science adapted, science advanced. So how do you know that the moon crack and all that is because of it didn't happen, or because science just didn't advance yet?
Because this is a very basic question to answer, and we certainly have the tools to assess whether or not the moon split in half.
You got to be fair, Ian. You got to be fair. You got to be fair.
This is like more than fair. Are you kidding? Like,
Brother,
that's like that would be the biggest event in human history. We should have like again. Why don't we have accounts from like China and like Europe, like Rome? Why don't we have all these accounts of the moon splitting in half? Why don't we have like accounts from indigenous people of the moon splitting in half?
How do you know that the evidence didn't exist? How do you know it wasn't destroyed? How do you know that?
Because I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I come to my conclusions based on evidence. There's no evidence that these things existed and were destroyed.
Right. Okay. No, that's fine. I mean, we could move on, right?
But again, this just seems like a huge pivot on your part. It seems like you can't defend the view that the moon split in half.
And you can't
there is in fact no evidence.
You can't disprove that it ever happened, though. So you can only hint.
Actually, I just genuinely want an answer. Why do we not have this evidence if the moon split in half?
It's because we're limited and we're not there yet as human civilization. We don't have the knowledge.
So we have. Like why? I'm specifically asking about the eyewitness accounts. Like, why don't we have eyewitness accounts from like literally all over? If the moon split in half, that's the biggest event in human history. Nothing bigger has ever happened. So why wouldn't we have like accounts from?
I would disagree with
China,
that,
from Rome, from like the Americas. We should have accounts from everywhere.
Right, and I think the Noah's Ark, right, is even bigger than that. Right? Is there any evidence for that in your opinion?
Wait, no, there isn't. That's a good question. And I'm not a Christian, so that's not going to work.
Well, I 100% believe in that.
You believe in Noah's Ark? Like, this is just another thing that there's no evidence that you believe in.
100% I believe in Noah's Ark. I believe in Adam. I believe in Noah, Abraham, Moses,
wait, that's
Jesus.
fine. So
I believe in
then
Jesus.
I would just ask you, under your view, is incest ever moral?
Yeah, that's the whole thing. So you're taking it from the Bible with the three brothers. I've been watching you for hours. I couldn't wait to get on. So we don't believe.
Yeah, wait. Let's take Adam and Eve then. If you believe in Adam and Eve.
We don't believe. So for we don't believe it was just three people. We believe it was almost 100 people. We don't believe it was just three sons.
Oh no! But I'm talking about Adam and Eve. Do you think that was just two people?
So let's go to Adam and Eve. So there's two opinions, right? There's one where God created new beings. And so it's not incest, right? Like there's new beings. And what's cool about this is that if it was the same beings or children, why do we all have different traits? That makes no sense. If we all came,
exactly. Wait, precisely.
So
why do we all have different traits? That's a really good question.
So God created new beings, so there's no incest. So that
So do you have any evidence that like any textual evidence? Otherwise, this is just ad hoc.
Yeah. So there's two narrations. There's what I said, and there's so Adam and Eve had sets of twins, and they couldn't marry each other's twin. You had to marry the other set. That's the other argument. I like the other argument where God created just new beings.
So no.
Wait. Do you have any evidence that God created more human beings?
Right? I'm telling you the two narrations.
Yeah, but do you have any evidence that God created more human beings?
No. The evidence is what I could see, which is our different traits, our different qualities.
So then this is just ad hoc.
No, it's not ad hoc.
Wait, okay, that actually, I don't think that solves the problem like nearly at all. Like, what do you think the traits were?
You guys can't say incest is wrong on an objective level. Level.
I mean, like on a subjective level, we sure can. But again, it's an internal critique, so it's irrelevant.
On an objective level, you can. No,
Yeah,
you
wait,
can't.
wait. So again, like you're like clawing with all of your
You
might.
don't
You're
have objective
clawing to get to
morality,
the
though.
to the objective morality conversation.
You don't
It's 'cause
believe in an
know
objective being,
you have
bro.
no other talking points. Like,
Bro, because you
have
haven't
nothing
even
to say on
proven
any of
that.
these other. Like, you're trying your damnedest to pivot towards this.
All right, Ian.
You've been
Ian,
trying to
Ian.
pivot towards this for like the last like 30
I'm not
minutes.
pivoting. I'm just trying to get an answer from you. You can't prove that you have an objective moral.
I don't believe in objective morality, but that's fine. I'll give
So
you
you
it.
can't
Yeah,
prove anything.
I don't believe in objective morality.
So
That's
prove that
fine.
incest is bad objectively. You can't.
I
prove-
don't believe in objective morality.
Mo,
So you-
this is an internal critique.
Hold
Do
on,
you
hold on,
understand
hold on.
that?
Lydia, we don't. They don't. He doesn't believe that incest is wrong objectively.
I don't either. I'm a moral anti-realist.
No,
but
you're
the
you're
point
not. You're
is
not
that
atheist. You're not atheist. You're.
Yeah, so we believe it's
I'm an
wrong
agnostic.
subjectively,
Exactly,
as all
agnostic.
morals are. We believe that all morals are subjectively. So equivalently, we think that it's wrong subjectively.
So you know how dangerous that is.
No, I don't.
Okay, so you're saying
Wait,
that.
Mo,
Okay.
Mo, you can say it's dangerous, and even if I don't agree with you necessarily, I think objective morality can also pose dangers. But even if that was
No, it
true,
can't.
that doesn't
No, it
mean
can't.
that
It's impossible.
Hold on, Mo. That doesn't mean that it's wrong, though.
Objective morality can never be dangerous because that is the right and wrong objective moral,
Wait, so
right?
so I guess I just have a question. Was it
no,
like
no, hold on.
objectively moral when Muhammad raped Aisha?
Okay, that's just very disrespectful, and that just shows your ignorance.
Well, wait. So I mean, there's like a double
And-
bind.
and
so
here you
so
are
either
pivoting,
either
right?
you think
Here
that
you are red
9-year-olds
herring
can
ad hocing,
consent, in which
right?
case you should say that you think 9-year-olds can consent,
No,
or you think that
no.
9-year-olds can't consent and it
She
in
was
fact
18,
was
brother.
rape.
She was 18, right?
She was
So-
not 18. That's not true
She
at
was.
all.
It just shows. You see, this is the Orientalist, right? That just sees.
Wait,
these
wait. Do you have
arguments.
any evidence that she was 18?
Yes, we have a bunch of evidence. This
Yeah.
is
So
this is,
what's the evidence that she was 18? I'd love to see
read-
it
read-
because we
read
have
the
evidence
narrations.
narrated by the
Read the
by the girl
narrations.
herself saying that it was married at 6 and consummated at 9.
from who? What source?
From Aisha, from the Hadiths.
What hadiths? Because we have a lot of books.
I can look it up if you really want.
We have tons of books, and some of them are fabricated, and some of them are real. So for you to give me a fabricated source that wants to, take the best man of all time and pin him to what you just said, that's so disrespectful. That's so messed up, bro. And this just shows that you can't answer simple questions about objective morality, about God.
What?
What?
You can't. And by the way, you want to talk about GRAPE, right?
Well,
You can't even say
you
that.
can just like say you can just say
Grape?
grape. You don't have to
Okay,
spell
grape,
it.
grape. You can't even prove that grape is wrong objectively.
Well, it's because we don't believe in objective morality. We think it's wrong subjectively.
But that
Yeah,
makes
like
no
you
sense.
saying that doesn't.
So subjective.
obviously.
Well,
right?
so like to be clear, your entire critique is just that. Well, have you considered the fact that your subjective morality is subjective? Like, yes, I have. I've thought
So
about
in,
it quite
in,
a bit
in another
actually.
society, if grape was subjectively okay, you would conform to the subjective morality of that time.
No, I wouldn't.
How do you know? How do you know?
To me,
How do you know?
subjectively, it would still be wrong. It would always be wrong.
How do you know?
Subjectively, to
How do
me.
you know? You can't prove it.
Well, because right now I think that subjectively it's wrong. So if your critique is just that, well, if subjectively you thought that it was okay, then subjectively you would think that it's okay. Like, this is a non-statement.
Well, subjective means that you could succumb to different subjectives, right? You can't prove that you have a moral
What
anchor.
does that mean?
You can't prove that you have a moral anchor, right? So, like, let's say, for example, if you're living in Germany in 1940s, right, and there's this people, right, that, am I allowed to say the leader name?
Yeah.
Yeah, so like Hitler, right? You're in Germany and you're agreeing with him because everyone else is agreeing with him subjectively, and you're sentencing all those people to be unalived. That's your subjective morality. That's subjective, but
That's
just
not
know.
my
Hold on.
morality,
But
though.
objectively, if you had objective morality, it doesn't matter what time period, doesn't matter what society, doesn't matter what the norms are. You will always think that that's wrong.
But you're just saying basically that you prefer if there's objective morality, but that's
No,
not
I'm
really
not.
saying
No,
that
I'm not
it's
saying I don't
true.
prefer. No, I'm not saying.
Okay,
prefer. I'm
wait.
saying it's
So
needed.
I found the
It's needed.
hadith for you, by
Lydia,
the way.
Lydia, it's
wait.
needed.
So now that we've because now that we like found the hadith, let's go
So
back
now,
to
so
it.
now you're getting into text and religion, but you don't
Yes.
believe in God.
So it's specifically it's I'm not sure how to read this, but it's like 67 wedlock marriage, chapter 40, the marrying of a daughter by her father to a ruler, narrated by Aisha. That the prophet
what book
married
is
her
this?
when she was 6 years old, and he consummated his marriage when she was 9 years old.
And this is in what, Bukhari? What book is
The
this?
numbers that I'm seeing is like 67 wedlock marriage, and then like
The book is important. The book is important.
yeah, it's in Bukhari, al-Bukhari.
Okay, so Bukhari, when he existed, he got arrested by his time. He wasn't. He's only been a source in the past 100 years after Saudi Arabia became in power.
Wait, so do you have like a
People-
citation that says that he just gained prominence now that no one cited him before?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, so what's your source?
You
Let's
just
see
look
it.
at his life. He
Yeah,
was
wait,
banned.
but I just want your source that says that nobody took it seriously.
No, he was arrested.
Yeah, wait. So this is actually the fact that this says this is actually in line with the Quran. If you look at specifically
it's
the
not.
verse that talks about the section about like divorce, it says that you can literally marry a child.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. It's
No, it doesn't.
Al,
No, it doesn't. Just because women who have menopause don't have their periods doesn't mean that they're women, that they're little girls. It's the opposite, right? It's because they're too old. So this is what you don't understand. You see, this is why you get yourself caught in this, because you don't have the knowledge to go deep into this, and this has nothing to do with God at all.
I know you're like desperate to pivot to like adhoms and meta commentary, but how
I'm
about
not-
we just
I'm not
pull up the
desperate
verse?
at
Wait,
all,
wait.
brother.
How about we just pull up the verses and we can read them?
But you don't even believe this.
Yes, yeah, it's an internal critique, my dude.
No, I think you know that too.
Yeah, we've said it like
Well,
3
I
or
know
4
why you're saying
times.
that.
This doesn't disprove God, right?
Wait, well, yes, it does. Unless you wait. So you have a double bind. Either you have to say that God isn't real, or you have to say that marrying children is fine.
No, because we don't agree with marrying children. That's haram, right? That's against the religion. That's objectively wrong.
Wait,
right?
can you provide me where it says if it's objectively wrong and objectively against the religion? Can you provide me the source where it says where?
Yeah, it says a woman has to be of mature status, of maturity in terms of physical, mental, spiritual, right? What do you think that means?
Yeah, wait. So where does it say that? Well, I mean, it seems like it's depended from time to time because it seems like for a while it was permitted to marry them really young.
Well, first of all, when we talk about the age of consent, what do you think the age of consent should be?
I think 18 is a perfect age.
I think it's good too. What about all those years where it was 12 in UK?
I think that was really bad. I think that's like terrible.
Objectively.
No, Mo, you know we don't believe in objective morality.
You
Why
need
are
to,
you
though.
saying that?
No, you don't. You can say that like subjective, like all I know is my own subjective experience.
But guess what?
And I
Basically-
like to me it's wrong, which means that the strongest statement I can make is that subjectively to
So,
me it's wrong.
let me ask you a question. If there
I
is
also
new
don't
science,
know
hold
how
on.
you could believe in objective morality
Lydia,
either, Mo.
Lydia, if there is new science that says that 20 should be the age of consent in every shape and form, would you guys admit that you guys are wrong?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
If there's like evidence
So-
that says 20 should be the
so-
age
so
of
that
consent,
just shows
if
that
people
you
are
can't-
people are incapable of consenting at the age of 18, then yeah, I'd say I was wrong. I'd say that yeah, it's like it was fucked up to do
This
that
is the
to
dangers
these
of subjective
18-year-olds and
morality then, bro.
19-year-olds.
How is
This
that
is the danger.
dangerous?
Because you guys don't have an objective rubric, right?
I follow the evidence.
And the evidence could be wrong, and it could be disproven, and it could be changed, and you're putting your whole
Yes,
soul
but
into
it's
it,
still
bro.
the evidence nonetheless.
It's the wrong evidence. Though.
Mo, can you? And this
Wait,
is
you
a
have no
genuine
wait.
question.
So do you think that the age of consent evidence is the wrong evidence?
I'm saying that in 200 years, it could definitely go higher. I think that maybe 18 is too young. Maybe it should be 21.
Base.
They're not even 20. How come you can't smoke at 18, but you can smoke at 21, but you could give your consent at 18?
Some
Why?
places you can smoke at 18, but
You know what I mean,
I have
though,
a
right?
genuine question
So,
for you.
Yeah.
What do you mean when you say objective?
Objective by an objective being, right? So my objective being is the one who created us. Who better than to tell us what's right and wrong?
But
than
can
the
you
one who
just
created
like
us?
define it for me? Like define objective?
This is the same thing that you guys did to Anna when you guys said define good.
No, I'm asking you a genuine question. I don't know why you're getting flustered.
You
Like,
know what
Yeah, wait. I could
I
answer
know
this
what
question in like
objective
an instant.
yeah,
I
like
know
what
what
do you
objective
mean when
means,
you
you
say
know.
objective, Mo?
Wait, if you know what it means, then say it.
Right. It's right.
Wait. So if I say something is objectively true, you're saying that it's like right true, or
Yeah, it's always it's correct. It's right.
So do you know that there can be subjective truths?
Yeah. If it follows the objective morality, yeah.
wait.
Like, for
So how can
example, for
something?
example-
So
Wait,
you would
how
say
can it
that
be a
that they're like
subjective
objective,
truth?
subjective
For example,
truths?
I believe objectively that it's wrong to unalive someone. You guys believe subjectively it's wrong to unalive someone. So that means our objective and subjective morals come together.
Well, if you just by objective you just mean right, then I would believe in objective morality. I still believe in things being right and wrong.
So it could only be given by an objective being. It can't be from a subjective being. To
But
give,
like, what
a
do you mean
subjective
by
being can't
objective
give-
being?
So a subjective being can't give, objective morality. What a subjective being is someone with limited knowledge, right? If you have objective morality, if someone has objective knowledge, that's all knowledge without limitation, right? So, which is only God, right? That's the only one that could even have objective morality, because God has all knowledge. That's why it's needed. You need to have a moral anchor. Someone has to say what's right and wrong. There has to be rules. We can't just make up our own rules, right?
So you don't believe that non-believers can believe in objective morality?
No, because you guys don't have an objective being that you believe in. It has to.
Well,
You guys
but
have
you can still have
subjectives.
like a standard without it being a being. Like, why does it have to be a being?
I mean, how do you get your objective morality from? Right? There has to be some sort of revelation. There has to be prophets. There has to be something
No,
set
there
from the
doesn't.
sky.
Wait, what?
Wait,
There
this
has-
is just like
there
a
has
this
to
is
be
just like a
communication.
butchering of philosophy. Like I'm not
No.
I believe in subjective morality because I think it's true, but there's like secular accounts of objective morality as well. Like
That's
if I
not
wanted
proven.
to, I could just defend the view that morality objectively follows from like evolution, for example.
How could you do that?
Yeah, by just saying that the things that are good are going to be the things that help the herd survive.
But who
That,
defines what's
like
good, though, right?
the objective morality is just going to be like our herd instinct.
No, because the herd instinct is to do all this damage, to do all this stuff. And by the way,
No,
going
it's
back to the
not.
earthquakes.
Wait, where? When?
What do you mean? If an animal is hungry and has an instinct to be hungry, it's going to eat anybody.
Do you know?
right?
Wait, do you know what the herd instinct is?
No, I'm saying like herd as in an animalistic.
Yeah, wait. So when I'm talking about the herd instinct, I mean specifically our instincts that our morality just evolved in line with our instincts around promoting like social cohesion.
And
That
you really
it's probably not
want-
going to be very good for social cohesion if you're like running around taking the lives of your like fellow tribe members or like stealing from them or like raping them. Like it's probably going to be pretty bad for social cohesion.
Yeah, I know. I definitely agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah,
But,
cool. So then,
again,
we would
who
you would agree
dictates-
that an objective standard for morality could just be like evolution.
So okay. So let's say homosexuality by that standard wouldn't be good then. in your
No,
opinion.
because there's nothing that. Why would
doesn't
that
advance the
reduce
herd,
social
though.
cohesion?
It doesn't advance the herd.
Wait. So that's not. I think you just didn't hear what I said. So the standard I'm specifically like referring to is things that are like helpful for the herd itself, things that are like beneficial. I think that being gay is neither beneficial nor harmful. In fact, I'd probably say that it's like pretty good for social cohesion because it allows people to express themselves in ways which is just going to be better for people like being more authentic.
Well, we believe in an instinct, right? We believe in the fitra, which is it's why Lydia, I believe, has that uncomfortability when she, didn't have the faith anymore. She felt like an emptiness, like as she was saying. We do believe in an instinct in that everyone has to worship something. So if you don't
Wait,
worship God,
but what's your critique of this objective morality?
well, how is it an objective morality though?
Yeah,
Is it
because the objective standard is just going to be what's good for the herd, like doing things that promote social cohesion.
Okay, but who put that instinct in there though?
Yeah, so it was just evolution that put the instinct in there. That the tribes that survive, that the group of humans or human ancestors that survive are just going to be the ones who are who have like the best like social cohesion.
So herd instinct is an evolutionary concept.
Yep.
So without evolution, the herd instinct existed, of course, before
Yeah.
evolution.
Well, wait. So no, it didn't exist until
what do you mean
evolution.
before
But it's something that exists outside of us, which is the definition of objective.
when do you
Objective
think-
just means stance independent. So this would be a thing that's just like true regardless of belief.
When do you think evolution started?
What a massive pivot. I think like a couple like 400 million years ago might be the number. I don't know.
Before the singularity?
No.
No.
So God created evolution.
What?
The singularity, because I believe the singularity.
Are you trolling?
I feel like
gotta
you
be
might be trolling now.
No, I believe. Well, I believe the singularity is God. So it's just our definition.
Wait, do you even know what evolution is?
There's a bunch of different things.
Could you define
like
evolution?
survival of the fittest? I agree with that, but evolution is a theory, correct?
Okay, but not in the sense that you're using the term theory. So when we say that evolution is a theory, we're just saying that it's an explanation for how something happened. Theories can be supported by evidence or not supported by evidence. when we say it's a theory, we're specifically saying it's a scientific theory, which means that it's supported by all the scientific evidence and contradicted by none of the scientific evidence. That's what it means to be a surviving scientific theory. It's like just about confirmed based on the fossil record, based on like honest to God, just logic. Like if you just like sit down and logically think about it, the things that reproduce are going to be the things that are good at reproduction. And if we have genes which spread, then it's going to select for the things that are good at reproduction. Like evolution just makes sense.
Yeah, yeah. No, we believe in some parts of evolution, but we disagree with like other stuff, like us coming from like a monkey, let's say, or a gorilla.
Well, okay, we also disagree. We don't think we came from monkeys either.
Was that part of the Charles Darwin that we
Sure
that
wasn't.
scientists-
Did not come from monkeys. Monkeys are our cousins.
Yeah,
Cousins? What do you mean cousins?
we're apes.
Yeah, like we're both great apes and descended from like a common ancestor. Or our
so,
monkeys.
so we share common DNA, right? That's
Yeah,
what
well,
we're
that's just going to be
Okay.
descriptively true. That if
Yeah.
you look up like the DNA similarity between like us and like howler monkeys,
Yeah.
it's probably going to be in the upper like 90%.
Right. Okay, cool. No, listen, man, you guys are cool. I want to wrap up. I want to leave you guys with just one last thing, because we still didn't talk about the morality part. And I'm not talking about objective subjective. Let's forget about that real quick. But you always think that like bad things are bad in terms of the world, right? Like natural disasters, murder, right? All these things, correct?
So I'll give the stipulations because it seems like you're interested in like the analytic side of it. So I would say that these things in our world, I wouldn't say that they're like moral or immoral, because I don't think earthquakes are moral actors in the naturalist worldview. They didn't make the decision to do this; they couldn't have done otherwise. It's just tectonic plates like colliding with tectonic plates.
Always?
However, under the worldview where God made these tectonic plates, knowing that they would cause earthquakes, I do think He has moral responsibility for it.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Do you think all earthquakes are God-made? Or do you think some of
I
them
don't
are
know. It's going to depend on the theodicy.
Well, there has to be some earthquakes that are man-made. We have to actually attribute and allow humans to be accountable for, the mining and the quarrying and all that, right? That mess
Yeah,
up.
sure, but earthquakes existed long before that.
Right. Okay, so let's just because next time, I don't want you to blame every earthquake on God, right?
Yeah,
Just-
okay, wait. It's like to be, I don't, but I think that
Okay, so-
earthquakes existed before, so I just ask, like, we can narrow it.
Okay. Have you ever taken-
why would the earthquakes that happened before the mining and the quarrying, like, why
Yeah,
would
yeah.
God do that?
Okay, yeah, great. Have you ever taken calculus?
I have a math degree.
Awesome. So you know limits, correct?
Yes.
Okay, what's the average life of a human being, let's say?
It depends on the age. So
Yeah,
right now
average
it's like
life.
80.
Well, 80, right? Let's just say we live to 100 years. Let's say 1,000 years. Let's say 1,000, okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so let's say 1,000 years is the numerator, the denominator is x, right? Now let's say limit is to infinity. What's the answer to that?
Wait, so the numerator's 1,000, denominator is x?
Yeah. What's the
So,
limit
and
of
then
x?
limit
What's
goes,
the limit
so
of x?
it would be 0.
0. Okay, so it's 0 because what I just did was I took the human life that we live in this world and I put the eternal life after this world, and basically our whole entire existence is 0, according to calculus, correct?
Yeah, I mean, if you assume that this is true, but I also don't know why suffering on Earth is like why the
Bro,
life
it's
in
brother,
the future
it's
is contingent on the suffering on Earth. Like
It's a
a big
test.
problem you're going to run into is like why does God kill non-Muslims with earthquakes?
God doesn't kill, right? Like I wouldn't say it's to that because there's an eternal life, right? Like we're going to live forever. after
Not
this.
for everyone, there isn't.
No, we're going to live forever after this. Everybody's soul when you pass, you're going to go to the eternal life.
Oh, that's
Right?
fine. But some people are gonna like, let's say that there's like a 16-year-old who dies in an earthquake and they go straight to hell because they weren't a Muslim.
That we don't believe in that. We don't believe that.
Wait, you don't believe in hell?
No, we believe that just because you're not a Muslim doesn't mean you go to hell. You have to be a disbeliever. So you have to get the truth and then disobey it.
Yeah, so let's say
Yeah.
that we have like a 14-year-old. Let's go crazy. Let's say we have like a 14-year-old.
God will never punish someone who never got the message.
Yeah, so let's say that, okay, first of all, that turns like Islam into an information hazard, and the moral thing to do would be to stop spreading it, so you stop like condemning people to hell when they reject the message. But second of all,
because you like if you didn't get the truth from our talks, like if the truth never hits you at all, bro, like 100%, like you're like this Mo guy has no idea what he's talking about. I never had the truth once in my heart. If you in your heart know that you don't know if this is true, then you're going to have your own test, and only God could determine that, whether you're good or bad, and you deserve hell or you deserve heaven. But
Oh,
if
that
you
sounds
know the
good.
truth
Then
100%, if you know
I
the
think that
truth
you should just, if
100%,
that's true, then you should just stop spreading the message.
no, because the
Yeah,
message
because
is
then they're
light.
less likely if less people know, right? Or they have this like truth epiphany that you're talking about, then that means less people are likely
You
to
want me to
go to
stop
hell.
spreading the truth?
Well, yeah, I mean, if spreading the truth like condemns people to hell, then yeah, definitely.
Why do you want me to stop doing that? Why can't it just be the other way around? Why can't people just go to the truth if it's the better life?
Wait, so let's say that there's like a being where nothing will happen to you unless I tell you about the being, in which case the being will like torture you to death. Would it be moral to tell you about the being?
No, that's not the situation though.
Wait, are you familiar with the basilisk?
Is that the cave?
No. So
No?
the
What is
basilisk
that?
is an entity, and so if you don't know about the basilisk, then nothing's going to happen to you. But if you do know about the basilisk is like an all powerful like supercomputer that's going to come into existence. And if you don't know about the basilisk, then it'll leave you alone. It's like chilling. But if you do know about the basilisk and you
So
didn't
yeah.
help bring it into existence, it's going to torture. It's gonna like create infinite simulations of you, all with like moral value, and it's gonna torture all of them to death. Do you think it's like moral to tell people about the basilisk?
So this is kind of, you're gonna say I'm reaching. This is Andrew Tate's depression model, right? If you don't believe in
This is
depression,
what?
this is the I don't believe in depression, so it can't be real type of argument,
What? Can you just answer his
right?
question though? Like, I don't understand.
I don't really understand
Oh,
what
I'm
he's
sorry.
saying.
I think it might have been like confusing. Wait, Lydia,
Yeah,
did
it's a
you get
lot.
it?
Not
Yeah,
really.
like,
No, not
just
really.
saying,
To be honest.
would it be moral?
I
Like,
mean,
would it be right or wrong to tell people about the basilisk if
a
if you
computer
knew
that's
that it
going
was
to
going
torture you,
to?
a computer AI that's going to torture you or something.
Yeah,
That's what you're saying.
there's like a lot of literature on the basilisk, yeah, basilisk specifically.
I mean, the basilisk isn't God. It's not the same
Well,
thing.
wait. Actually, because the people who believe in the basilisk probably would say that the basilisk is God.
Okay, and and the basilisk created the earth and created our objective morality
No,
and
no,
gave
it's just that
us.
the basilisk would be
It
all
gave
powerful when it
you
comes into
vision. Gave you
existence.
vision, smell, sight.
Wait,
All of the blessings.
do you know what the singularity is? No, wait, no, that's like the technological singularity, not the cosmological one.
So the singularity for us is God. We
Yeah,
believe
yeah,
in
but the technological singularity.
the technological one, like
Yeah.
of technology.
Yes.
Is it is it the birth of the computer?
No. It's like an event that's predicted to happen. It's where there's going to be like a recursive cycle of computers like infinitely improving themselves. It's as soon as like a computer gets the ability to improve itself and also like the capacity and like conscious awareness to improve
Okay.
itself.
Oh, so this is
that
the future. It's a
they'll
futuristic
undergo like
event.
rapid cycles of like self. Yeah, it's a kind of sci-fi, but
It's
I
a
don't know.
futuristic event like AI is going to
Yeah.
become.
Yes. Exactly. It's like an AI apocalypse,
I
basically.
mean, I
Yeah.
think Elon Musk believes in that, right?
I think he does. Elon Musk is
Yeah.
familiar with the basilisk. That's
Yeah,
actually how he met
I'm
Grimes.
actually
Fun fact.
I was not familiar with the word basculus or whatever it's called, but I like AI technology. I study AI, so like I could see that happening. You know, I don't know the future or at all, but I could see that
if you're,
happening.
If
I
you're
could see
interested,
AI.
it's called like Rocco's Basilisk. But I should probably move on to the next guest because we have been talking for a while.
All right, man. Yo, thank you guys so much.
Yep.
I appreciate it for everything, and I'll leave you guys with this. If God doesn't exist, then me and you are.
Nope. Oh, fuck. Sorry.
Whoops.
Oh. Make sure you
How'd
double
that
tap it on
happen?
that screen. Let's get to 110K likes. Make sure you're following Lydia. Lydia's great. You should also join the Discord. Link in bio. I've been told that the link doesn't work, so you might want to try to join via a web browser by just going to TikTok.com and going to allegedly Ian. That's my new profile. People kept on getting it wrong, so
Me included.
we're going to a new one. But again, make sure you're commenting, sharing it with your friends. It's going to be good for the health of the stream. And with that, we'll go to the next set of guests. As I look for one who will probably, hopefully join, maybe. We'll see. To no avail. That's so sad. Oh, fuck. There's two of you. Sorry. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Hey, what's up?
How old are you?
I am 14.
Oh, fuck.
Oh,
That's really young.
they
Stay in
did not
school.
sound 14 at all.
Yeah, I don't know. Like sometimes they'll be talking and it's like dog. Like if you just said dead ass, if you just said that you were 18, I would have been like bet. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Hey, champ, can you hear me?
Yeah. How old are you?
27.
And do you think God is real?
Yeah, I do think he's real, yeah.
And which God specifically do you believe in?
So I'm also Muslim, but I mean, this doesn't have to be a specifically religious conversation. I'm theist first, Muslim second, you could say.
Yeah, okay. So do you have an argument for why your God is real?
Well, for me, the philosophical argument that persuades me is the cosmological argument. But then, so then that kind of puts me in the position of believing in God, and then I evaluate the options available, and I find Islam to be the most logically persuasive religion. Yeah, for sure.
That's like a really interesting progression. No, that's like very that's like a very logical progression, I think. So I would just ask you, why do you think the cosmological argument is convincing?
I just agree with the premises. So everything that begins to exist has a cause. Fine, that seems to make sense. The universe, all best evidence seems to suggest that the universe began to exist, and therefore I accept that the universe most likely has a cause. Yeah.
So what do you mean specifically when you refer to like the universe? Wait, is there like a lot of background noise?
One sec. There's a fan. Let me turn that off.
No, you're chilling. I thought it was mine, but what evidence do you have that the universe or like, I guess, like, what do you mean by when you say that the universe began to exist?
I mean, there's the Big Bang Theory. I don't need to expand on that too much. I think you know what I mean.
Yeah, and I guess, like, what do you mean by the Big Bang?
Or
no, wait, I'm sorry, I asked the wrong definition. What do you mean by the universe? Just like the universe as we currently know it, or like time, space, and matter, or
sure, we can go with that. The universe as we currently know it.
Yeah, that's fine.
So time, space, and matter. Yeah.
Yeah. So if I give you like a physicalist theory or like a naturalist theory, that was able to account for this without needing to posit the existence of a god, would you find that sufficient to defeat the cosmological argument?
Well, go ahead, give it.
Yeah. So I think it's possible. So like, I think the strongest evidence points towards the existence of singularity, as is seen by the cosmic microwave background radiation, that the universe used to be in an extremely hot, extremely dense state, and then like the intro to the Big Bang Theory, the show, and then it like rapidly expanded. This seems to be supported by like all evidence, but it could be possible that the singularity existed and just didn't have a beginning. That the singularity has existed forever in the same way that God has existed forever.
I think
real quick, I'm gonna hop down, but thank you, Ian, for having me.
Yeah, thanks so much for coming up, Lydia. I appreciate you.
Thanks. Bye, guys.
Yep, bye-bye.
So I think the objection to that I found persuasive is that you then rely on an infinite regress of cause and effect, which effectively falls into a fallacious trap.
What's the infinite regress?
So essentially, if there is true cause and effect, right, then you can't have an infinite regress of cause and effect ad infinitum. So what you're positing is that cause and effect as we know it is an illusion. For there to be a true...
Wait, what?
So let me expand. For you to have a true infinite cycle of events, then there cannot be a true cause and effect, right?
What? Wait, but you believe in God? And you think that God has always existed. So how is it possible that God always existed?
Because
but
God
this didn't?
because God is not subject to the cause and effect chain that we observe in our reality. That's the difference.
Okay, so I would ask you, why did the cause and effect chain come into existence?
Sure.
Why did the cause and effect chain need a cause in order to come into existence?
because the alternative is an infinite regress of cause and effect.
No, it could just
I
like
would
pop
say
in.
yes.
It could just
I
like
would say
totally wait. I'm not sure why the alternative is like an infinite regress, because an infinite regress implies
pop in
causation.
from what?
But so like why would, before the principles of cause and effect exist, why would you need a cause to have this effect at all?
The way I see it is, we observe there is something. We can agree with that. There's something that exists. There's matter. There's time. There's space. We seem to observe that the matter is contingent, time and space is contingent, and there is this causal chain of events that's taken place, right? So either there's an infinite chain of causal events, which I think is demonstrably fallacious, or you have to argue that something came from nothing spontaneously, which I think is also absurd. And so I find that what I find to be more convincing and the most persuasive is that there is an eternal uncaused cause, a prime mover.
Yeah, and why does this uncaused cause prime mover need to have a mind?
I wouldn't say that it's necessary that it has a mind, but I would say that the existence of consciousness certainly points towards that.
Wait, what? Why?
Why not?
Because it seems like consciousness is perfectly described via evolution. The fact that evolution exists at all is like strong evidence like against like every major religion, all of which get it completely wrong how people got here. No, not a single religion describes evolution or any process like this. Not a single religion makes a mention of like dinosaurs, for example, or cells or bacteria. They're like the fact that
Yeah, but I mean,
evolution is true is
that's a
strong
very,
evidence.
I have to say though, Ian, that's a very sort of narrow, that's a very narrow criteria. I mean, I could mention things that the religious texts do mention, such as the expanding universe. In Islam, our texts talk about that God created the heavens and the earth and continue to expand the heavens. It's not difficult to read into that. You may say it's you may have your counter argument, but it's not difficult to infer
Yeah,
from
well,
that.
okay, wait, but then I would just ask you, because in this analogy, you would say that heaven is space. So do you think that heaven is space?
The heavens in the sense, yeah, not heaven in the sense of paradise, but the heavens, yeah, the heavens are the skies. Exactly. The heavens are space, yes.
Yeah,
That's
but
the
I just so we can even if I wrote a holy book tomorrow and just like made wild random guesses about the state of our universe, about physics, whatever, I'm bound to stumble upon a correct conclusion just somehow. If it's like 70 books long or however long the Quran is, it's like an inevitability that I get something right somehow. But the way that you know that I'm not all knowing is by the things that I get wrong, not the things that I get right.
Yeah, so we do make the claim that our claim. So this is then why I step into the second layer. So I think I've at least persuaded you that my reason for believing in a God is somewhat thought out. No, listen. It's thought out. You don't have to agree with my premises, but I've given you a logical chain.
No, wait. So actually, I do want to continue the infinite regress conversation.
Okay,
So
let's get to that.
why does like a singularity existing forever entail an infinite regress, but a God does not entail an infinite regress?
Because this is, well, I'd throw it back at you. Do you believe in cause and effect, or do you think that's an illusion?
I'm agnostic to it, I guess. I don't know.
But as a naturalist, surely you have to believe in cause and effect.
I've done like no reading into it. I have no idea.
Okay.
I could be
In
convinced either way. is what I'm
in which
saying.
case, I would say that you have to kind of hold fire on this argument until you've read more about it. I'll expand my position and you
Wait,
go read about.
could you give me an argument for why I would need to hold cause and effect to be true?
Well, because as a naturalist, you believe in, your foundational principles are, science, the scientific method, experimentation. We do a test, we find a result. That result, ergo, gives us information about reality. And yeah,
It seems
and
to be a
that
fundamental misunderstanding of like empiricism.
it's not. No, it's
Empiricism
not.
holds
It's
like
not.
very strictly that all we
It's
can observe are the like one event and then another event, that the actual
Yeah,
like
yeah.
causal
No,
properties that
exactly.
exist between them are completely unobservable. That
But
these
am I
things happen not via cause and effect, but rather just by like a customary chain, that the pen falls every time we drop it because every time we've dropped it, the pen has fallen. Like we just customarily assume that gravity is true because it's been present in like all of our calculations that we've needed to do. But we can't actually like go out and empirically observe gravity.
No, we
Like,
can
like it's not like a
empirically
physical
observe.
thing that
No,
we
no,
could
no.
actually
Can I,
like
if
touch or
I'll
interact with.
counter you there, Ian. I'll have to counter you. We can empirically observe the effects of gravity,
No, no,
but
no.
that
We can
doesn't.
observe. Wait, wait, wait. We can observe the effects of gravity. Correct. We can't observe gravity itself. Like the
I
gravitational
think
force is something that's beyond our ability to. Like we can't see it. We
we've
can't
modeled
feel it. We can't
gravitational
taste it. We
waves,
can't
right?
touch it.
Which is
We can't
pretty
use like a
close.
sense to. We can see the effect of gravity. We
Yeah, yeah. As
infer
in,
that
sure, we
gravity is
can't.
there. We customarily assume that gravity is true because every single time we drop the pen falls.
Yeah, yeah, sure. I mean, look, gravity. I agree with you, but I mean, this is. Let's not get kind of caught into this because
No,
gravity is a
so I guess under
difficult.
the empiricist worldview, I probably would reject cause and effect.
Okay, if you reject cause and effect, then that's where we part ways. That's where we part ways. I would say that in a world where cause and effect is assumed to be true, and I'll grant you that I don't have the perfect argument off the top of my head to sort of substantiate that, but that's the premise that I'm going to go on. That in the world of cause and effect, infinite regress doesn't make sense. I'll have to go and read more about, for example, the arguments against cause and effect. But I would put it to you that you certainly couldn't come back at me and say it's unreasonable to hold a premise that cause and effect is true, because that's our experience of the world, and that's what most of our work and science and progress and development is hinged upon.
No, wait, but that's fine. So we can proceed with the assumption that cause and effect is true, just for like the
Okay.
sake of conversation, because I think it's a good conversation. So let's say that cause and
Okay.
effect is true. Why does it entail an infinite regress to say that the singularity is eternal, but it doesn't like what's the difference between God and the singularity that means that
So
there's an infinite
the
regress
thing,
with one, but there's not an infinite regress with the other?
so because the singularity is not free from the cycle of cause and effect. All the singularity, it's not something separate from space and time. It's just a particular point whereby space and time is, as you know, completely condensed, right? But it's still part of the causal chain. So if you believe in a bang crunch, bang crunch, bang crunch, that's an infinite causal chain. Now, the
Is
reason
God
that
able to affect himself?
is God able to affect? Well, let's come to that. But let me finish my point on
Yeah, go
the
for
just.
it.
The best way I can articulate it is through an analogy, which is if you imagine sort of an infinite line of people, the guy at the front of the infinite line holding a gun, and the shooting of that gun is in effect analogous to any event taking place, right? And if the person at the front of the queue can only shoot the gun if the guy behind him tells him to shoot the gun,
I'm
etc.
familiar with
If
the
you go
analogy, yeah. So
if you
so
go backwards ad infinitum, you're never
yep,
going to fire the
yeah.
gun.
So the problem with this is that actually you can fire the gun. It's just going to be like the Graham-Oppie solution that if you get an infinite number of shots, you actually can take the infinite number of. If you get an infinite number of like fucking like confirmations or like go-aheads, then you can fire the infinite number of shots.
Wait, say that again. Say that again.
Yeah, so if you get an infinite number of approvals to take the shot, then you can take the infinite number of shots.
Fine. I'm going to have to read about that, but yeah, I'm not equipped to. I haven't heard that before, so I'll have to read about it. But in
Yeah, this
effect,
just
what I
comes
would.
from Graham Oppie. I think it comes from his article about the necessary initial state, but I could be wrong about that.
But I mean, just to keep it, simple. Like if you're at the front of a queue and you're waiting, and the guy behind you is waiting on the guy behind him is waiting on the guy behind him, and it goes back ad infinitum. How can you ever get the message if the guy behind him is always waiting for the guy behind him? Do you know what I mean?
Well,
Like
yeah, just if there's like an infinite number of
yeah,
approvals given, then you
you're
can take
always
an
waiting
infinite
for the
number of
next approval,
shots.
right?
That's like the simplest explanation is that if you get the infinite approvals, then you can take the infinite shots, and time is in fact infinite.
Right. Well, anyway, I mean, I have to read about that, but that's my perspective. I maintain that in a world of cause and effect, infinite regress doesn't make sense. It crumbles, and so you need I therefore posit that you need a prime mover who falls outside the causal chain, the sort of the you know a prime. You know, this is well described. And that's why I believe there has to be a prime mover outside of this cause and effect world that we live in.
Yeah, but I like the question I think I asked you was like, can God affect himself?
Can God affect himself? I mean, what do you mean by effect? Not to be too.
Could he? Does he have the power to like make himself feel like the human emotion of like happiness, for example?
Yeah.
Yeah. So if he made him do that, like, what would the cause of his happiness be?
What would the cause of his happiness be? I don't feel like I have the ability to answer that question. But what I would say is the reason that a God doesn't fall to the same issue as the universe is that God is not a created being, right? Is not a created entity. And if the universe we live in had a beginning, and if infinite regress cannot make sense, then there has to be a creating force. And if that creative force is also subject to cause and effect, then it's actually just part of the same chain. So we have to end up somewhere at an uncreated creator, which itself is eternal. Now, the mechanics of how that being operates and affects change, is obviously difficult for the human mind to rationalize, but that doesn't negate the point.
Yeah, so I would just say that the singularity could be the uncreated creator.
And my retort to that is the singularity is part of the causal chain that we observe, and therefore...
Why does it necessarily have to be?
Well, of course it is. It's part of the universe. It's not...
Yeah, but why couldn't it just be like the unmoved mover?
But it can't be the unmoved mover because it is what became moved, right? What caused it to... why would it change?
So we could just say, we could posit that it had the disposition at the specific point in time to change. So I would ask you, why did God create?
Well, I mean, I could answer that. If God has a will, then he willed things to exist.
Yeah, but so why did God will one specific thing? Like, why is God's will the way that it is?
I don't think that's a good answer. I mean, why not?
Oh wait, are you like really far away? If you might be covering your microphone, or maybe it's just like broken.
Can you hear me
Sounds
now?
like
Can you hear me
I can
better?
like hear you a little bit better now.
Yeah.
Why is what caused God's will to be the way that it is?
I don't think not having an answer to that means anything.
Okay, so because I would posit that the answer is that you would probably just appeal to like a brute fact. Like, that's just the way it is. And I would also appeal to, in this instance,
agree.
I would also appeal to a brute fact. I would say that, well, that's just the way the singularity is. This is just the time that the singularity was disposed to rapidly expanding to causing the Big Bang. In both cases, we're on equal footing. You posit the existence of I think your best answer is to say that it's just a brute fact, whereas my answer is also just to say that it's a brute fact.
Yeah, the difference is that the universe came into existence, right? That's
No, because in this instance, I'd be saying that the singularity is eternal.
But it isn't eternal because the singularity is no longer. So how could it be eternal?
Oh, but
We're
it was
literally not in a
eternal before
singularity.
the Big Bang.
No, there's no such thing. I mean, I have to, you wouldn't accept me to say something like that. You can't be eternal and then stop being eternal. You're either
so I
eternal
mean,
or
when
not.
I say that, I just mean that it had always existed before the Big Bang, and then it did.
But what does that even mean? Because time as we know it, unless you subscribe to a bank crunch theory, which you were discussing earlier, unless you subscribe to that, then time as we know it only began at the Big Bang, right? So it doesn't really make sense to. No.
I have no idea. I don't know what time is, to be honest.
It doesn't make sense. Well, I mean, I can tell you, it doesn't make sense to talk about time before the Big Bang
Why not?
in the way that you're talking about it, because physicists describe time in the way that we discuss it, in the sense of the fabric of space time beginning at the Big Bang. You know,
But
we
this
can't.
just seems to be an appeal to authority. Do you wait? What is time, and why did it necessarily begin at the Big Bang? I don't wait. So that's actually I know for a fact that that's not true. Because
Okay, well,
I have
what
Dr. Blitz
tell
is
me
like
what
a
the facts
PhD
are, 'cause
physicist,
I'm happy to
and
be
he's like
corrected.
very adamant that literally nobody knows. Nobody has any idea, or like people have theories, but nobody actually has any evidence for like what came before the Big Bang. Nobody knows. We have no idea if it was the start of time. We have no idea if time existed before that. Nobody knows.
Well, anyway, fine. I'm happy to be wrong about that, but sure. Anyway, yeah, we can agree to disagree, but that's why I believe in God.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I appreciate you coming up here. It was a great discussion.
What about do you want to talk about religion specifically, or leave it there? In a
I
nutshell,
mean,
because
like
I
we,
think
we
you spoke
totally
for the
could,
last
but I have like 30 people waiting in the guest request box, and I don't want to.
Just give it 5 minutes, because the last guy spoke
Sure.
about
So I guess like
Islam.
what would your account of like earthquakes or hurricanes or tornadoes be?
Um, to be honest, I would say this: the purpose. This comes back to the question of what is the purpose of life, right? And if the purpose of life is to, you know, the chap that spoke before, the thing about an infinite life and the next life, is basically the point that I would make about that. That there isn't. This life isn't the end. We have an infinite life ahead of us, and God has created an imperfect world within which we're to be tested, right? So that's the purpose of, that's why we live in an imperfect world. But I don't believe this thing that Satan brings. We don't believe in that, you know. It is all the will of God. We own that, but it's part of the test.
Wait, so do you think that everything happened is a part of the will of God? Like everything that has ever happened in the history of the universe is a part of the will of God?
There is a caveat, which is that human beings have free will. But
okay, sure.
But outside of that, yes, certainly, we would never say that something happens that is outside of the will of God. Yeah.
No, that's a good save. So
no, but it's the point that's our position.
yeah. Although I've encountered theists who are like usually like much worse read, who would say that yes, everything that has happened is the will of God. Who don't carve out that caveat and then have to answer hard questions about like whether or not the Holocaust was the will of God.
Yeah, no. We believe in compatibilism. So
I feel like even that's I think that actually gets you to bad places regardless.
Maybe. In a way, I think all compatibilism does is says we don't understand the mechanics of how an all-powerful, all-knowing God can create a world that also allows for free will. But
can I ask, what's your specific definition of compatibilism?
So compatibilism being that God created the universe and the world, knowing everything that would happen, including what we will do as free agents, but we still retain free will.
Oh, I don't think that's compatibilism. That's like not like a definition of compatibilism. That sounds like you believe in libertarian free will and that God just knows what's going to happen.
Well, fine. Well, that's what I mean. But that's
that's fine.
That's the sort of the arena within which I've heard compatibilism discussed.
I guess like wait, do you believe in like determinism? Like, do you think that?
No.
Okay, yeah. Typically, when people say compatibilism, they're saying that both determinism and free will are true at the same time.
We believe. Well, I mean, I suppose we believe in predestination and free will. So that maybe there is an element of that there.
So I guess I'll ask you like something slightly different because I think it's like a good question. Do you think that God knows what he's going to do before he does it?
I don't think, how can I put it? This is a bit of a cop-out, but I don't think God is subject to time in that way.
Okay, and that's fine. So do you think that God does different things at different points of causality?
Does God do different things at different points of causality? I don't know.
So you think that everything that God causes was at the exact same point in causality for God. That
Possibly. I mean, possibly from God's perspective.
at the point where God was causing the like causing creation to exist, God was also causing the moon to split in half. You think that this happened at the same causal point?
As in, I think that from God's vantage point, if that makes any sense, it wasn't like he how can you put it? Yeah, I'll say yes. The answer is yes.
That this happened at the same causal time?
Well, it didn't happen at the same causal time, but at the point at which God was, let's say, creating the singularity, it was also, as he was as aware of the fact that the singularity was being created, as he was that the moon would be split, as he was that Muhammad would be a prophet.
No, I'm not asking about like awareness. I'm asking about like actualization. Was God actualizing the creation of the singularity at the same time he was actualizing the creation of humanity?
No, because then that would surely violate the principles of cause and effect.
Yes, yeah, no, I agree with that totally.
So no.
I mean, if I grant the principles of cause and effect, I do think that that's the entailment. So you would say when God was creating the singularity, did he know that he was going to create humanity?
Yes.
Okay. Does God have free will?
Yes.
Okay, so when God was creating the singularity with the knowledge that he was also going to create humanity, now let's just establish the definition of know, like what we say when we say that God knows something's going to happen. In order to say that God knows something, it means that he has knowledge of an event. And in order to have knowledge of the event, knowledge is just a justified true belief. So in order for an event for knowledge to be true, or for like a belief to be true, it needs to actually happen. So you would agree that if God knows something's going to happen, that if at the point where he's creating the singularity and he knows that he's going to create humanity as well, that also means that it's like true that humanity will be created.
Yeah. Where are we getting with this?
I'll get there. So you agree that if God knows it, then it like must be true, even before it happens.
Yeah.
Yep.
Can you hear me?
So, but you think God has free will. So I would just ask you, with it in mind that this thing must happen, that it will be true, that humanity will be created, could God choose to not create humanity?
Yes.
Okay, so you would say that it's both true and not true that humanity will be created in this instance?
No, I don't think that follows.
But so I just want to give like the preconditions again. So we're at the point in causality where God is creating the singularity. God foresees the creation of humanity. He knows it's going to happen. He knows he's going to create humanity. But you affirm that he has free will. So at this point in causality, with the knowledge that he's going to create humanity,
I see what you mean.
Could he just choose to not create humanity?
I think here I think this is sort of getting to the mechanics of how God makes decisions. I think that's kind of an area where I would just say I don't understand the mechanics. I don't think.
I'm just asking you about possibility. Because if God has free will, if he can make choices, I'm just asking if he could make the choice to do the opposite of the thing that he knew he was going to do.
I mean, intuitively, I would say yes.
Mm-hmm. But it sounds if that's the case, then we would say that God actually didn't know what he was going to do.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's difficult. I don't think it's that important, to be honest.
Oh, well, I think it's important. I think that God can't both be omniscient of his actions in the future, at like future points in causality, and also have free will.
Yeah, but it's sort of like the idea that God is how, because we're almost, when we talk about God at different points of causality, that's another way of just saying effectively God moving through time. Effectively, that's what we're saying.
Well, no, I mean, not really, because you agreed that he does do things at different points in causality.
So he does, but it's kind of difficult. So how can we put it this way? Causality is clearly spread out, right? But that's from the vantage point of us existing within that cause and effect framework. That doesn't speak to the vantage point of the creator. He may be simultaneously creating everything all at the same time. I don't really understand.
But wait,
I
wait.
don't, I
So do you
don't,
disagree that there's like that there are different points of causality at which God does different actions?
I would
That
just
that
say
in order for humanity to be created, God needs to have already created the singularity. That there's no way to create humanity, and that it doesn't even make sense to create humanity if God hasn't created the singularity.
yeah, from the vantage point of us being in this chain, yeah. But you could imagine this whole thing is like, okay, let me give you an example. Imagine this whole thing is a script. This whole thing is a script. Existence, cause and effect. It's all a script. And you can conceive of an all-powerful, all-knowing being, right? Writing the whole script in an instant. And it's just playing out. But because God is God, that script contains within it the ability for us to act freely, the ability for us to make decisions. And that's why things like compatibilism come into it. Do you understand what I'm saying? So my
Yeah, but
point
would
is,
you say that the first line, like the writing of the first line, is causally prior to the writing of the second line?
sure, but I'm saying it's
Yeah.
not hard to conceive that's all decided, done, sealed, and completed instantly.
Yes. Yeah, but if you agree with that, then you actually do have to agree that there's a progression.
A progression in the script. Yeah, but I mean, to be honest, I don't. What's kind of okay? Let me just throw. What's the end point of this line of
Yeah,
discussion?
well, wait, the end point is that there's a contradiction between God being omniscient and God having free will. That God
Okay,
both can't know what's going to happen, what he's going to do at a later point in causality, and also have the ability to choose not to do that. If he can choose not to do it, that means he didn't know it.
fine.
So you agree
I'll
that
have.
there's, would you give up omniscience or would you give up free will?
I I would have to. Well, okay. You seem well read on this. What is the counter argument that you've read to this?
I came up with this argument myself. It was based on like a computer science paper, actually. I came up with it largely myself. I think the wise thing to do is to reject free will.
That
Um,
was my instinct, but I feel
yeah.
like I want to just be a bit more responsible and go off a whim.
Yeah,
What's
because
your problem
I
with the
think that
moon being
you're
split?
like I think textually you're just fucked if you reject omniscience because I'm pretty sure all the texts say that he's all knowing. Um,
I suppose, let me give it to you this way. If God is truly good, and if God truly, if there is this being than which there is no greater conceivable being, then there is only one way that he would do everything, and that is the best way.
yeah,
And
I
therefore
think
there
that
are
that's like a
differences.
sufficient. I do think that that opens up
Like
problems, but I
we
do think that
see
that's like a
decision
better
trees.
view than free will.
Yeah, but we conceptualize free will in the way that we do because we come from a position of uncertainty, and that's what creates decision trees. But if you actually are all knowing and you actually are all powerful, there's no such thing as a decision tree. You just do the best thing all the time.
Yeah, I think that that's like a sufficient like theodicy, although I think it creates the problem where God is essentially just like a book. He's just like a he's like an automaton.
What was your objection to the moon being split? I feel like my guide
Oh,
didn't
there's
really.
just no evidence. So I think the strongest objection.
But 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 what about? I mean, because I was thinking this the whole time. Absence of evidence is not evidence of absence, right? I mean, if you're because he didn't really understand, but if you're coming from the paradigm that God exists, and the purpose of the miracle is specific to a specific group of people, then I mean, it doesn't disprove the faith. It's not a faith disproving thing. You can't disprove an event happened just because there isn't evidence that it happened.
Oh, so I think that I think the absence of evidence in certain cases I think it actually is because we can like imagine that the event happened and we can say cool. What would we expect to be true as well if the event did in fact happen? Now, if the moon was split in half, I would expect eyewitness testimony from like everyone. The fact that there is like literally no eyewitness testimony is crazy. That's crazy. This is like the
I
biggest event of any of these people's lives. This is the biggest event of human history. This is like the biggest divine event like ever. And we have no accounts from it other than the Quran.
I mean, my answer to that would be twofold. Firstly, again, I don't think that the absence of evidence disproves the Quran. It could just be that this was a miracle that only these people were, permitted to see. If there is an all-powerful God, then that's not hard to imagine. But secondarily to that, and you read this in your spare time, I don't know what the validity is, but I remember reading that there are some sources from India and some sources from the contemporary Byzantine Empire that did comment upon this. So
I think I have heard this theodicy before, that there's
specifically the Indian one. I think not.
Yeah,
the Byzantine,
yeah,
I
that
think
there's
that's something else.
okay, but even that seems like implausible to me, that there's like only one account. But I
So
would
what do
be
you think
highly
of the
skeptical of
prophecies
it in the
then?
first
What do you
place.
think of? Have you come across the argument from prophecy for Islam?
Is that just that it's fulfilled prophecies, or
Yeah, but
sure, like what are the prophecies that it's fulfilled?
so there's one very often referred one, which is about the battles between the Roman and the Persian Empire at the time, and effectively the Quran made a very concrete prediction that within 6 to 9 years, the Romans would defeat the Persians in a lowly land, which is externally verified to have happened. In a time period that matches the time period that those verses are dated to. So this is one small example.
Wait, what's the verse for this happening?
Let me.
Because I think prophecies are always going to be like very verse specific. So the way I evaluate prophecies is just based on like the likelihood that a human could have known this, and also whether or not it actually lines up with reality. And I often find that one of two things isn't true. Either the prophecy is true, and it was just like phenomenally unremarkable, where it's just like essentially saying that like this city will fall at some point in time. It's like, okay, no shit. Or it's that like the prophecy just didn't happen. But I can't hear you when you're off the app, by the way. If you're like alt tabbed.
I was alt tabbed. Yeah, if you just Google Romans defeated. Do you want me to get the verse?
Yeah, please.
Give me 1 second then. Yeah, so it's the 30th chapter, verses 2 to 6.
30th chapter. Wait, and is this the Quran or the Hadiths, or what is this?
Quran. No, this is the Quran. The 30th chapter,
30?
verses 2 to 6. Yeah. Chapter 30,
Is
verse
this
2 to 6.
I'm going to butcher the pronunciation, but is this like the Surah Ar-Ram?
Yeah, Surat Ar-Rum, which means the chapter on Rome.
Okay. And it's 30...
Yeah, verses 2 to 6. Essentially, there's commentary in the beginning which talks about the fact that the Romans have been defeated, and then goes on to say that they will be successful within 6 to 9 years. As per
wait, and who are the Romans fighting?
The Persians. The Sassanids, the Persians.
And this was, what year is this?
Around the 600s AD. Around 650.
And it says...
It basically says, I mean, you can read it, you can pull it up. It says the Romans have been defeated.
Yeah,
and
so
they
what's
will
the battle?
come back.
Okay, let's like dig into this. So what's the battle it's specifically talking about in terms of the Romans' defeat?
That I don't know the name off the top of my head. I've read it, but I haven't memorized it. But I mean, feel free to do a little deep dive.
Persia battle. Yeah, I think I would just need to be because I would be interested in like reading up on this.
The Byzantine Empire, Persian Empire, and my understanding is that there's external Roman sources which corroborate the essentially the Quranic verses.
And could you prove that? So if you don't know what the war is, could you prove that the verse was written before the war happened?
If you don't know, as in if I personally don't know.
Yeah.
No. I don't, as in I haven't memorized it now, but at the time when I have looked into it, that was what I found. So I'm saying that's something for you to look into, but I'm not, uh, I'm a surgeon during my day job, right? So I haven't memorized all
Oh,
these.
you're a surgeon? That's crazy.
Well, that's my day job, so this is a
That's
side.
just casually dropping in there that you're like a surgeon.
Well, I mean, not like that, but just to say that that's why I
No, no,
don't
no,
have.
no, no. I know that you're not being like boastful or whatever. No, but that is like really cool. It's like awesome that you're a surgeon.
Well, hopefully we can dissect the fabric of space time and get to the truth.
Yeah. No, I don't know. Like huge props to you. Med school is hard.
It's not that bad.
You don't think so?
It's just a lot of work.
Yeah. I have
But
some
yeah,
friends in med school right
so I
now.
haven't memorized. Look, I haven't memorized the details of the
No, it's
war,
okay. Yeah.
but it's there. If you
Yeah,
look at,
I guess I could like look into do you have like a source that talks about the prophecy more, or like where did you learn about this prophecy?
it's there. The source is the Quran. So all you need to look into is all you need to look in. All you need to, do is sort of a simple Google search, right?
Yeah. So like
External.
when was the Quran written?
Oh no! So the Quran was written. Was compiled in the time just after the Prophet, during his time and after his death. And so we have copies of the Quran. So if you want to Google, for example, the Birmingham manuscript, which is carbon dated to the earliest carbon dating is to contemporaneous to the time of the Prophet.
Oh wait. Now I'm pulling it up on Wikipedia. I feel like I'm getting somewhere now.
Go on.
So it seems like it's the war maybe being referred to is. Oh, maybe I'm not getting anywhere. 1 second. Let me.
I'll hop out and Google as well, but I can still
Yeah,
hear you.
yeah. It's something I'll have to look into after I'm done here. Um, and then if I look into it deeper, then maybe we can have a conversation in the future about whether the prophecy has been like fulfilled in a satisfactory way.
Yeah, and then also look, there are more. I mean, there are more. Let's say simple prophecies that, for example, prophecies that talk about the fact that Islam will, spread across the world. Prophecies that talk about the fact that the Muslims will conquer Constantinople. Prophecies that talk about the fact that in the
Wait,
future.
let's go like one prophecy at a time.
Okay. Cool.
Oh, also you're a little bit far from your microphone. Could you fix that?
Okay, I've brought it closer again. Sorry.
Yeah. No, you're good. Fall of Constantinople to the Ottoman Empire. So in terms of like the first one, of just like it will spread far, I feel like this is like almost like a self-fulfilling prophecy. This goes like one of two places, that either, so if I say that my religion, if I'm like founding a religion and say that it's going to spread far and wide, either it gets nowhere, in which case like whatever, or it spreads far and wide, in which case I can point to the prophecy that it spread far and wide, and be like, look at that, it's successful. I feel like any religion could do this, and if it's like even a little bit successful, then you could conclude like success based on that alone.
Okay, fine. I mean, that's fair enough. There are more specific prophecies that talk about not just that it will spread far and wide, but that talk about that the Constantinople will fall to the Muslims. I suppose you could say that's also a
Yeah.
self-fulfilling
I'm looking into
prophecy.
that right now.
But it's a bit more specific. And whilst you,
What verse was this?
No, this is a hadith. This is a Sahih
Oh,
hadith.
sure.
Yeah, but
like okay, wait. I'm not sure. Where do you fall on the hadiths? I guess I'm just not, because I meet some Muslims who think that the hadiths are like really important, and then I meet some Muslims who think that the hadiths are like whatever.
the hadith are important. They're definitely important. But the important thing to understand when interpreting hadith sometimes is that there's a lot of cultural context, which sometimes sounds like a cop-out, but I'll give you an example. The age of Aisha being 9 is often referred to as evidence that she was actually a young girl, right? Which there is a lot of scholarly dispute about. But people have to consider that the Arabs didn't really, the Arabs never tracked age, time, dates in the way that we do in the Western world. They didn't have a concept of calendars. Actually, calendars came about in amongst the Arabs after the death of the Prophet, right? So you may have this, you do have sometimes contradicting facts. So you have on the one hand this hadith that says Aisha was 9. Okay, that's there. We don't deny it. It says she was 9. On the other hand, there's a lot of circumstantial evidence that she was actually somewhere between the ages of 16 and 18, right? And that's the argument for that is not weak. So it's based on a lot of events around the life of the Prophet that are mentioned in the hadiths, whether Aisha was around during those events, the gaps between those. I don't need to explain it, but the concept of circumstantial evidence, but it's all there. And if you were to say Google, was Aisha 18, you'll find evidence to support that claim. Now, the reason I give you this is just to say that's the thing with the hadiths. You know, it requires, it's not as clear cut as the Quran.
So I guess what I would ask you is that why would they say 9 if they didn't actually know? I feel like 9 is like a far cry from like 16 to 28.
I mean, look, there are different opinions.
Okay, wait. So there's like the other thing, because like intuitively to me, it makes sense that this would be consummated upon hitting puberty. I'm not sure why they would be so. I guess like, do you think that the
maybe they
difference
dropped a
in
1.
years,
Maybe they
regardless of
dropped
what
a
the
1.
age is, do you think the difference in years between the marriage and the consummation is going to be 3 years?
It could be. Look, I mean, there are many explanations. Maybe maybe in the original text it was 16 and 19, and they dropped the 1.
Oh, that would be wacky.
Look, you say that, but it's not that out of the realm of possibility. I just think you got to take a holistic view, and I like.
So why would they wait for? Why would consummation be waited for until 19? Like, why not 16?
I'm not dying on the hill of 16, 19.
Yeah. But I think that that's going to be the question, because I do think the explanatory power specifically of the 6 and 9 story is that they married at 6, but Aisha hadn't hit puberty yet. So they waited until she was 9, and at 9 she hit puberty. That seems to be plausibly in line with reality. Whereas I feel like there's no reason to think that this would have happened at like 16 and 19. Like what? Like why the waiting period?
Many reasons, I mean, look, I'll flip it around. Do you think it's possible that a 9-year-old could be sufficient? I mean, do you think it's possible that a 9-year-old could have a marriage consummated and that and them have a normal development? Let's go with that.
A normal okay, wait. Is it
normal
possible versus is it like so? No, is it possible that like a 9-year-old gets? Because I'm and you've been very respectful, so I'll be respectful towards you. I don't think that a like having sex with a 9-year-old is ever going to be consensual, like ever in any scenario.
No, I agree. So this is my point.
Yeah. No, that's perfect. So it's possible that they get like assaulted essentially, and then they grow up to have a completely normal development. That's possible. It's just not likely.
Here's my perspective. I think when you look at Islam and Islamic history, Aisha actually grew up to be one of the most ardent supporters of and scholars of Islam. And the majority of what we know about the Prophet was reported through Aisha herself, right? Aisha's father was one of the unanimously the closest friend of the Prophet. And actually, after the Prophet's death, he ruled the Islamic Caliphate. Abu Bakr, whether you like him or don't, I do, the Shia don't, but he ruled the Islamic Empire and governed according to the Prophet's sayings and according to the Prophet's ethics. Now, the charge of we could say pedophilia was never leveled at the Prophet by any of his most ardent opponents, of which he had many. And if you've been following the Drake and Kendrick Lamar beef, you'll know that This is a strong. This is a very powerful charge.
Yeah, but what I'm wondering is like back then,
Yeah,
what
sure. No,
was it as strong of an allegation back then, or was it just considered normal? Because in
you
my
you
mind, it
wouldn't.
makes perfect sense if this was all just like natural and normal, or like not natural, but like if this was like a normal occurrence within those societies. Like it makes sense that nobody brought it up as like a weird thing, and that like we now read it today and we're like, what the fuck? Like I that makes sense to me because like if it was written by humans and not written by God, then it makes sense that things would change.
Yeah, I mean, I'm personally not convinced that. And again, I admit this is a minority Islamic view, but I've never been convinced that uh, that a man would marry his 9-year-old daughter to his 55-year-old best friend.
Yeah, that would be
So
weird. No, I
yeah,
hope
and
so, but
that's why I tend to favor the substantial circumstantial evidence that she was 18 or maybe a
mm,
bit younger. But there's it's a
mm.
range. But in that kind of late teen years,
But
that
what were like the average ages at which people got married in these times? I feel like that's not
teenagers,
I
not
feel like that's
nine,
not like crazy far out
not
to be
nine,
married at like this age.
not nine. And whoever's saying 18 is way too old back then doesn't know what they're talking about. Sorry to respond to a comment. People
No,
often
that's okay.
refer
As long
to
as
it.
it's as long as you're not making a habit of debating
No,
the comments.
people often not to straw man, but I think people often assume that nobody lived to old age because the average sort of survival age was very poor before. But that's just because of infant mortality. People that survived did live on to their 60s, 70s, and 80s, and so 18 was not a crazy old age to get married at. Actually, the Prophet's first wife, he married her when she was anywhere between 26 and 40. But this is a very good example, Ian, if you were to look at the Islamic sources, the Sahih hadiths that talk about the age of the Prophet's first wife, they have her down as being anywhere from 28 to 40, which is a 12-year age gap. This is to say that the Arabs were sloppy when it came to recording things like dates and ages. This wasn't part of the culture, and we have to be careful not to retrospectively impose on them the same meticulousness with which we consider things like ages and these kind of things. So
Maybe
that's what I was.
not, but I think that I would just need to know what was meant when they said that married at 6, consummated at 9. Um, what is
Yeah, I mean,
if they're like sloppy with this? I just want to know what the actual values are. Is there a
who
3-year
knows?
difference between the time where it was consummated and the time where it was um like married? But like if it is like a 3-year period, then I would just ask like why the waiting period? Why was there a waiting period at all?
There are many potential reasons. It could be that the actual 3-year age gap was between prepubescent and pubescent.
Oop, hello? Your mic
Can you
cut
hear
out.
me? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, it could simply be that the actual 3 years was between a prepubescent and a pubescent age gap. It could be for other reasons. Look, the Prophet
Yeah, but then
had
so if that
look. He
was
had
if the gap is between that specifically, then that puts you in a really bad spot because that's gonna be like at most a 13-year-old.
No, because I what do you mean? Sorry,
Well, wait, so
why
if you're
does
saying that the
why
gap is
does the
between like a
starting age has
prepubescent, that the gap was to wait for puberty, then even if they are just like sloppy with it, sure. Well, we'll grant it. They're like sloppy with it. They kept bad records. Um, if that's the case, then it's necessarily going to be just like an issue of at most she's going to be 13 if they're just
Yeah.
waiting for puberty.
So here's the thing. I'll give you two answers, and I'll wrap this up with this particular point. Either I tend to favor the circumstantial evidence, which puts her at her late teens. However, if she was 13, 14, I don't, you know, I don't. That doesn't for me disprove anything. It was a different time,
Yeah,
and
okay, wait. So because I understand that it doesn't seem like there's
like our moral
to the
standard
best
is
of
not.
my like I think that the Muslims that have the most defensible position are the ones who say, yeah, that was fucked up. He doesn't it was wrong of him to do. He shouldn't have done that. That was like incredibly fucked up of him. But like you would acknowledge that if
No,
it
no.
was like a 13-year-old or a 14-year-old, you would say that it was like really bad, right?
Wait, hold on, real quick, Ian. I hate to be that guy, but respectfully, any Muslim who says that, I promise you, they're not Muslim. You in Islam, you can't talk poorly about quote unquote Prophet Muhammad and the things that he did. So there, I don't want to sound like a no true Scotsman, but unfortunately, that's just what this is going to sound
Is
like.
there?
You
Wait, do you
won't
have like a verse to support that they couldn't
verse to support what?
that they couldn't talk bad about the prophet?
I
Yeah, that's like a core tenement about Islam. You're not allowed
that's
to
no.
critique
Listen.
that's not you're not allowed to critique Prophet Muhammad. That is a literal core tenement.
With respect, I think I'm in a better position to, state the core tenets. Now, you're actually not wrong. We don't believe the Prophet did anything wrong. So that's not controversial. You're not saying anything. You're not saying anything new. In the same way that Christians don't believe Christ did anything wrong, we also don't believe the Prophet Muhammad did anything wrong.
Well,
So
Christ is God, so that's kind of the difference there.
well, that's the Christian belief, which we respect their right to have that belief, but we obviously differ on it, right? So the
Well,
same
if you're talking about Christians and how we say that Jesus didn't do anything wrong, then yeah, the Christian belief is kind of more important than the Islamic belief in regards to the figure of Christ.
I don't think
So,
there's any reason to assign more ontological weight to one belief over the other. You have your belief and your reasons. I have my
because
belief and my
you are
reasons.
specifically talking about Christian beliefs and how Christians don't believe that Jesus did anything wrong. And the reason why we believe that is because we believe that Christ is God. Do
Okay.
you believe that Muhammad is God?
No, we believe Muhammad is a prophet.
Okay, so that's the difference between the two.
Yeah, but we have a
It's
different moral framework and a completely different paradigm. So again,
your
what
moral
were we
framework
talking
is
about
Prophet
before this
Muhammad,
guy
so you're
jumped
not
in?
even allowed to use the excuse that you already ran to. It's a different time. That's also not
There's
an
no
excuse that you
excuse.
can
So
run
look,
to. I mean, it is, right? Because when you try to say it was a different time, things are different, that argument doesn't work because then you would have to concede that then Prophet Muhammad is not the role model for all people for all time.
so I'll land regarding the question of Aisha. I personally am of the belief that there's great, and this isn't just my own belief. It's a held view in Islam. It's an accepted view by a number of scholars that Aisha was much older than 9, anywhere between 16 to 18, and that's the view I hold. Now, at the end of the day, the Islamic prescription is that a woman is number one, pubescent, and secondly, deemed to be psychologically and spiritually fit for marriage, right? There's no age. There isn't a number. I'm not going to sit here and pontificate as if there is.
Wait,
But
so
what I
if there's like a 14-year-old who was deemed to be mentally mature, do you think that she's like ready to go?
Look, I think you have to. You'd be unwise not to consider the social context. But in terms of the objective morality, I don't think it's objectively wrong. But I think it's very unlikely that a 14-year-old is going to fit into that category.
You
What I
quite
would
literally
say,
believe in a man who married a 9-year-old, so I don't know why 14 is crazy.
I think I've quite explicitly stated that I personally don't believe that.
Then you reject literally all of your authentic sources.
I reject
You reject the authentic sources because the only way that people come to the conclusion that she was between the age of 16 to 19 is to quite literally use weaker hadiths that involve the age of her sister. That's why. So
Yeah,
the
so-
authentic
so-
hadiths all say that she was 9. Now the age of marriage, it's 6 or 7. It just depends. That's the only contention there. But as for consummation, there is literally no discussion. All of the authentic sources say the exact same number. So to say that she's 19, you are literally rejecting your most authentic sources and trying to justify.
So this is this. So if you're sincere, then you bring a good point, and I'll respond to it. Which is, this is actually it's always been a topical issue amongst Islamic scholars, which is the role that Sahih hadiths play in actually deriving Islamic rulings. And I'll give you a very excellent example to buttress my point, right? You're saying that the only way that we can derive Islamic truth is by what's written in the Sahih hadiths. That's actually not true. And there is a
That is not at all what I said.
Okay, it's what you. It's essentially it's what you said. You said because there are Sahih hadiths that say that she was 9, that means that she must have been 9, and that I'm
Because
rejecting.
if it was 1 or 2, I would be more than willing to concede to the point. But it's not 1 or 2. It's upward. I think it's upwards of over 20. Like there are so many different hadiths that all say the exact same age. There is literally no contention. The only contention
Amongst
really
who? When you
only
say no contention amongst who?
amongst Islamic scholars anytime
Okay,
before
that's where this is why you're wrong. You're wrong about that.
I didn't finish my point. So how could you know I'm wrong? How could you know that I'm wrong if I haven't even finished making my point? Are you a prophet?
Because
Can you see the future?
Because
No,
you've said enough.
no, you can't.
You
No,
said
no,
you
you
said there's
can't. No, I
consensus
literally,
amongst scholars.
that's crazy. You still didn't finish my point. You're arguing against the point. You haven't even heard me flesh it out. I was almost done.
Okay, let's
Let me
see
land
how
the plane.
different the
The
point is
landing
going.
gear is literally out. I'm on the runway. I'm putting on the brakes. So now there is no contention in this amongst scholars. Literally any time before the modern age. That was my
That's
statement.
not true.
Now you can go.
That's still not true.
Go for it.
No, it's not true. I mean, Islamic jurisprudence doesn't just take hadiths, and I'll give you one really nice example. And again, I have to give you the caveat that if you're expecting me to give a source for everything, I can't do that because this isn't my full-time occupation. But I absolutely can justify the principle behind what I'm saying. Are you aware that there are 4 different? Just a little segue. Are you aware that there are 4 different schools of Sunni Islam? Because you seem pretty well read, Capone.
Yes.
So you got the Hanafis, the Hanbalis, all these guys, yeah?
Yes.
Great. Now, it is again in the same way that there is a textual, there is an absolute textual. You're right that in terms of explicit statements about Aisha's age, 9 is the most commonly cited age. That's true. I'll give you an analogy. Almost every text that talks about the way the Prophet prayed, yeah, it says that he prayed with his hands folded. Okay, that's what it says, 100%. You can't deny that. However, one of the biggest schools of Islam, the Maliki sect, they pray with their hands by their sides. And at the time they had access to those texts. But the leader of that school said that he, despite awareness of those physical texts and those quote-unquote Sahih hadiths, he went to Medina where the Prophet was living and saw that the people where the Prophet lived less than 100 years after his death were praying with their hands by his sides. So he favored the living tradition of those people over the text and the hadith which said that he prays with his arms folded. What you have to understand is Sahih hadiths, although you will get some of these very staunch Salafi Sunnis who will give you the impression that they are 100% true, there's actually always been a culture of healthy skepticism when taking the hadiths into account by scholars, and Aisha's age is 100% up for debate. I am not going to lie to you. It is a majority view that she was 9. I'm not going to pull the wool over your eyes. I'm just telling you that that's not my belief, and it is a valid belief within Islam to say that she was older than 9. And that's it.
I think the only people who have that valid belief are Shias because they don't hold the Sunnah to be true. I think that if you're Sunni, I think that if you try to argue that she's not 9, I think that if you're Sunni and you try to argue that she's not 9, I think you're coping.
Yeah, but that just shows to me a degree of ignorance on your part. You don't know. And I appreciate you don't know, because why would you?
Hi, everyone.
Yeah, wait, how's it going? Wait, what do you think about this?
Good. So I think Brother Fadi made it so clear that most or majority of Muslim scholars said that she was 9. And to look at Islam, we have multiple sources. So the very first source of Islam is the Quran, and then comes the Hadith. I don't think that there is any debate, any doubt that Aisha was 9. And he can give me any of the Muslim schools of Sharia, Hanafi, Malik, Ibn Hanbal, whatever, that says that she wasn't 9. There is no doubt that she was 9 according to Hadith, because it's crystal clear in the Hadith.
Abdullah, Salam alaikum, bro. I appreciate you saying. I didn't say that there's Hadith that explicitly
Okay.
say she's not nine. I said there's Islamic scholarship that doubts that sort of casts question on her age. And if
Yeah,
you're
but
Sunni Muslim,
it's irrelevant because if we have hadith that says something, so it comes first the Quran. If there is something mentioned in the Quran, that's it.
It's,
If not, that we're gonna look in the hadith. If there is something that
it
we don't know
doesn't.
in the hadith,
Unfortunately,
then we will
as
go to the
as
Muslim
lovely
scholars.
Hold on. Wait. Let me stop this in-house fighting real quick. Hey,
Please
Ian,
do.
you're next
Yeah.
to Ian. You're next to a computer, right? Right, quick, right?
Yeah, I am. Wait, also,
Can
I
you?
don't know if Abdul is Abdul's never stated the religion, so I have no idea if this is like I don't think that this is infighting. To be clear.
Um, but wait, real quick. Ian, can you look up a verse for me?
Yeah, what's the verse?
Type in Quran because they only have one book. It's not broken into books like the Bible. So type in Quran 65:4, and I want you to read that out loud. And I have a line of
Oh, I
questions
know
for
this
you.
one.
Oh yeah, you do know that one. Okay, cool. So
And those
then
who no longer expect menstruation among your women, if you doubt, then their period is 3 months. And also for those who have not menstruated, and for those who are pregnant, their term is until they give birth. And whoever fears Allah, He will make for him of his matter ease.
okay, cool. Now, let me ask you a couple questions. How many categories of females are in that specific verse?
There is, um,
You have pregnant women, you have women who have not yet menstruated, and you have women past the age of menstruation, correct?
Yep.
So that is
yeah.
3 groups of females, correct?
Yep.
Yes.
Pregnant women, we can agree, women who are pregnant. Cool, whatever,
Yep.
right? We can agree on that much. And then you have women past the age of menstruation, which in English we would call menopause. So clearly adults, older women. Let me ask you a question. And females who have not yet menstruated, what do we call those in English?
Prepubescent children, I believe.
Yes, but in normal people terms, we call those little girls. Okay, so this verse in particular, what it's talking about, 65:4, is it's talking about the iddah. The I might have mispronounced that, and that's fine. I don't care. What the iddah is a waiting period. It's a waiting period after divorce before you can get remarried. That is what verse 65:4 is talking about. It's talking about the iddah. So let's just ask some questions based on logic. In order to have an iddah, you had to have been married already because there's a waiting period after the divorce. Would you agree with this?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, cool. So that means that the verse is talking about girls who have not yet menstruated and how long their iddah is. So even if I concede, which I never will, but even if I concede that Muhammad didn't marry a 6-year-old and sleep with a 9-year-old, even if I concede that, the Quran clearly is okay with child marriage. This is in the Quran, and good luck finding scholars who would disagree with that with that consensus.
I look. I've never denied that Islam allows the marriage. It does. It allows the marriage contract. Yeah, it does. It does allow that, but it's the consummation of marriage
ethical,
that's
though,
the critical.
Brother Fadi? Do you think it's ethical?
Yeah, and
No, we're
but
talking,
the problem
we're
is
talking
no.
about we're
But the
talking about the
problem
consummation of marriage.
Okay, fine. What is the only barrier that stops a husband and wife from consummating? What is the barrier?
I don't really understand the question, so why don't you tell me what you mean?
The only thing that's stopping that would halt consummation between, well, not the only thing, but obviously if we're talking about children, stay with me. The thing that would stop consummation from husband and wife in a marriage is quite literally, and Ian, I apologize, this is going to sound awful. This is Islamic understanding, and this is why this religion is from the devil. But the only thing that will stop consummation is quite literally if she is large enough to take it. That is it. If she is a big
I
enough
shock you?
a big enough female to be able to handle male genitalia, that is the only thing.
No,
that
this isn't true. This isn't true
Can I
because the
shock
Islamic
you?
criteria for
1 second.
marriage and
Yeah, wait,
consummation-
shock us.
Even before she can handle it, he can still pleasure
things with her.
himself.
Yeah, he can still do
without,
things with her.
Doing the actual penetration.
Yeah.
So
This
it's
is the Islamic
mentioned
understanding.
in the Muslim scholars that he can masturbate using her hand. He can pleasure with her as long as it doesn't apply any harm to her
Yes.
physically, of course.
So yeah, and this is
Okay,
again, backed
can I
up by
ask
Islamic
you a quick
sources.
question? Just because I'm pretty skeptical of one thing here. Abdul, you claim to be Muslim, right? Can you recite Surah Al-Ikhlas?
قل هو الله أحد الله الصمد لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد. And the dal here is qalqala because it's, if you know the rules of tajweed, you would know that the dal when there is sukun on it, we do qalqala, which is the letters exist in the word qutba jad. If you want to know, Quran lessons, I can provide that for you anytime.
That's crazy.
No, it's just want to make sure that you're not, because a lot of people come and pose to be Muslims. Look, to be honest with you, I don't subscribe to what you subscribe to. So different scholars, different beliefs, and that's okay.
What kind are you, Shi'i?
No, I'm not Shi'i, but I'm not Wahhabi.
Oh, there is no Wahhabi. There is Muslims and then
No, there is.
no
There's a
Muslims.
very strong
And there's
Wahhabi
people
movement.
that feel shamed of this Sharia.
As they should be.
Yeah, of course.
No, it's
Through
not a
human
shame.
being.
You just have to be honest about your views. So I'm Maliki, and a lot of the views you talked about, we don't hold. Our scholars don't hold these views. It's as simple as that.
What does Maliki says about
65-4.
about marrying?
Well, I mean, you already said that you have no issue with
Yeah, I do. Just be more human. But just don't be. If you want to be a Muslim, be a Muslim. Just admit that this Sharia is just unethical, and that's it.
No, it's not. It's not as fixed and as rigid as you would like the audience to believe. Otherwise, we wouldn't
Actually,
have.
it is.
It's not.
Well,
It really.
but it
really
quite literally is. The rigidity of it is exactly
It
what gives the
really.
credit to it.
It really isn't. It really isn't. Islam. There are aspects of the Sharia that are rigid, and there's no argument and there's no debate about them. But you can't say that the entire Sharia is there is consensus on. Otherwise, you wouldn't have different schools of Islam. You wouldn't have different scholars. You wouldn't have different
You
opinions.
keep saying there's different scholars, but they all agreed to this stuff. If you deny
No,
one
so you
hadith,
said
you are kafir. They
you're
can
not.
analyze
So this
you
is what
over
I
that.
mean by
You cannot
Wahhabism.
deny one hadith in Sahih Bukhari
Okay,
or Muslim.
can I ask you a question, Abdul Habibi? Why do Malikis pray with their hands down?
Well, these things that they, disagree about it, but that doesn't
What does the Sahih
change
Hadith say about
anything.
praying? What does the Sahih Hadith say?
Why do I have to know that?
No, because you've come here with a lot of conviction and but you
Okay.
don't know.
So
you don't
all
know
the
these simple
hadiths
points.
that says that Muhammad prayed this way, blah blah blah, and says "Sallu kama ra'aytumuni usalli,"
Yeah,
or
so-
pray as
so-
like you saw me pray.
Yeah,
so that's how they describe it.
So essentially, Ian and Capone, just for your knowledge, all the Sahih Hadith say you should pray with your hands folded. However, one of the four biggest schools of Islam, Sunni Islam, Malikis, they pray with their hands by their sides. So for Abdul's perspective to be consistent, he would have to say that they're all disbelievers. Abdul, is that what you're saying?
But that's with the worship, so it doesn't. So that this
Abdul, are
judgment
Malikis
doesn't
disbelievers?
affect
So
anyone.
that's one of those things
like
that's
personal
like they're
prayer.
like as a Christian, like there are differences between Orthodoxy and Catholics and Protestants, right? Like Orthodox don't use instruments in their music, right? Like they only use vocals, okay? Nope, and I mean this respectfully, nobody cares, right? Obviously the Orthodox wouldn't do it the Catholic way and vice versa, right? But nobody cares. Right?
No,
Like we don't
Capone,
even, like that's one of those things.
we do,
Like
we take every aspect of our faith seriously, right? I'm not saying you don't. Please don't
no,
take
but
it.
that's not what I'm
These-
saying, right? Like no,
please,
no,
please
no,
don't.
no,
That's
no,
the
no, no,
problem,
stop,
brother. That's the problem.
stop, because you're responding to something and I haven't even finished, right? That's one of those aspects. I mean, you can take it seriously. Obviously, Orthodox would take it seriously that they don't use instruments. That's not the point, right? The point is it's one of those things that in totality do not matter to the theology of what you believe in. That's what I'm arguing, right?
Neither does the age. Neither
So,
does the age
so,
that Aisha
so,
married the Prophet. It's not a theological
that's
point.
yeah, no, and see, that's why I don't agree with you, right?
Why is it a theological point?
I, I, if I could explain it, I'd
I'm
love to.
sorry, what do you
Right.
mean by that?
So the issue is that most people of most places in the world hold that children are a beautiful thing, right? Because they are innocent not only in the eyes of
Bro,
man,
you
but in
are
the
a
eyes of that's
you're a
so crazy.
Christian. What are you talking
That's
about?
so that's so crazy. Can
Have you
you
read your own book?
like did Muhammad teach you how to have like human manners? Like if you can't control
Mm,
yourself, if you can't control yourself, mute up. If
Wait,
you
wait,
can't
wait. Let's
control yourself, mute up.
wait.
If you
Stop.
can't control yourself, mute up.
Stop. Cease. Let's keep it like civil and not like super ad hominy.
Okay,
okay, go
so
on.
so most places in the world hold that children are a beautiful thing because they are not only innocent in the eyes of man, they are innocent in the eyes of God. Okay, so the fact that that literally child marriage is allowed is extremely a red flag, right? Like it's extremely a red flag. And the Islamic answer is basically like Allah allowed it, or it's better than the pagans at the time. But like I don't believe that, because like there were marriages that were rejected, like Muhammad for his own daughter because she was too young when she was like I believe 16 to one of his companions or whatnot. And so it's like, okay, so you acknowledge that children are like there's an age for it, but only when it's for him, right? Like it's genuinely problematic. And yes, I understand. And yes, obviously I'm a Christian, but like I know which one of 4 points you're going to go to. So go ahead and make the point.
No, I'm just saying. I mean, this is a critique that it's the typical thing. You shouldn't throw stones if you're in a glass house, in the sense that we're debating the ethics of the age of consent, whether there is an age of consent, the debate about the age of the Prophet's wife when he married her, and at the end of the day, these things are up for debate. We'll say the majority of scholars say she was young. I don't find that you're in a position to make that critique, because the Bible is no freer of this problem.
Like I said, go ahead and give me one.
So, how old was Mary when she conceived?
She was an adult woman. Would you like to give me an age?
According to who?
According to literally the Bible, bro. According to literally the Bible, she was a woman. Blessed are you amongst all women. So
Wait, but okay, wait, but to be fair,
no,
didn't they define woman as like just being
no,
like 13 or older?
no, that's quite literally like what you're thinking of is bar mitzvahs and bat mitzvahs, which literally did not exist until the 11th or 12th
My
century AD.
My understanding is that the sort of the best guess from all the evidence is Mary was anywhere between 12 and 14.
Yeah, and congratulations. So anywhere in those ages, what they quite literally come from is heretical writings found in Egypt in the 6th century. So again, like I said, I would like for you to give me an example. How old do you think that she was using literally the scripture? Because I can use the scripture. Let's talk about where Jesus revived that
I
one
don't
girl.
think the scripture talks about age.
I promise you, I'll make a point if you let me. Right?
Does it
So
talk about age?
I'll make a point if you let me. Will you let me?
Yeah. It's just a yes
You
or
sure?
no.
Are you
Say
sure?
yes. Say yes or no, then make your point. Does it talk about age? Oh, has he gone?
Oh, I don't know. Wait, Tony, you're off the app, by the way.
Oh yeah. My phone started dying on 20%. So if we look at the scriptures, there was a story where Jesus revived a girl, okay, a 12-year-old specifically, and it mentions this. It mentions her age in the scripture, and to this 12-year-old, right? He says specifically to her, "And get up, little girl." Okay. I don't know about you, but it would be really weird to call a 12-year-old a little girl and then call a different 12-year-old blessed and say to a different 12-year-old, "Blessed are you amongst all women," right? Like Ian, can you agree Ian, would you agree that's kind of weird?
Yeah, but I don't know. It's just gonna come down to like where specifically they draw the line.
Yeah, and also who, just to sort of, again, I'm going to step out of my Islamic perspective and be neutral here. When
Oh
you
no,
said that,
wait, Buck, God damn it! I was just about to. No, I can't. Come on, I can't be the only one live. You can't do this to me. Oh God.
Oh, this is gonna be fun. All right.
No, woe
But
is
you
me.
make
I
me
have to accept all the Parker people. I love Parker's fans and I love Parker, but I wanted to
Capone,
stop
word.
streaming, but I guess
So
Capone.
not.
go. What's your
You
point?
said that it says blessed, a blessed woman, but I
Rip
mean,
Parker. I'll take care of Parker as if this was like some kind of daycare. But this conversation has been going on forever. So I'm probably gonna drop everyone, but I appreciate everyone coming up.
All right, peace.
all right,
Yep, yeah, thanks so much. All right, hey, welcome on in. Sorry about Parker. I'll take care of you like some fucking like adult who finds like a random wandering child until Parker is like back up and going, and then I'll send y'all his way and yeah, like a daycare, like a daycare. It's gonna be fun. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen. And drop a follow as well if you're interested. And with that, we'll go to the next guest. Don't call me daddy. Don't do that.
Burley. Hey,
What's
peace,
up?
brother. Hey, how are you, man?
Hey, doing good. How old are you?
I'm 53.
And do you think God is real?
If you give me 1 second, please. I'm just walking my dog back inside the house real quick. They have.
Oh wait. Do you want to? How about you like request to join after you?
Oh no. 1 second. 1 second.
Oh fuck. Well, I mean, you should be at the top, so just like feel free to request to join. The person who dropped, I'm so sorry I dropped you. I'm bad at this. It's been a long day. What, you can't keep, oh my God, bro. This is wild. Don't stop it. I feel so old getting called daddy in the comment section. I'm just like looking for someone. Yeah. Wow. Let's go with this person. But make sure you're double tapping on that screen. Let's get to 130K. Hey, what's up? How's it
Hey.
going?
Oh, hi, man.
Yeah. How old are you?
You almost look like me if I was clean shaven and blonde hair.
Oh, yeah? Wait, can you get closer to your microphone? You're a little quiet.
Oh, sorry, man.
Yeah,
hold
that's
on.
perfect.
Take my earphones out. Give me a sec. Is that any better?
Yeah, that is better.
Yeah. Sorry, man. I'm living with my grand, so I might be a bit quiet.
Hmm. So, do you think God is real?
Yes and no. Don't really
Oh.
believe in God, but
Which God do you believe in? And thanks so much for the gift. I appreciate it.
the Ricky Gervais way of putting it. If you believe in one God, I believe in one God less than you.
Wait, I don't understand.
Well, many people believe in many gods. They all believe in different gods. So if I believe in one God, you believe in a different one. I just believe in one different less than you. But no, I don't
Oh,
really
I
believe.
don't believe in any God. Wait, so are you an atheist or?
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm just looking for people who believe in God, but I appreciate you coming on up here. Bro, I'm literally never going to find another guest. It's never going to happen for me. I just want debates so badly, and it keeps on going like this. Shelblin, thanks so much for the subscription. I appreciate it. Man, who allowed people to name kids? With love in my heart, Shelblin. I kind of hope that's not your actual name. And I'm sorry if it is. I think it's a great name. If it is, I think it's like a wonderful name, and there's no problems with it at all.
Oh, my brother, what's up, man? Thank you for having me, man.
Yeah, how's it going?
Oh, man.
Oh,
It's going.
Shelby Lynn is a much better name. Those are two good names, as long as it's not the same. Yeah. What's up? Do you think God is real?
I know it is. I know it is. I know it is, but I know it's not what most people think it is.
So, do you believe in like the Christian God?
Absolutely not. I don't follow no religion anymore. I follow
Oh, well,
no
I'm just
religion.
looking for people who follow like a better defined God. So I'm sorry, but I'm gonna move to like a guest who has like just like a better defined God, because so traditionally what I found is that when people defend like just their personal gods, it gets really, really boring. Because I don't know, like it's just like a figuring out facts about your God, because no one's like forthcoming like, yeah, this is my God. it's like a fucking plate of spaghetti, and it flies and it has meatballs. That's my God. No, it's never like that. It's always like, well, yeah, that's my God. You know, he's everything, and it's like I don't know what to do with that. Like, what do you want me to just give me like an actual like reasoned out God as we try to get the next guests going. I feel like one of these two will join. But make sure you double tap it on that screen. Let's get to 130K. Oh, wait. All right, I guess neither of these people will join. I don't know. I mean, I'm currently like desperately in need of guests, but I want ones who are actually gonna like defend the Bible or whatever. Tony, I can't bring you on. We're like too friendly. It's not gonna work. I'm always like too kind to you, and then it's gonna kill viewership because people like we're just gonna like be gentle with each other, which is unfortunate. I'm literally never gonna need another guest. It's never gonna happen for me. This is it. I'm just looking for like interesting debates, you know? I don't know. It's like what you get when you're no, fuck, I didn't mean to do that. No, back from when you came. No. Get back ye. Oh wait, Parker's back. That's great. Y'all should go raid Parker because I really want to end. He's back. But make sure you drop a follow before you go. Consider joining the Discord. I guess there's no more debates, but I do desperately want to end stream. All right, go raid Parker. Love all of you. All right, bye bye. I had fun. I'll see you next time. I feel like a divorced dad who like just vaguely got brief custody for like just a second. I can't wait to see you next weekend, all of you. I love you. Don't let Parker tell you bad things about me. And make sure you never mind, but all right. I love all of you. All right, bye-bye.
It's one thing Fortnite's never been able to fix. When you have